send 28 on the 20th, on the 19th and the 20th. Maybe even get snow, although it's more relevant.
Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell here for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I don't know if you heard the weather report that I was getting here as the show started.
Maybe get some snow next week.
I get back the 20th. It's Cabo Cup week, which is the greatest week of the year.
Cares.
Greatest sporting week of the year.
No one cares about that.
Cabo Cup, okay? So I'll be doing the shows Thursday and Friday from the Cabo Cup, giving you live updates.
Wait. Oh, so you're not going to be here at all the 19th?
No.
Oh, it's going to be in the 20s.
Oh, good.
I was going to watch you.
The 19th is the Sunday. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back on the Sunday.
Here or L.A.?
I'll be here. And then I'm going to do the show here on the 20th.
You have to deal with the cold then.
Well, right. I will have to do. Big inauguration celebration at Luling's. So, no, they open at 8 a.m. and it'll be packed to watch the inauguration. Oh, no.
A presidential inauguration?
Yes, it absolutely will be packed. If you're happy about this and you want to go somewhere to watch it with a bunch of people that are also happy about the inauguration, then you should go to Luling's.
I would never go to any inauguration party.
Well, I mean, I don't know. And then the 20th is the national championship, Ohio State and Notre Dame. And then the 21st, I'm going to head back.
This is a long year for those kids.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking about?
The 21st.
You know what else is this? Is that none of those kids can transfer.
No.
None of them can transfer.
Well, actually.
Because you got to be at the school at the start of the year if you're going to play in spring ball. You can transfer, but you miss spring ball.
That's why they're talking about changing the calendar, which they're going to have to do.
Yeah.
There's going to be some massive. It's just not sustainable the way it's working right now. So there's going to be massive. I don't want to get into it in the first segment. This isn't the headliner, but there's going to be some massive. From what I understand, talking ahead of not a collective, but ahead of a team who works directly with collectives who are trying to enact changes from a government standpoint. Because they say right now there's nothing we have to go to the government. There is nothing else we can do.
Otherwise
and the problem is they know that the Supreme Court has been one way on this entire thing, and they feel like unwilling to just listen. Like they feel like the Supreme Court has not been willing to actually listen to arguments. But regardless, there will be some changes made. There needs to be some guidelines to make it more sustainable. But it's interesting to know that it lasts that it lasts this long now.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that. We need to talk about the Rockets is what we need to talk about, because that was a playoff type atmosphere. Jalen Green is the fastest human in the world.
He is.
You
cannot stop him if he wants to go.
There was one fast break that was like, oh my God! I don't think I've ever seen anyone run faster.
I think
than him.
Jalen is a legit 4.40 guy.
I
really do.
Incredible.
He's got long strides. But the turnover's fast and his acceleration's incredible. Like Jalen, I would love to I'm just curious what if he just ran out on a track, what his high MPHs would be. I bet it'd be in the high 20s, maybe even close to 21.
Yeah, if he practiced a little bit and knew how to do the right start.
I'm just talking about run. I'm not even talking about a 40. Run. Just run as fast as you can and let the mile per hour catch you, because that guy is unbelievably explosive.
He and Ja on the same court together was really incredible. But I'm going to tell you this. I don't know. Similar. I'm not sure. Amen Thompson is as good, and I know it's going to take a little while, but I think the world is catching up that he is a really, really good basketball player. I don't know that he's going to get his flowers. He's going to get his due all that this year. Well, I think he is. I think people know. I think people are starting to know
Houston,
about him.
We give it to him.
No, we do.
Rocket fans are all over him.
19 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, 5 blocks.
He took the 5 blocks is what. So to me, Joel brought this up too. I don't know why people are struggling with this. I said it before, and people who are not old enough to have seen Rodman with the Pistons won't get it, because the Rodman is a different guy. Rodman with the Pistons was to say a bunch of blocks, a bunch of hustle plays, crazy rebound numbers in limited time as a sixth man. Like and guard in multiple positions.
Well, now that's a question.
Now they're
8-1. Is it with him starting in the starting lineup? When Jabari comes back, what do you do?
Jabari's going to start.
I don't know. I'm not sure that if he goes back to the bench, he's eligible. Not only eligible, he should win 6-man.
Yeah, he's one of them. There's 3 good.
The Rockets now.
Tari Eason's done with that.
The Rockets now have a nice lead as the 2 seed, right? The most surprising, Ime is got to be in the running for Coach of the Year.
So how about your rim protector? Is your 6'7", 6'8" now, guard forward? That's your rim protector. Because from the weak side, he got one on Ja Morant when Ja was trying to throw one in on a last second shot at the half or whatever, or no, last second shot in a quarter. He got one there, but 4 blocks. His help side defense is so good. He's vertical, like he's a fast leaper too. Incredibly long,
fast leaper.
He is because he can go up and back up. He can get it. He can go get you twice. He is like a legitimate shot blocker at the small forward position. It's so much fun to watch him. He took some pretty flicked shots in the first half. He kept getting in the air. He kept doing. I mean, it was terrible looking shots. 3 of them that he had in the first half that didn't even, barely hit the bottom of the rim or whatever. But I don't even care. Like he's not really a skilled offensive player at all yet, and he's already this impactful without even having a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane.
It is. He is something special. I mean, they got something going on here now, y'all. I mean, they are 11-3 against the top 8 teams in the West.
They're a real team.
It
happens quicker than people think.
And listen, Jalen is playing out of his mind right now. What's the date today? Because he's going to be 14th. Player of the month. 14th. He's got a half a month to go. But he's putting together a run now where he would go good game, bad game, good game, bad game, bad game, bad game, good game, bad. It's a run now that's just it's phenomenal. 42 last night, 42 on 18 shots. 42 points on 18 shots.
That's incredible.
27 the game before. He had a run into December that he only had 1 or 2 games where he shot over 50%. Look what he's doing this. 13 of 18 last night, 11 for 21, 10 for 22, 12 for 24, 10 for 21.
Well, he's shooting 51 in January.
Yeah. I mean,
51% in January, 45.6 from 3, which is
5 of 6 last night.
And he's shooting high volume threes too. He's shooting 9.5 threes a game. But did you notice when he had that one where he just came over the screen, top of the key, it was first quarter, came over the screen, and it was like seamless over the screen, turn, square, boom, nothing but net. And it was like, wow, that is a rhythm 3 that looked really good. And he doesn't usually shoot those rhythm 3s. He's shooting 92% from the free throw line. Jalen is shooting 87% from the free throw line. Really good free throw shooter.
Yeah.
When's the last time we had something like that?
No, this is, I mean,
92% is what he's shooting in January.
He's putting together a month like James Harden. We haven't seen this since
except
James.
The assist totals are not the same.
Yeah, no.
Assist to turnovers about 1-1, but yeah, from a scoring standpoint, yeah, it looks like James from a scoring standpoint.
Yeah, yep, he does from a standpoint. Well, and he's more fun. And he's a lot more fun. He's a lot more fun to watch.
Averaging 30 a game in January.
Yep, a lot more fun to watch for me. I mean, I love the athleticism of this team, and
they're 2 different types of teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
James's team was a 1-4, 4 out, 1 at the top of the key, and then he would make things happen. And he was good. He was efficient.
I don't know how many times was there a bounce pass to Amen right down low, and he's standing in the same place, play after play after play, and he gets the dunk. It must have been 6 times in a row. It was incredible how there's nobody trying to stop this dude, because that's all they do. They go inside, or they alley-oop it to him, or the bounce pass to him, or the alley-oop, and Amen is there to dunk it every time. It's incredible. This is a pretty fun team. That was a fun game last night. It was a great atmosphere. A really late arriving crowd again. But it was at the end because I was amazing. Like in the third quarter, second quarter, I mean, there's all kinds of empty seats. But then in the fourth quarter, you look around, there's no empty seats. I was like, where is it? Where was everybody for most of this game?
Yeah.
And it's fun though. It was
really empty at the beginning.
Yeah, really empty.
It was crazy empty. But I was, my son, I have to have these conversations like, why do you think the city of Houston just doesn't care? Because he loves the Rockets. Like to him, he didn't want to watch any of the playoff football game. It was all like, are you kidding, Dad? This is Memphis versus Houston. Like Mason loves the Rockets. And he's like, why did the city of Houston not care about the Rockets? I said, I think they care. I said, number one, it takes a while to get into the stadium. You got to park downtown. It's rush hour. You got to park downtown. You got to get in. The process of getting in, it takes a little time. I said, the stadium will fill up. And I think the city of Houston is really excited about the Rockets, but it's going to take some time. The Texans right now have their attention, and they're still. I can't believe how many people there are who tell me, I'm sorry, I just haven't watched the Rockets since blah blah blah. I'm just like, guy, you got to start watching this. Like, this is a fun. I promise. The people who say I don't watch I don't watch basketball anymore. Yeah. I don't watch the Rockets. You'd love this team.
Yep.
You would like Udoka. You would like Amen. You would like the way the Rockets are playing. I promise you would like watching this team.
It's fun.
If you're not watching Rockets basketball right now, just watch a couple games and just see. I think you're going to get back into it.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah. Honestly, this is a fun team. This is as fun as it's been in a while at Toyota Center. So that was a great night last night. Jalen playing like this. Jalen playing like this, making $30 million a year is one of the bargains in the NBA. Because $30 million players, the way that he's playing at, I don't want to say an MVP level, but he's playing at a level that's got the Rockets as one of the best teams in the NBA. Why
that contract wasn't really dangerous, because it's tradable at any point if you want, because this is who he can be.
Yeah.
At least, you want him to sustain it over a season, but this is the talent he has, and everyone can see it. He's shown this before in the past. It's just a matter of, but now it looks a little more consistent. But you got to see it. You want to see it over not just 1 month, but you want to see it over 1 year.
Yeah, right. No. But his inconsistencies now are slowing down. Right. He's consistently night in and night out now, and it's a smaller sample size. It's the month of January.
Go look at December.
But December as well. So what, Del?
What's Del crapping on? 6 games?
He was very averaged in December. This has been a 6-game run, which has been spectacular.
Yeah.
You say not MVP level. He's playing like an MVP if you just look at the efficiency in the shooting. But it's 6 games. And I don't know.
I've seen him do this
he was better in December. He shot 42.9%, 43%, which is better for him.
It's better than what he was in November.
Right.
November, he was
32.6 from 3.
That's not good.
No,
that's not.
It's almost 50% from the field for true shooting. Yeah, 33%.
That's not good.
That's not good for true shooting.
Well, you want it to be way higher than that.
I get that, but it's better than he has been.
He was bad.
No, that's not good enough. That's the problem. But this is what we're talking about. This is actually still the same.
Before that, he was 27%.
No, in November, he was
that's
awful.
Not consistent.
No.
What do you mean he's not inconsistent anymore?
Well,
this is the same year.
Well, he's getting some consistency now.
These 6 games have been amazing.
Yeah. Yep.
If we could always remember that month that he averaged as a rookie, that he averaged over 30 for a month,
or last year in March,
where
he was one of the top 10 players in the NBA.
By the way,
yeah,
this is what Jalen has done this every
year.
I'm
hoping that it's going to be lasting.
We all are.
You two got to poo-poo it.
You would hope.
No,
so.
We all are.
But
no, here's him.
Well, because it's been 6 games.
Well, you're acting like it's like, I think he's correct. He's fixed everything.
He has fixed everything.
He's not inconsistent anymore.
Watch.
I hope so.
Hopefully.
This is what we're waiting for. This is year 4
But
or
it's
5.
half of a month of a year that up until the start of January has been disappointing.
Yeah, you were down on him big.
Well, I'm high on him. If you play well, then you should get your props.
I know. We're all giving it to him. We're just still waiting to see if he can put it together for 2 months in a row.
I'll tell you this though. I think that, like you said, the contract is not.
It's not
it is absolutely. It was the smart thing to do. They didn't give him max money. They gave him, nice
life-changing money.
Yes, life-changing money, no question about it. But not NBA star money. And you know what? That risk that they put involved in this is pretty damn good. And they didn't go long term. They went 3-year extension. It was nice. The whole thing is nice.
You can move it if you need to for a better deal. But this is why I'm also very hesitant to do any deal for older players because let's just see. Let's just ride it out this year. I'm not in any hurry to go do any deals for old players where you're trading young players.
No.
And then you make yourself artificially old. Like that's just there's no reason to do that.
Nope.
Just sit tight and let's see what happens.
Well, let's see what happens with Underdog Fantasy this
well,
weekend.
Underdog Fantasy, what's going to happen is you're going to have a great time watching your games yesterday. Now, I will say, unfortunately, I thought I was going to be in great shape. There's a 50% boost, and I thought, okay, higher than 254 and a half or 245 and a half yards for Matt Stafford, and then they had that huge lead, and then bye-bye, we're not going to throw anymore. So that'll happen sometimes on Underdog too. See, so what you have to do is you got to figure out how this game is going to go. And then you use your sports knowledge to go higher or lower on the statistics that are offered for each and every single player. And I mean, there's defensive players, there's kickers, there's every player has a ton of stats to look at. And you can find the soft ones. You go higher or lower, and you can win real money up to 1,000 times your original play when you play Pick'em. And that is something that is going on in football and college football, pro basketball right now. Alperin Sengun, did you go higher on Amen Thompson's rebounds than 9.5 yesterday? If you did, you were a winner once again. Make sure that you're playing the Pick'em Challenge. Download Underdog Fantasy and use promo code Lance. Once you do that, you're going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash, and it's a great way to make real money right here in the state of Texas. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
Time to talk Coors Light. You think I didn't have a couple last night? A couple I had a few. I had a few last night because that's cold, clean, crisp. You think I'm not refreshed today? You think I'm not refreshed? I am so refreshed right now because I had me some cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. I want you to do as well. My buddy Chris was with me. After the round, we had a round of golf. Mike sits down. I'll have a Coors Light. I'm like, I'm so proud of you guys. And Chris at the game last night, he's throwing down Coors Lights. Love that. Love that. Love that. We had a few, and I want you to have a few too. If whatever you're doing, if you're watching a game, if you're not watching a game, you're playing, whatever you're doing, please make it a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. You know it's cold. You know it's refreshing because them mountains are blue. Is your beer as smart as mine? No. I got the smartest beer in the world. It tells me when it's cold. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh my God! Lance started the show this morning with, it's going to be 20 degrees next week. It's going to be 20. And Melissa Blanco, she hates the cold. I love that about her. She hates the cold.
I hate the cold.
Hate the cold.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
People think that I'm joking about, but no.
Well, how cold does it get in Colombia?
Well, we don't have seasons, so it depends of the city where you are, because it depends of the altitude of the city. So where I'm from, the capital, which is Bogota, let's say that it gets in maybe 50s.
In the 50s?
Yeah, but it's like during
that's it. That's as low as it goes.
Yes, during the afternoon it's sunny, so we don't have no.
No.
Like 20s?
We don't have that.
No 20s. No.
No, why? And why you even like it?
Because he loves it.
No, I don't like 20s.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's the first time that I see him wearing a jacket.
40, because it's cold in here.
Yeah,
it's freezing in here today.
Yeah.
Sometimes they turn air conditioner on when it's cold.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It's the worst. They're cold weather idiots.
So
he likes cold weather. I like it hot.
No.
Too hot. Yeah, I like it. So that it's hot
all
the time.
Our microphones are all...
That's all right.
This is awkward. Okay, I gotta go
you gotta
work,
go
guys.
work.
Okay.
Yeah,
go
thank
work.
you.
He has a better studio than we do.
Tell
of course.
Way better studio.
What's his name? Cheto?
El Cheto.
Cheto. Tell him we said hi. Okay. Anyway, here we are, and it's going to be cold next week, and Lance is loving it that I'm going to be here for it.
I like that he's going to be cold.
Yeah. Do you like
I don't really like cold. I always think that I'm going to get colder, but I really like it in the 40s where I can wear a jacket or a coat sometime. That's about it. Like, once it's really cold, you're like, oh, this sucks.
Yeah. No. Really cold blows. It's the worst. It is absolutely the worst. I don't
20
know.
For me is in the 20s is really cold to me.
So some news came out about the game on Saturday. Did you see this? Clay Martin is refereeing this game.
That's all.
The Chiefs are 6-0 in games he referees.
Yeah, but what's funny is they don't lose much. I'll bet you could find other referees that have.
The guy who refereed the game for the Texans last week?
Yeah.
The Texans are great with him refereeing.
But the Chiefs win mostly.
Yeah, right.
So
most refs are probably have a great record.
Most refs you could do the same thing. This isn't
except they get calls now. Don't think. I mean, how many times have we questioned the referees on some calls?
I saw they're 6-0, but I didn't see any. Like, did they have any stats for penalties? For this guy? I saw the graphic too. Like, when Clay Martin refs, they're 6-0. Like, so they've won a bunch of Super Bowls. They win their division every year. Big deal. Yeah. Give me some ref stats.
Right.
Like, Scott Foster is a legitimate Chris Paul hater. I know that. That's a big deal. He's a cooler.
What was the refereeing crew when they called an illegal motion as opposed to a false start when they fumbled the ball and the Chiefs got it back and the Chiefs won the game because of it?
What about the offensive pass interference on Tank Dell?
Yeah, right.
In Kansas City.
That's right.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that ref. I will say, I'm not one of these referees. I think it's so tired. Your team has a million opportunities to win. That game was atrocious. That game, even by my standards, my standards are pretty. You have to meet a pretty high bar for me to think refereeing is, and I don't think things are rigged and all that stuff. That was absolutely an abomination in that game at Kansas City. Stuff that should have. I mean, it was bad. It was really, really bad. So I don't get too caught up in I do get caught up in who umpires are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like umpires to me make a lot of difference.
A lot lot of difference. Yeah, especially in unders and overs of runs.
I mean,
they make a huge difference.
Strike zone can change everything, but it's not one it's an entire crew that refs.
Mm-hmm.
It's an entire crew. Like, one guy can't make all the calls in the NFL.
No, but the referee is awfully important. He's awfully important. Especially he's the guy that calls all the holds.
Well, so is the quarterback.
Yeah.
We're worried about Clay Martin and not Pat Mahomes? And Chris Jones? And Steve Spagnuolo and Andy Reid? This is like, look at the shiny toy.
Another
Clay Martin! Did you know this guy's name before you saw the graphic?
Just another thing that you got to worry about here. Yeah. That you got. Not only do you have to play the Chiefs and Andy Reid, Spagnuolo, and
it's actually 26-degree weather.
You got to play the refs, too. That's kind of a big deal.
I don't think you have to play the refs. You did the first game, but...
No. Oh, okay. All right. How do you think the Chiefs have got all those wins this year? Because they get the call. Don't tell me you don't think the Chiefs really get calls.
I've seen the Chiefs get calls. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, because you know why? Because your league, which is rigged, wants the Chiefs to be there because Taylor Swift then shows up for the games, which brings more ratings, which brings more money.
John Anon.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna have to deal with people like John's
Is
right.
it not true, Del? Am I right about this?
No,
or not?
It doesn't bring any more money when Taylor Swift's at a game.
What's that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, it doesn't bring more eyes to the table when Taylor Swift is
not
there?
Really, not anymore.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because first of all, you don't know if she's going to be there at a game or not.
And by the way, the league
they don't
made
really
sure.
show her much
Somebody
anymore.
asked Travis Kelce, "Is she going to be there?" And he said, "Oh yeah, baby, she's going to be there."
They don't
now,
show her much. I don't know why so many people are shaken by like this one smallish woman.
She's like 5'10". She's
actually
not that
tall.
small. No.
This one tallish woman is
one smallish woman.
Tallish woman.
A tallish
she's not
woman.
that heavy. She's
tallish.
Tall,
thin.
tallish.
Someone tallish, thin
Thin-ish.
woman is like has an entire nation that is completely
NFL nation.
Shook. It's so weird to watch grown men freak out about Taylor Swift.
Well,
my daughter freaks out in a daughter way.
Yeah.
Right.
Like a 14-year-old
she
girl
sings
way.
her songs.
I see men just like they're shaken to their knees
They
by the
hate
effect of
that she's there.
I know it. Oh,
Stop showing her.
She taught a lesson to the other famous football wag right
Oh,
now in the
cutaway
playoffs.
to somebody in a I can't watch the league anymore.
There's another famous football wag in the playoffs who's taking a different approach. Haley Steinfeld. She's actually engaged to Josh Allen. We don't ever see her.
I never see her.
No,
never see her.
And I'd like to see her more often.
Is she? I don't know how.
She's not more popular than Taylor.
No,
so
she's
she's just an
certainly
not.
actress who's famous herself. But she does not show up. They do not see her. We don't see her roaming around Buffalo at games. We don't ever see her. Which she's probably like, I don't want to be in Buffalo.
Yeah, Uncle Freddie says Jordan, his daughter, watched all Chiefs games because of Taylor. Well, Freddie might have too.
Yeah,
Freddie's a Swiftie
Freddie's
also.
a Swiftie. Yeah.
So, yeah, there may be some, but I don't know why people literally lose their minds about. Oh, cut away!
Stop showing her.
Who cares?
Stop showing her.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch anymore.
I kind of like to see what she's doing. I want
She's
to see
up
what
there just cheering and having a beer or a drink or cocktail, whatever.
I know, but you know what? The league.
And then it's on to the next play. Of course, the league wants to bring in more people.
Yeah.
The league wants to put games in Brazil.
So
you have football games in Brazil, John.
Well, Brazil might invade Puerto Rico, so I think that's going to stop. Okay, Brazil said it's going to free Puerto Rico from the clutches of the United States.
We've got a lot of different mini wars and skirmishes breaking out around the globe.
Yeah, we do.
So
we're taking over everybody. Greenland, Canada.
Yeah, the Gulf of Mexico is ours now. That's ours.
That's
we'll
what we're
take
doing.
Canada. Canada's like, hey, you can't have
but
us.
Brazil, we can't go to Brazil anymore because we're going to be at war with them over Puerto Rico.
Do the Texans need someone to date someone famous to balance this out so that the league will be in favor of them winning the game?
Yeah. Amber Rose.
That's not famous enough.
No.
Not famous enough.
That's not a
Some
league.
guys really like her.
I'm
not
saying
league
people
wants.
don't like her. I'm saying she's not famous
look
enough.
look at the dichotomy. You got Taylor Swift, pancake.
What are you doing?
Pancake-ish.
Okay.
And then you got Amber Rose, not so much.
Amber's the tricky one because she's MAGA also, but she's also
Well, she's MAGA for pay.
Yeah.
She got that bubble.
She is pay MAGA.
She's MAGA for pay.
So MAGA for pay.
So you're like, what's going on here? So the league is like, we're not sure.
So which side do you think would be more popular with the NFL watching? Not young 12-year-old girls, but with men watching the game.
Well, it depends.
We might.
Well, I don't know. She's not like. There's a lot of people who don't like Amber Rose
for different reasons. The question is, will she
reasons.
go there wearing MAGA paraphernalia? Then we can.
I don't care who's
cash in on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't believe there's people who care who are at games anyway. Oh, Lil Wayne's here. Oh, I better watch. Because of a halftime show. Either you're a football fan or you're not. And if you watch because of something else ancillary, good for you. Good for the NFL for pulling in more people.
Need to explore
I don't
this.
care. It's not going to change
I think
my
people
game.
watch for Beyonce.
Yeah, tied in though.
Yeah, there were.
It doesn't need to be the quarterback. You mentioned Amber Rose. We need a Dalton Schultz.
What? Dalton Schultz?
Well, Travis Kelce's dating a famous pop star. We need Dalton Schultz to do it too.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz needs to be with like
Dua Lipa or something. Well, she's engaged.
Wow.
Glorilla.
I don't think that's what Dalton Schultz is looking for. I don't think so.
You don't think Dalton Schultz Glorilla? You don't
No.
think the commish wants Glorilla at places?
I don't know what the commission's thinking. I just don't think I don't think Dalton Schultz is prepared for all that.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe Mixon, and what about Cardi B is available now.
Is she?
Whoa.
Well, and her and Offset are yelling.
Cardi B's popular though.
They're fighting each other all the time. Him and Cardi B.
We got to combat this
up,
Taylor Swift thing.
That's what she said.
We got to combat.
We've already got the Clay Martin thing to worry about. We got the Taylor Swift thing to worry about.
And a Clay Walker thing to worry about.
Well, he won't be at the game. I don't think.
Do you
drive me smooth? He will. You drive him smooth.
Do you know that KJ sent me and Dell a text? He's like, "Look at this." Speaking of Texans playoffs, and he sent a picture of Clint Black. Like, that's not Clay Walker, bro. It's Clint Black. He goes, "I had too many old fashions." He sent a picture. There was some I don't know. He was at some place that had a Clint Black thing, and he just got. And Dell goes,
Clint Black,
Dell
Clay
said,
Walker.
I don't drink, and they're all the same to me.
Clint Black's Clay
he
Walker.
Just said all white country singers.
Yeah, they're all the same. I mean, honestly,
they are kind of.
Honestly,
I like Clint Black better, but they are. There's a group that are kind of.
Hey, so where can you go and watch this game in Taylor and all that stuff? A sports bar that maybe has a Mexican tone?
Yes. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Maybe Jennifer Lopez and Dalton Schultz. Huh?
Oh, she's available.
Yes, she is.
She's available.
Maybe Jessica Alba and somebody who does draft stuff. Listen, all I can tell you right now is that you need to go to Around the Sports Bar. You can go watch Around the Sports Bar. It is actually the bars inside many of the locations. What they do is they have it set to go for you to enjoy your sports experience. And that means multiple televisions on the games that you want. If there's a game that you want, have them turn it there, get there early, get your boys in and y'all pull up and start having your drinks. They've got drink specials going on. They've got a bar menu with food that is going to be a bar, bar food, or you can order off the original menu, which has the authentic Mexican food that you know and love. If you're somebody who loves street tacos like I do, that is a great spot, obviously, to go get your street tacos, La Parrilla. There's so many different things to choose from. But don't forget, besides just watching your sporting events there at Around the Sports Bar inside of the Taqueria Surroundus, you also have a chance to go in and grab a hearty breakfast or breakfast tacos on the go. You want to just order some breakfast tacos, take them to the office. You'll be Mr. Big Popular at your office. So it's all available for you at any of the locations at the Taqueria Surroundus. Stop in, enjoy food, enjoy fun with your buddies, and have some great times at Taqueria Surroundus and Around the Sports Bar.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So apparently, well, not apparently, Mike McCarthy not going to return as the Cowboys head coach. He and Jerry couldn't come up with terms for a contract. The Bears want to talk to Mike McCarthy. I think Mike McCarthy would be a nice fit in Chicago. He's a bigger, thicker guy, and that's what.
Just for when it's colder.
Yeah. No, I mean that's what Bears coaches.
The Bears
look
are
like.
cooked. I already realized the Bears are done. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Just listening to what they're doing, watching what they're doing, knowing what the structure is. Kevin Warren there now, they're done.
Kevin Warren.
They're cooked, and the people they're talking to, and right now, I don't know that a lot of guys I don't know what they think of Caleb Williams. I don't know if there's a buy-in on Caleb Williams or if there's concern that he's not going to be that guy that you want to he's better than most. I would be okay with them.
I mean, again, we got to really this. Josh Allen's first year.
Oh no, I mean personality.
Oh yeah,
because even coming out, he was a little. There's is he a dude, or is he is he going to be kind of the Arian Foster of?
Well, I don't know. I mean, with the pink phone and the painted.
Well, it's not even
painted nails.
It's not even like. Well, I mean, you may not like it, but there's old school football guys who that stuff just bothers them.
Those offensive linemen ain't all about all that life, but okay. Well, yeah, the Kevin Warren, how you didn't, I don't know. The McCaskies, they're just bad owners. There's just places that are just bad owners. And that's one place. I mean, New York Jets, what used to Washington. Look at the difference in ownership now with the Commanders. Look at the difference in the organization now. Once you get rid of that Daniel Snyder, he was awful. He was awful. So fine, you get rid of Daniel Snyder, and all of a sudden you win. I mean, yeah, it certainly makes a difference at the top. Troy Aikman though talked about this, and oh, by the way, when was the last time the Cowboys have won anything?
Yeah.
And Jerry Jones is a big reason why they haven't won anything in 3 decades. He's a big reason why they haven't done anything. And here's Troy Aikman, who is a Cowboy lifer, number retired, Cowboy for life. Here he is talking about that job and who's going to be a fit there.
Beyond that, it's hard to imagine. As far as a coveted job, I don't know that that's accurate. I mean, really? I do think the Cowboys are obviously a high-profile team. Whoever is covered or whoever is head coach of that team is certainly going to draw a lot of attention. But I think most football people that take over as a head coach, they want to do it on their terms.
That's fair.
That's hard to do. And it's, if you take a Dan Campbell, for instance, is Dan Campbell if he's with the Dallas Cowboys? It's hard to imagine that he is. It's hard to imagine that a lot of these coaches might be. So I love the Dallas Cowboys. I played there for 12 years. I wish them well. But to say that it's a coveted job, I'm not sure I would necessarily agree with that.
Well, honest as that. And that's a Cowboy lifer. And it's true.
Mm-hmm.
You're under Jerry's shadow, right? And you got to play by, you can't be yourself. Look at the.
What do you mean?
Look at the milquetoast guys that he's had, though.
Oh, at head coach. Well, I think he's hired milquetoast.
Well, he didn't. He had to get rid of Jimmy because Jimmy was too big of a personality.
Jason Garrett. Well, that was
Jason Garrett was perfect
a couple decades ago.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
and since then, look what he's had.
I do think that, and now, I don't know if that's still going to be the same thing with Jerry. I don't know if that's at his age right now, and the Cowboys standing. I mean, the fact that he even talked to Deion Sanders, which I don't know if he would actually offer Deion the job, but the fact that he even talked to him, that's an example of somebody you could never see working for Jerry, right? If you don't like big personalities,
no.
Deion is the biggest personality.
Well, there you go. Is he a candidate?
See, I mean, that's the sideshow stuff, I think.
I think Deion is the favorite right now. Deion is the favorite betting.
I don't know that I've seen enough from a coach. Like, here's the problem I have with Deion. This comes from talking to some coaches who are on his staff. They bolt. They don't. I don't know that Deion is going to hang on to guys over the long term. There's a lot of changes that end up getting made because guys on that staff are like, this is crazy here. talked to one guy who said it is unlike anything you've ever seen. It's not a college. It's not run like a college program. It's run like, I don't know what it's run like. But what this guy told me is that it's like there's pockets of the locker room that are, free to do whatever they want. And there's other ones that are kind of made fun of, like you're the guys that we, kind of go after. And he said it's not an engaged, cohesive locker room. The coaching staff is not an engaged, cohesive coaching staff. Just the things I know from my dad coaching in the league, in college and the pros for his whole life, is that there's a certain way. There's dysfunctional. He was in a dysfunctional office in Cleveland with Butch Davis, and it's like, well, you had guys going in to stab other coaches in the back, going in early to talk to Butch to try to stab other coaches in the back to try to get their jobs, and you had
that's no good
stuff between the front office and the coaching staff. Like, it's bad. It's really bad. You don't want to have that. We saw with the Houston Texans. One of the worst examples I've ever personally seen is what we had with Bill O'Brien and obviously, so you can't have that. And I don't know if you would have the continuity that you need with the coaching staff first and foremost with Deion. So, and is his personality, like, his personality can draw people in from a recruiting standpoint. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of advantages. Those advantages go away once you hit the pros. That's why I always feel like, Sark, don't go to the pro. Why don't you go to the pros, Sark? Look at the control you can have of your own roster here. Look at how you can steal other people's players. It's not a free agent. It's free agency with no limits. There's no salary cap here, Sark. Like, why would Nick Saban went pro? For what?
Yeah, he did.
It was stupid.
Didn't work.
College coaches
and
going to pros
is a disciplinarian in that
for some.
He's gonna have his thumb over you and make sure that you're well. I don't know if it's all show, but I've seen him speaking to the team before, and yeah, his kids notwithstanding, he's going to be, and I'm not sure that works in the NFL anyway.
I think Deion is good for college.
So, but who is good? Ben Johnson, Todd Monken.
Ben Johnson,
Joe Brady.
Ben Johnson's not. We have Joe's going to get his shot, not this year, but Joe's back on the right track without question.
Yeah.
And he just had that little hiccup in Carolina. But the sandwich is an MVP for Josh Allen, I think, who's the favorite, and a Heisman for Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
like, that's pretty damn good for Joe Brady. So I think Joe Brady is going to be that hot candidate probably after next year.
But will Jerry go for a young offensive guy?
Ben Johnson, not demonstrative. That would be perfect for Jerry. I don't know that Ben would take that. Is that a good job for Ben?
Well, he's got a quarterback.
Yeah, well, he's got an expensive quarterback.
Yeah, but he's got a quarterback.
He doesn't win games. I think Ben would. Look, Ben had Jared Goff.
How much better
Jared Goff
would they be
exactly
with Ben Johnson calling the plays?
Way better.
And
calling the plays, way better.
Yeah.
As a head coach, I don't know.
And then Ben Johnson, is he going to rock the boat with Jerry?
No, he doesn't seem like it. Does.
No.
Have you ever heard Ben Johnson
I don't think
talk?
Todd Monken would either.
Have you ever heard Ben Johnson talk?
No.
I haven't either.
No.
And he might not be able to.
Yeah.
I don't know that he had his tongue cut out.
Again, I read where he doesn't interview well, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Well, I mean, that stuff is real.
What about
if you don't interview real, I heard that from somebody who was in the room when they had Eric Bieniemy in. That interview stuff is a real thing for coaches because they want to feel like you can get people to buy in
and represent the organization,
and that you can get a staff together that you love. And the Bears, their whole thing was they wanted a leadership package, which I've never heard of from Ben Johnson, but it tells you a little something about the reputation for Ben Johnson is that he's kind of a quiet, is he a guy that can get up and rally a team?
You know who's not quiet? John Clay Wolf. Not quiet.
No.
Matter of fact, that dude talks a lot. He talks a lot on the radio. He's got the longest running radio show here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and he's going to buy your car. He is going to buy it for more than everybody else is going to buy it for, and he's going to guarantee it, because if he can't meet or beat CarMax, he's going to send you $100. I mean, and he does that. He actually does it. Not often, but he does it. I had not heard of it before my buddy Michael said, oh, yeah, I got 100 from him. I was like, wow, that is crazy. First of all, that someone paid more for his vehicle. Secondly, wow, Not that you live up to what you say, but that's great. And John Clay Wolf is that confident that he is going to buy your car. So when you go to GiveMeTheVin.com, that you're guaranteeing yourself that you're going to get the most for your vehicle. You're guaranteeing yourself, because if he can't beat it, he sends you 100. So somebody is going to beat it and give you more. So if you're looking for the best way to sell that car, you got to go GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rams win last night and do it handily. Boy, so all the good that Sam Darnold did for himself, Del, this season, is it all lost now after these last two games?
To the reactionary people, sure. I don't know what Kevin O'Connell thinks, but it was ugly in a game that wasn't got to have it. Last week, you had a chance to secure the 1 seed and make your path easier for the playoffs. He wasn't good, and last night he was bad too.
Yeah,
but they drafted McCarthy, and I think it was kind of more just content fodder, hey, are they going to trade him? Because Sam Darnold said, I think they're always going to keep McCarthy. And sometimes you know Sam Darnold has a ceiling. And this 1 year was cool. It made it interesting this year, but they have a plan for McCarthy.
Well, is Sam Darnold a product of being in the perfect situation with those receivers, with that head coach? Yes. I mean, and then it all just fell apart. Sam Darnold has the pedigree, though, to be a really good NFL quarterback, and he showed that this year. He was a good NFL quarterback this year.
But did he do
What's
it
his
enough?
Pedigree?
Well, he's a great college player, 3rd pick overall.
That's not a pedigree. Pedigree is what you've done. Just because you got drafted 3rd.
Well, he had a great college career.
That doesn't. Yeah. We're already so far in that it's irrelevant. What is he?
No, it's not like it's not like he was a 7th round pick.
He can be an average quarterback.
No, it's not like he was a 7th round pick that came out of nowhere. He was a guy that had a lot of talent.
He had tools, yeah.
Yeah.
He had tools. I had a high grade. I had a really high grade on him. But I mean, the fact is, he didn't have he had 2 years in college.
Sometimes those guys I mean, we were talking about Jalen Green a little bit earlier. One of the things that I asked Bobby Sura. I said, "What do you do with Jalen Green?" And he said, "Dude, he's 22. Let him play.
Yeah,
let him play and find out. You got to find out." And you know what? It sometimes it takes quarterbacks a little bit longer.
No, I agree with all that. I think Sam Darnold is an average quarterback in the NFL, which is fine. There's a lot of average starters. He's a 61 to 62, 6.2, which is going to be an average starter that eventually you'll need to replace. That's who he is. And, he had a good year with a great play caller, but unfortunately, when the lights got really bright, he was completely lost. Like, he couldn't get rid of the ball. Was it Troy last night? No.
Troy was on the desk.
No, who was on the call last night?
Yeah.
It's Joe Buck and Troy.
It was Troy. Yeah. It was Troy. Troy kept mentioning, he kept showing, well, look, he's got a guy right here. Like, he's got to throw right here that he just doesn't see for some reason. And he just couldn't recognize pressure. He hung on to it forever. He got sacked 6 times in the first half, but I'd say at least 3 of those were his. Sam these last 2 games, this did irreparable harm to his value as a free agent, but it also kind of was things leveling out to who he is. Like, he's going to get a contract that's more in line with who he is than somebody way overpaying.
He's going to get a contract that's going to be a backup contract. Well, I mean, okay, he's going somewhere. Listen, he's going somewhere and competing in a place that doesn't have a sure thing at quarterback.
So people are talking about over $30 million for him.
No,
before I always felt like it was 20-something million, and you have him as the Baker Mayfield contract in Tampa. Yeah, you're a starter now. Well, before these last 2 games.
Yeah, no, he absolutely was.
Before
but after these last, okay, so what spots? Okay, who?
Well,
Raiders again?
It's a bridge. It's a bridge. No, the Raiders might, if they draft a young quarterback, they might bring in a Sam Darnold.
Well, and so the kid can sit because nobody's NFL ready in college football this year.
No, and so it probably would make sense to have like a Sam Darnold bridge. He's kind of like a cheaper Kirk Cousins that you could bring in.
He's a Gardner Minshew kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean, actually, he is.
Yeah. What about?
I hate to be too recency biased, but I mean, he has had 6 years. Like, I've seen him before. Yesterday is not the first time I saw this Sam Darnold pop up.
No,
I'd seen it the week before.
What about Cleveland? Do you see Deshaun?
Yeah.
They might void Deshaun's remaining money because of that TikTok video. I don't know that they'll get away with it.
Are they going to have to prove that Deshaun hurt himself doing a TikTok dance?
No, not that, but that he wasn't following the instructions.
He should have been in a boot.
He should have been in a boot at that time.
I mean, anything they can. If I can void him, I'm voiding him. That's $44 million that the insurance pays this year. So Cleveland they're home free this year.
Yeah,
but they want to get rid of everything so that they don't get hit by that cap.
What about San Francisco?
As a backup to Purdy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now Purdy's got another elbow injury.
Yeah, but they said they want to get a deal done with Purdy very quickly. So Purdy's going to get done there. I think the Raiders are the one that probably makes the most sense. Tom Brady will say, okay.
What about Tennessee?
You've already got Levis. I don't know. You're just throwing another.
Well, Levis is not the answer.
You know what that feels like? You know what that feels like? What the Colts were doing. The Colts had better historical quarterbacks than Matt Ryan and Phillip Rivers and those guys. It feels like that though.
Well, you're running out of places.
Malik Willis. I know.
What about the Giants?
Well, I always felt like you're running out of places. I don't think the Giants. I don't think Sam back in New York. No. New York. Remember the Giants and the Jets. It's the same media.
Yeah.
And Sam didn't like it too much. No. So no, I don't see that. I see the Raiders. I mean, I guess you could see. You're right. He just may be a backup competing for. He's a bridge guy.
That's why I don't think he's $20 million.
That's what it goes for.
Yeah, well, if you're going to be a starter, but I don't know that he's going to be a starter.
What about the Saints?
With the Raiders?
Where?
What about the Saints?
Another Derek Carr.
The Saints?
Yeah, they might. They might. If you go Sam Darnold, all you're doing is just prolonging. But let's face it, this isn't a good quarterback draft year. No matter what everyone's trying to convince me of, it's an amazing quarterback year. Apparently, I've been told that Cam.
Who told you that?
Cam and Shador are special, and I've been told that by people on Twitter. They're special. And it's an amazing quarterback year for the top two.
Who's special?
I'll just let guys get
special.
Fired
what do you mean?
He's a special player. I watched him.
Who?
On the college level, Cam Ward's a special player. What he is on the NFL level, I can't say.
He has talent. To me, I mean, he's the most talented quarterback in this draft. It's not Shador.
Yeah. Cam's going to be the number one pick.
Cam is the most talented.
Cam's going to be the number one pick. Tennessee does that. But Tennessee could also use somebody.
Because people want a dual threat like Shador doesn't. Shador can't run. Cam can run. Everyone wants a guy who can, hey, if it's not working with your arm, let's make it work with your legs. Cam has that.
Yeah.
So he's got to activate that more often, I think. But yeah, he's definitely got that. I don't know where you put a Sam Darnold. I don't know. Yesterday, if the last two games haven't scared you off, if you're a prospective team, he's gone from, you know what? Let's go overpay Sam Darnold and hope and pray that he's still as good as he was without O'Connell calling the plays.
Yeah, he's not gonna be that good.
Let's have him as a bridge starter. It's kind of turned to that.
Yeah.
But I do think he'll make over $20 million.
Yep. All right. So we got a break. 713-780-3776. If you got anything that you want to talk about, you're more than welcome to do that.
How much do you think Baker Mayfield signed? How much do you think Baker Mayfield's contract was?
Baker is getting 25 to 30. I don't know.
$30 million a year.
30 a year. Yeah.
30 a year, and that was off of one good year with Tampa, and he signed a 3-year, $100 million deal.
Mm-hmm.
His cap hit next year is $35.7 million. Sam's going to get in the 20s for sure, because if you take over as a bridge quarterback, you still get in the 20s. And with a rookie contract, you're basically looking at a quarterback position that's under $30 million for a starter. That's what it pays.
Mm. All right, we got a break. I want to talk about Nico Nico's. I want to talk about great Greek food. I want to talk about I'm telling you, if you haven't had Greek lately, you got to get on over to Nico Nico's. They got 3 locations, one up in the Woodlands now at Research Forest and 45. It's awesome. It's a brand new building. It can accommodate. It's huge. It's just wonderful. They've got at I-10 and the Beltway. You got the locations over there, and of course, forever they've been at Westheimer and Montrose. But I love the Greek. You can cater it too. Go to catering at niconicos.com and see what you can do for your party. It's awesome, awesome, awesome. Get the gyros for your party. Do something different. Get the shish kebabs. They're wonderful. Get the souvlaki. And I'm telling you, I just love their Greek food is as good as Greek food as you're going to find. And I don't even know that there are other Greek restaurants here. It's Nico Nico's, and that's it. Okay, so if you're looking for a great way to watch the Super Bowl, okay, you want to watch the big game, you want to have a party and you want to cater it, well, go over to catering at niconicos.com and find out. Or any of the playoff games. The Texans this weekend, when you're going to watch the game, get your food from Nico Nico's. And then you're eligible we'll have lunch together over at Nico Nico's. niconicos.com. Get the OPA app, OPA, and get all and gain all kinds of great advantages when you order through that. It's Nico's, baby.
Look at this. I'm looking at this.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here with us, you are more than welcome. Whatever you want to talk about. Our Texans play on Saturday. The referee is going to be as a guy who Kansas City is 6-0 with him refereeing their games. I think it's a problem. Now, yeah, Pat Mahomes, and he's a problem.
Chris Jones is a problem.
Chris Jones
but
is a problem.
But not as big a problem as
Andy
Clay
Reid's
Martin.
a problem. But
Nobody's
Clay
as hard. Yeah, I mean, Andy Reid, big deal. What about Clay Martin?
Yeah, Clay Martin, the referee. Yeah. Okay. Don't poo-poo it. Okay.
One person on Twitch said,
it's right there in front of you. They're 6-0.
One person on Twitch said that the only way he'll know that the league is not scripted and rigged is if the Texans win. Never mind the fact that they have beaten the Chiefs like once in their last 6 or whatever, and you're trying to go beat the team that's the best team over the last 6 years, the Kansas City Chiefs. The only way you know if the league is scripted, because the Texans clearly should beat the Chiefs.
Clearly.
Obviously. So unless they do beat them,
then it's
rigged.
Yeah. Okay. And what's your point?
What are the Texans a 3-point favorite? What is the number right now? Has it gone up to Texans 3 or where is it?
No, it's not quite there
it's
yet.
Not Texans are a 3-point favorite. I heard that they're favored, and if they don't win,
well, now that this referee has been announced,
it's a rig.
If this referee's been announced, the Texans are no longer a favorite.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah,
there's that.
Oh, so it went down.
Yeah, it's going.
I know the number isn't giant, but as far as the standing of these two franchises over the last, hell, even when the Chiefs weren't winning Super Bowls under Andy Reid, they were still a good franchise, still making the playoffs.
Yeah.
How large of an upset? Just think about it in your mind for the Texans to go into Kansas City and beat the 2-time defending champions. Think of the Texans as a whole as a franchise.
Huge. They're
since
considered
2002.
You mean the bye week Texans, the one that really, frankly, the offense never got going this year. The offense that has 2 starting receivers out. The offense that the quarterback has had a regression this year, and they have been completely unable to execute in the red zone. That team, that Texans team that played was not playing good football headed
put up
into
a 2 spot against Baltimore.
They were a 2-dog. They were a 3-point underdog at home in the first round.
To San Diego,
massive to the Chargers. It would be a massive upset.
LA.
Yes, going into Kansas City when they're trying to go for a 3-peat and beating them. Just the context of it all.
Well, the perception has changed because the Texans won.
And not only that, but the Chiefs haven't played that well this year.
But still.
Neither have the Texans.
Yeah,
right. The Chiefs actually won a lot of those games. The Texans beat a bunch of bad teams this year.
Yeah.
Like if you just lay it out, the facts, if you lay out the facts, it would be a huge upset. Now, the game looks so good
bigger
the other
than
day.
7.5? It should be bigger than that, shouldn't it?
It's 8.
It's 8 now?
It's currently 8, yeah. So, yes, it should have been.
Well, that's because since Clay Martin, they announced Clay Martin.
That's
half a point, huh?
Yeah. That referee's worth at least half a point.
I'm expecting the Texans to maybe go back down to a pick 'em once people realize the Texans win unless it's rigged.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting an 8-point jump.
Like I almost can't wrap my mind around
the
Texans going in and ending the Chiefs' run for 3 straight. Like this version of the Texans doing that. For that to happen.
The way, if you put it that way.
This is what's happening, though.
It is because the Chiefs are so focused on the postseason.
Oh, I think we got a chance.
It really is. No, I think you have a chance, too. On paper, you absolutely have a chance. It's just that once you get to the postseason.
Once you get to the field, it's different.
Once you get to the field, it's going to be freezing cold. You've got a walrus over there with his mustache who goes, bundly, 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 or whatever he said. What Bundaruski?
Oh, yeah.
Name one other head coach in the league that would do that commercial.
Swedish?
Bundaruski?
You know.
And he's drawn stuff on Pat Mahomes' face or whatever.
Do you know I live in LA about 6 blocks from his high school?
Andy Reid's?
Yeah, they got a big sign up at the high school. This is the home of Andy Reid.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, it's just the Chiefs are a different animal once you get there. It's fine. And if we're just looking at stats and we're talking about EPA and yards per game and Pat Mahomes, but then when you start thinking about, man, you got to beat the Chiefs in Kansas City in January on the road. It's really, really, you're right, Del. It would be a shocker to most of the country. I mean, the Texans are an 8-point dog. Look at these numbers. Washington, 9.5 point. Who do you think has legitimately a better shot of winning? Washington against a beat-up Lions team, or the Texans against an inconsistent Texans versus inconsistent Chiefs, who happen to win all but 2 games, and 1 game they didn't try.
Yeah.
Like, which one's a bigger upset? Washington's a 9.5-point favorite. Texans 8. I'm sorry. Washington's 9.5-point dog. Texans 8.
Yeah.
Who's got a better chance of winning that game to you?
Washington.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
I think they're a little bit more of a live dog. Now, I say that not due to any disrespect of Houston. I say that because I just feel like at some point the Lions' injuries on defense have to catch up with them, don't they? I don't know that this game isn't maybe going to be a little big for the quarterback, though.
Dan Quinn against Dan Campbell. That's a lot of
football right there.
That's a lot of head coach right there.
That's a lot of head coach football. Yeah. That's a lot of what NFL head coaches look like.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Of course, I feel that way about D'Amico and Robert Saleh.
Yeah, that's true.
I see Robert Saleh and I think that's.
Yeah, you have an unhealthy man love for D'Amico.
I think he looks like an NFL coach.
Yeah.
Look at him. It's like Dan Campbell. Those guys in shape.
Yeah.
Not if the Patriots are hiring. He doesn't look like an NFL head coach.
Dell. Did you see who they interviewed? There was a graphic where they interviewed 2 black guys at once. Yeah. Did they have them in the room together to speed it up?
Zoom. Well, you don't have to come in.
Zoom, yeah.
Hey,
Pep.
We're short on time.
Hey, Pep, what are you doing these days? I do some stuff with Channel 2 locally with me and Aaron Wilson.
They interviewed 2 guys who weren't even in the NFL.
Yeah, it's crazy with Byron Leftwich.
Well, there you go. Rooney Rule.
We're all done. So, no, D'Amico Ryans looks like an NFL football coach in 31.
Mike Vrabel looks like an NFL coach.
Yeah, for the Patriots. D'Amico looks like an NFL head coach in 31 places.
For sure, Texans, that's all we do is hire black coaches.
That's all we do. That's right.
Now, 2 of them were one and dones.
Still.
And one of them were like, David Culley?
But
the whole league said, the wide receiver coach is getting y'all stop hating on the man. He's getting life-changing money to come in.
God bless.
The Texans did well by him, man. The story on Lovey is Lovey, the Texans asked if he would bail. This is what I've heard. The Texans asked if he would they needed him because McCown was going to be the coach. Yep. And then Brian Flores sued the league, and the Texans were like, we can't do McCown. And so they said, Lovey, what do you say, Lovey? He goes, okay, but here's the stipulations. And Lovey got to lay it out the way he wanted it. It included a good paycheck.
Yeah.
Lovey knew what the deal was.
Bless.
He knew it wasn't a winnable thing.
Well, but
speaking of McCown.
But Lovey didn't hurt it. David Culley really hurt any chance of anyone ever having any respect for him as a head coach ever again.
Well,
Lovey
that's
is
his
still
last
Lovey.
job.
Yeah, I know. And they give him $30 million to go away and have go to
hire
the beach.
Me. Pat McAfee show can hire me. Give me $1.5 million a year, a 2-year deal. $1.5 million, $3 million guaranteed.
And make fun of you all the time.
Throw tomatoes at me, do whatever. Like, man, Lance's whole legacy. He was Texas Radio Hall of Fame. I'm like, I don't give up. Because guess what I'm doing? I'm done. That's what David Culley was. Y'all can crap on me all you want. I'm David Culley, bitch. Look at me. I'm done. Give me my money.
Josh McCown.
I wish I could be Where's Josh McCown?
He's the quarterback coach for the Vikings. I saw him last night.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's with the Vikings. So
David Culley came out ahead.
David Culley got checks.
Yeah, David Culley did get checks.
Josh McCown had to go to Carolina.
Josh McCown's got to work.
Josh had to go to Carolina.
He had to work with Sam Darnold all year.
No, he was at Carolina last year he was at Carolina with Bryce. Yeah. Yeah.
How'd that turn out for you?
Did David
Culley, know what David Culley was doing? Chilling with money in his pocket.
Did he have to answer questions all year about where's Deshaun? Was that his deal? Was that what he had to deal with?
Yeah, he was at Deshaun.
Yeah. Okay, he had to deal with that. But other than that,
I'm talking about the players, and he's the one that said he doesn't really believe in analytics.
I remember that. Hadn't been in the NFL since 2021, since he got fired.
Cully? No, he knew that was his
last
job.
It.
Cash that's check.
I am yes. Yeah. If I'm David Culley, I'm taking.
I'm on the beach, brother.
If you're a Ben Johnson, if you're a hot coach, you pick and choose where you want to go. If you're in your 60s and somebody tells you they want to make you a head coach and give you money on the way out of your career, you're like,
yeah,
y'all can make fun. Now, we are going to warn you, you have no quarterback, and this is a terrible roster, and it's awful in the building.
Other than that,
I mean, because Jack was still there, right? Yeah, Jack was still there. And he's probably like, yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Coach, how do you feel about this?
All right, 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
But you get millions of dollars.
Yes.
Now,
I'm done.
Now, Culley seemed like a guy who had the personality that could deal with Jack. Lovey does not.
Listen,
Lovey thought Jack was a fool, and Lovey was one of the ones that kind of helped get him up out of there when Jack tried to step outside his lane, which Jack was a habitual line crosser.
All right. We got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5.
Somebody bring me back some money, please.
And 92.5. We're getting paid tomorrow, as a matter of fact. I was just looking. It's the 15th. We get paid the 1st and the 15th, and it's just perfect every single time. And the reason for that is it's HRP. I went with the guys last night from HRP, went to the game, and there just can't be. I'm telling you, you're going to have a relationship with HRP. You're not just going to do business with HRP. You're going to have a relationship with HRP. They try to make sure that everybody is on board. If you have any questions, every employee gets a number that they can call if they have any question about anything. My question, I called one time because I like, how do I log into this? And they couldn't have been, and because I'm stupid, but they couldn't have been nicer about it. They can't be better at what they do. This is a huge time for them right now. The transition from January 1st. There's so much to do for the new year, bringing people on board. It's always a busy, busy time, but they're ready for you. They're ready to give you a consultation on your business and how you're doing it and how you can do it better. And that's what they do every single day for us and all kinds of businesses here in the Houston area. You're looking for a great way to get your payroll and get your HR and get your taxes done. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. SMU Sonny is here. He wants to get in. Anybody else? Come on. What do you want to talk about? You're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. What's up, SMU Sonny?
Hey, good morning, guys. I wanted to mention this game Saturday is a legacy game for Lance. It was about this time last year when he said he guaranteed that the Texans would be in a better position than the Chiefs, and now they're playing on Saturday. And I think he said he was going to buy loaded tots from Burger Chan for some of the listeners, or maybe Dell, something like that. But we got to go find the audio. Maybe an intern can. Huge legacy game for Lance. We got to win for LZ.
You going to go find that audio?
I'm assuming it's true because you say a lot of flagrant things.
You do say
I don't
things.
remember that.
You do say things.
Now, I do remember saying that I really thought the Texans had a chance to be better than the Chiefs.
Well, you said that several times.
This year. And from what I understand, the only way the Texans lose is if this game is rigged.
So is that what you're leaning on if you turn out to be wrong, that the game was rigged?
Yes, now I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you getting us our tots?
Not if this is a fixed game, I'm not.
What's the line? The line is coming down now since, well, it went up.
Hey, the line, people will find out it's a legacy game. The line's already dropping. Let's win this for LZ or loaded tots, Burger Chan. Hook it up. LZ delivery.
Are you
that LZD?
Yeah. Are you buying everybody? Did you say you would buy Burger Chan?
I don't remember that at all.
If the Texans
for all the listeners, no, I don't remember saying that.
Maybe
Burger Chan's not cheap.
Maybe for me.
Maybe
loaded tots for Dell.
Maybe you said
I got to hear that. I don't know. If Dell can find it, if he actually puts in the time to go find it,
how am I going to find it? I don't know what date
then I don't.
it was.
No proof.
We don't even have the ability. I guess I have to listen to a podcast. But I don't know what date
proof,
that was.
Top boy, Wagwan.
I tried to find it, but it's like it won't go back that far. But it was around this time, around like this after New Year's.
You see?
I tried to find it on the podcast.
See, it's tough.
I need access. Hey, give me full access. I need clearance, and I'll find it.
That's what we're going to do.
We have the same access that you do, I think.
No,
it goes back that far.
We're
as
behind.
Well,
no, I think we could actually go dig back to the first podcast I ever put up there.
How am I going to win if this game is rigged? I can't win. It's
So
like playing it's carnival game.
So will you back off the claim that the Texans are in a better spot than the Chiefs?
No, I won't.
Oh, okay.
The Chiefs, who had like 5 blocked field goals to win and 5 missed field goals, they should have won 4 games. They lucked out.
But the Texans went into Kansas City and got
the Texans are better than Kansas City. They're in a great spot right now. Great spot right now.
Based on what?
They're coming off a huge momentum win.
Oh, how about all the bye week teams in the college football playoffs? What did they do?
It's been a month since Patrick Mahomes has actually played.
Bye week teams were terrible in college football playoffs.
But this is the NFL.
Same thing, basically.
It's not.
Detroit's got no chance. Neither does Chiefs.
Okay. Do college players get paid?
Yes.
Yeah, they're pros.
Same thing.
They're pros now.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Do they play in indoor structures as well when it's cold? Yes. Do they have championships that rotate around the country like the Super Bowl of college football?
This game's But this game's outside.
Huh?
But this game's going to be outside.
Yeah, but what are we even talking about? I can't even remember where I was going with this.
You said that you were trying to use the fact that the game
side. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and Tennessee got their ass kicked. They're the warm weather team. They went to a cold weather place and got their ass beat.
You can't win with a bye week.
Okay.
Look at that. Boise State lost off a bye week. I mean, they were substantial underdogs.
Yeah.
But they were off a bye week.
Notre Dame and Penn State played outside. I mean, what?
What is that? But one of them, this game's in cold weather.
Well, the favorite won that one.
But the cold weather team won.
But it was a warm weather game.
Oh, yeah. But that's a
What are you talking about?
Texas beat Arizona State.
Inside.
Right.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well,
a team from Texas won a playoff game. That's what it means.
A team from Texas won a playoff game on Saturday.
Quinn Ewers won a game, and he wasn't the best quarterback in the game. That's what Sam Levitt
before
told
the game, he did say that.
Sam Levitt before the game said, "I'm the best quarterback." So you mean okay? Is CJ as good as Pat Mahomes? No, but Quinn Ewers won one where he wasn't the best quarterback in the game.
He's not as good
Why
as Pat Mahomes.
History.
Yeah. Everything.
Okay, who played better in their last game?
Patrick Mahomes.
No.
Yes.
CJ was. Who threw for the most yards this wild card weekend?
CJ. But I thought you meant the game they played against each other.
Pat Mahomes, I don't think threw for 282 all year.
But they played in a game against each other, and Patrick Mahomes played better.
Pat Mahomes' last game, he had, big deal, 320 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Well, yeah. How about that?
No interceptions against the Steelers. He's just warming up a little bit. In his last 3, he does have 6 touchdowns.
So perhaps the Chiefs are rounding into form? Perhaps.
Yeah. And perhaps they had to call in Clay Martin to make sure and keep this thing fair.
I just don't think we should be drawing comparisons to what happened in the college football playoff to predict what's going to happen with the living dynasty that the Texans have to play against. I don't know.
Yeah, now that you put it like that, I mean, it really is a daunting task, if you want to know the truth. That the Texans would end this run?
That the Texans are going to stop the Chiefs in the divisional round. A team that always advances to the AFC title game. Always. When they lose, it's either the Super Bowl or the AFC title game. And this Texans team's going to go in there in freezing temperatures and end it.
We need Rex Ryan. We need some motivation.
Call out.
We need,
Okay. That would help.
What you're going to have to do to win this game is you need to, because the momentum in Kansas City will roll out of control on you. So you have to win the turnover battle, and you may need some plays on special teams. And I mean, quite frankly, that offense has been unimpressive in Kansas City. You got to keep them unimpressive, with a rush, and it needs to be a swarm unit attack with the interior swarm with the inside. It needs to come from inside and outside. Not a lot of blitzing. Just be able to win with 4. And that's what you got to do. I mean, this is not the same Travis Kelce anymore. Pacheco, now,
although he's been better lately.
Yeah, but let's get to the postseason, and all of a sudden he finds himself. I'm worried about that. But I'm really a little worried about Pacheco because they've got some good run blockers in between from guard to guard. They're a good run blocking team, the Chiefs. And Pacheco really hasn't. He's been injured at times this year, but he's got a little time to heal. And we're not the greatest run-stopping unit up the middle. So that's one that kind of concerns me a little bit. Kind of Pacheco in the running game.
Oh, yeah. J.K. Dobbins worried you last week, though.
He didn't worry. Well, the physicality of them. And it looked like for the first quarter, I'm like, oh, crap. Yeah. We're not going to get the ball back. And then all of a sudden something happened, and the Texans played good football.
Yeah.
Like across the board.
Well, everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody. That's what we call, Lance, in the business, we call it complementary football. Complementary football is what we call it. So, but that's in the business. Don't try to use big words like that. Don't try that at home, people. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776 to hang out with us. And if Lance promised you something that he's not delivering on, let's hear it. Okay.
No one has proof of anything.
Yeah.
If you heard Lance say
Sonny,
something,
why would Sonny call up and lie?
I believe that happened. I just don't have the proof, but I'm not surprised.
I'll buy you all Burger Chance.
It seems familiar too.
Well, John believes Kyron Lacey was innocent, but that I'm somehow guilty.
Well, you are probably more guilty.
Joe comes in yesterday. He goes, do you think John got that from Tiger droppings? Because nobody has Kyron Lacey. Like, the real info is going to come out soon on Kyron Lacey. I gotta
stay true to my LSU.
I was like, why?
He was literally driving in the wrong lane.
I don't know.
This is not the hill.
I don't know that
you should be dying on.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happens. Were you there? No. Were you there? No.
Thank God I wasn't.
No, right.
If I was, maybe I wouldn't be here.
I don't want to be anywhere where Kyron Lacey is.
I've been there. I've been to Gulf Coast Windows, I can tell you that. And I loved me some Gulf Coast Windows. I love what Jim Fiume does. Jim Fiume's the founder. He's been doing this. He's over 36, 37 years. He was an orphan in New York, and he came down here, and he just knows the value of he started a business in which he said, you know what? We're not going to just throw windows on people's houses. We're going to place the best windows with the best installation, with the best warranty, the best quality, the most security, the most economical because it's going to save you money over years and years and years that you're going to have these windows. And beauty, privacy, security, all of these things, they matter. Adding value to the home on top of adding value to your energy bill, you're spending less on your energy bill because of Jim Fiume and his windows and his doors. It all adds up. If you have to replace your windows or you're building, use Gulf Coast Windows. They pay for themselves in the long run. 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or gulfcoastwindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. Highest graded Texans.
But by the way, you gotta acknowledge this. There's a fake video going out.
Is that a fake video?
Yeah.
It's not Will, real. What's his name?
Will Angus.
Will Angus.
Does that sound like a real person? There's a tweet that said Bill Belichick just got his first 4-star recruit, a transfer from the Longhorns. He was a redshirt freshman named Will Angus. There's some guy named Sherman Young. And when you see it, it's a video of a kid in a North Carolina sweatshirt with the worst hair you've ever seen and a backwards hat on, and he's smiling and singing the lyrics to some rap song, and it's one of the worst things you like.
Yeah, it's there's
no
Will Angus football.
No, and it's not. So this is AI created. So basically, somebody said, show me a picture of a white kid with bad blonde hair wearing North Carolina sweatshirt. So, you feed all this into AI, and they created this video.
Yeah.
But this is when I first saw this, I sent it to the group chat last night. I'm like, no wonder you guys couldn't win in the semifinals. How could you concentrate with this on the roster?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's not. This kid is. If he played for he went and he was Bill Belichick's quarterback. Boy, that kid's in some trouble. Yeah. Highest rated Texans. In the Derek Stingley hit 93.6 on Pro Football Focus. Kamari Lassiter 89.5. Nico Collins 88.4. They played flawlessly. If CJ didn't start as slow as he did, he would have had a really, really great. He probably still graded out pretty damn well anyway. But
he didn't. If
he did,
what I saw, well, they're going to consider some of his throws turnover worthy. But if I saw what I saw, I think they still had Justin Herbert rated higher than CJ.
No way.
I'm telling you.
There's zero chance.
Because they'll put the one pick on Disley.
Well, then. Yeah.
And they'll say CJ should have had 3 picks himself.
Nico. Oh, here we go. CJ Stroud. It doesn't. I can't get it. Never mind. Anyway. Oh, here's grades. Let's see. Anyway, CJ played better than Justin Herbert. Now, they did take away a couple of picks from CJ.
This is what I'm saying. PFF will put that in turnover-worthy play territory and say those should have been picks.
Yeah. So Pro Football Focus has something they call turnover-worthy passes.
Yes, right.
TWP, and they count those on the turnover-worthy passes.
And they should. I mean, and the Will Disley one went right through his hands.
Yeah, so if we're going by what they would say CJ should have thrown 3 and Herbert threw 3. I don't know what the difference comes from then after that. But look, those numbers, if you watch them and, hey, I watched the game, that doesn't make any sense. That happens all the time. You'll see PFF numbers and go, that doesn't make sense.
CJ did make more plays than Herbert, though. While they had 3 each of turnover-worthy plays, CJ made more plays than Herbert did.
Yeah, I don't know how they'll grade what they consider big-time throws, because remember, Will Disley dropped another play that would have been a big play. Yeah.
Big-time throws are a little – well, I don't know. In the pros, in college, it's weak. It's like you're throwing, one-on-one outside, no safety help over the top. It's just, he completed a longer pass to a wide-open guy. Like, that's not a big-time throw. A big-time throw to me is fitting it in between safeties and linebackers. I know a big-time throw, and I know a pro throw.
Yeah.
And so probably those are probably a little bit different. Yeah. So
and how much credit does he get for the fumbled snap and then running around and finding, because he's the one that missed the snap?
Yeah, they'd probably put that on him.
Wow, he got it there. They gave him a 54-3.
Yeah,
great.
Told you.
What did Herbert get?
60.3.
Oh, he can't be higher, but I'll check.
No, he is. I'm looking at it. 60.3.
It's higher than CJ Stroud.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense.
How do you get there?
We just went through it. They will give CJ those 2 picks and say those should have been picks. They were just dropped. So we're not going to.
So they have big time throws 1, turnover worthy passes 4, 0 drops, sacked 3 times, scrambled 4 times. His adjusted completion percentage was 67.7. It's when they usually take drops away from you, or when you throw it away. His quarterback rating was 88.5. His average depth of target was 9.7. Short of the sticks on a heavy percentage of throws, which is unlike Bobby Slowick's offense, but that's why they won, because they had to alter it so that they were throwing short, which was the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
I don't average time to throw 2.77, which is he got rid of it quicker, so it doesn't really matter. There's nothing. It's interesting that the score. That's why I don't get caught up in their grades. The PFF grades to me are irrelevant. There's too many flaws in their system for me to take it seriously in a single game. Over the course of a season, it averages out some. Single game, you shouldn't pay it a whole lot of attention, especially if CJ was below the worst game of Justin Herbert's career, maybe.
Well, how will we feel if the Chargers had better hands?
Well,
this is what they're saying. This is where that number's coming from. How we're not going to save you because they dropped balls they shouldn't have dropped.
No, but that's one. That's like two. There's two passes.
Well, then it will be three.
One
picks.
of them was way high. The interception, the pick six was because he sailed it.
Well,
he literally gave them 6
telling
points.
you, CJ made a bad decision, and Henley came across and dropped it. The linebacker number 0, and Derwin James. If it goes a different way, and they say the call stands, that's a third pick. So they
do have 4. It does say 4 drops.
They're not going to bail you out for the defender not making the play if you put the ball in harm's way.
Now his quarterback, it's interesting. His quarterback rating was a 39.1. CJ's was in the 80s. Not that it means, but it's just interesting. It's about a 50-point difference.
Well, so who's more accurate, Pro Football Focus or his rating?
His adjusted completion percent. I would say in this one the rating is. His adjusted completion percentage was 59%. Like, there's no. I don't really know where they're. I don't know. I don't really.
His quarterback
rating.
The traditional quarterback rating for CJ.
15 to 34. He completed a low percentage. He completed less than 50% of his passes. Like, I don't know where the quarterback grades come from for PFF. I have no idea. Now, you know where he was helped out a lot? That 3rd and 26.
But it is
that 80-yard touchdown pass or whatever, where Ladd just made a play.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it looks a lot better for him.
Well, the yards, everything looks better. Yeah. But if you want to know the truth, did CJ? I mean, at the first half was awful. The pick that CJ threw was awful. The one that was called back that he dropped, James dropped, was awful. I mean, he made a lot of awful throws, if you want to know the truth. And Pro Football Focus, not that Herbert played better. Herbert did not play better than he did. That's where I have a problem with it. But that CJ only had a 54, okay. He really came out in the second half and was heroic, but the first half he wasn't. He was bad. He was bad.
Until the last 2 drives.
Yeah. The last 2 drives were great.
Last two drives
were great. When we come back, we'll hear from Justin Verlander. First time we've heard from him since he has signed with the Giants. So we will hear on the other side what Justin Verlander thinks about his time here in Houston. But right now, we're going to talk about the Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend. So you're looking for a vehicle for that youngster, turned 16 or 17, wants a starter car. How about this? $299 a month with $995 down. $299 a month with $995 or $334 a month with nothing down. 36-month lease, 10,500 miles. No surprises, straightforward. It's it. Great starter car for whomever. How about leasing your F-150 STX for $459 a month with $1,000 down? Work ready and tough. The Escape PHEV hybrid. You can save $8,000 on MSRP and drive for just $135 a week. All right. Fuel efficiency, versatility, all of it. No dealer add-ons, no hidden fees, just great deals at Chastang Ford. It's what they do every single day. I trust them implicitly. You don't buy 4 cars from somebody unless you trust them. I trust them, and I'm telling you can too. Houston's best kept secret for trucks, SUVs, and commercial vehicles. ChastangFord.com at 610 in Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
So in case you haven't heard, Justin Verlander signed with the San Francisco Giants. And we really haven't seen him, but in the Chronicle this morning and on Twitter, we do have quotes from Justin Verlander. And here he is saying goodbye to the city of Houston.
I've had a phenomenal ride with Houston. It's been a hell of a chapter of my career. The second chapter coming back from New York wasn't what I would have hoped. And when I got traded back, I did. I felt like I pitched pretty well, helped them get to the playoffs. But really last year left a sour taste in my mouth, not with the organization, just with myself. I hold myself to a standard that I want to pitch. It's why in my contract I had 140 innings, somewhere around there, to trigger my player option. If I didn't, and I could have fought for more, or not had that innings option when I was negotiating with the Mets. But I want to earn my keep, and I felt like if I didn't at least throw that many innings, I sure as hell didn't earn what I was making. So I didn't deserve to have the option for that anyway. So I wish I had pitched better last year. I wish the injuries hadn't happened. But look, man, I'm not somebody that lives in the past. I've had just like I said, a phenomenal run in Houston, and if that's done, it's done. Never know what's going to happen. Obviously, I never would have forecasted going back as quickly as I did. So you never want to close a chapter on anything in this game. But this new chapter, I couldn't be more excited about, man. I can't tell you how refreshing. Not refreshing. That's the wrong word. Exciting it is for me when you can tell the energy of not only the organization, but a lot of the players that reached out and how excited they are to have me here. Not that it wasn't exciting to be in Houston, but I've been there for 7 or 8 years now. So everybody knows me. You kind of lose that a little bit. So just having the guys reach out and everybody I spoke to, just especially once the deal was done, telling me how excited they are, means a lot.
Interesting. I wish a lot of players would have his attitude, like Lance McCullers. If I didn't earn it, I just don't want it. Okay.
Okay. He's the hero. He got paid over $67 million for 2 years. He didn't pitch. Yeah. He's not heroic. I don't even know why it even.
No, but he had a clause that he didn't have to have in his contract. And you know what?
Yeah, you know why he had it in there? Because the Astros said, "Hey."
No, I think that was a Mets.
Oh no,
contract.
The Mets had it. You know why the Mets put it in there? Because they said, "Hey, you are older and you did miss 2 full seasons with the Astros."
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that clause it's not. I don't even know why it came up. Why did he even bring it up?
Because he's heroic.
What a hero. I didn't have to, but I did that because I thought I needed to earn my keep. So yeah, I just felt like, did I get $70 million out of Jim Crane while never playing a game for 2 years? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, fine. But I wanted to do something, I don't know, borderline heroic, like have a clause in my contract that said that triggered a higher pay if I hit certain very reasonable inning numbers. Yeah. If I were healthy.
Okay. What
I wish
there were other guys that thought like that, because then you wouldn't have this Lance McCullers contract, $85 million for 4 starts.
Guess what? That's the Astros.
Yeah,
put that trigger in there. They're dumb for not having that. Seriously, of all the dumb things the Astros have done with some of these postseasons, with some of these contracts recently, not having an injury trigger in Lance McCullers' contract has to be one of the dumbest.
Well, I mean, how much injured was he before he signed that contract?
Plenty. He had been out for season 2 different times. Yeah, Lance McCullers. Do you know how much time Lance McCullers has missed?
Well, a lot more than he's pitched. I know that. A lot more than he's pitched.
Here, I'll just pull up his total games.
Let's not get
pitched.
distracted by Lance McCullers, and remember this. Lance, Justin Verlander, your hero.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers has pitched in 7 seasons.
How many?
7 seasons. That's it. He came into the league in 15. He's pitched in 7 seasons.
I didn't think it was that many.
Yeah, he pitched in 15, 16, 17, 18, no 19. Then
How
he got
much
his
did he
contract.
pitch in all of those years?
Well, I mean, 22 starts, 14 starts, 22 starts, 22 starts. Didn't pitch.
You can make 32 starts in a year.
Didn't pitch in 19. I'm aware. He's had double digits twice. Didn't pitch in 19 before he got his big contract. Didn't pitch in 19 at all. He was hurt. In 20, the COVID year, he pitched 11. He started 11 games.
Well, that's the whole season.
21, he started 28 games. That was a lot. That's a career for him. And in 22, he was hurt. Came back late in the season in August. No 23, no 24. So he has pitched 8 games over the last 3 years.
Yeah. And for $85 million, that's good.
Probably an injury. He had 2 injuries before. 19 is when he had the serious injury. So probably.
I'm just saying, Justin Verlander, thank you for your service. And thank you for not wanting to take money that you don't deserve. Okay? That's right. I wish other guys. I wish Kawhi Leonard would think like you. I wish that Ben Simmons would think like you.
Are you going to go to any of your own players?
I did. Lance McCullers. I wish that he would think like you. Okay.
Is there something? Did Abreu say, "Listen, I can't take this money"?
Well, no. Listen, Abreu was there. Abreu was trying. Okay.
Did Abreu say
he
I
didn't
can't
have
take
the
this
sleeping
money?
bag? He had the sucky bag.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. He didn't have the sleeping bag.
You coming after Tari Eason now?
Tari, get on the court. Good Lord. Get on the court, son. I mean,
can the Rockets stop playing this game where they list him as doubtful? Just say he's out.
So what exactly?
Don't initially say
it's a lower leg thing.
Just say
does
he's
anyone
out.
know the actual? Because it's been the same one. Is this going to be an ongoing problem for the rest of his career? This is a long-standing lower leg issue that he also had last year. Like, what is? Is he just going to be that guy that, man, is he Charles Grant or Charles, what was his name? Not Charles Grant, Charles Spencer.
Oh my God.
Left tackle that had a chance to be really good for the Texans.
Well, he had micro.
Ron Dane.
Yeah.
Ron Dane, he had a spiral fracture, which is what they say you typically get when you jump off of a house.
Yeah.
They have no idea how he got
Was
that.
this Tank what Tank Dell is going to be now?
Yeah, I don't think Tank comes back like he was, but we'll see. Hopefully he does.
Hopefully he does.
But Tari, Tari's played 3 years. He had 82 the first year, and then 22 and 24 the last 2.
Well, this year's not over.
It's not over, but when's the last time he played?
It's right around the corner. He's doubtful.
When is the last time?
He's right around the corner.
When is the last time he played? Tari. See if you can tell me without looking.
The last time Tari played a basketball game was probably late November?
No, earlier than that. We're 1 month out as of today.
It's 1 month ago?
12-14 was the last time.
12-14.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 1 month away, a month ago. That seems like that's long enough.
It does. There's fibula
but he's
injuries.
Doubtful. He's right around the
tibia
corner.
Injuries that heal in 6 weeks. We're at 4 weeks now.
Yeah.
Tari Tucker.
Oh man, Tucker was hurt for forever.
Tari Fuller.
Remember how Tucker kept we kept thinking
Tucker
was going to be back.
Stealing money. I don't think Tari's trying not to play. I feel like Will Fuller didn't want to play.
I don't know. Will Fuller wanted to play.
I think Will's just hamstring.
Yeah.
I just think it's just soft tissue stuff. Of course, you had a taste of him over there with.
He
Miami.
definitely didn't want to play there. He got hurt like week 2. Was like, bye.
I'm done.
I'm out.
Just give me my money. See, I wish more guys were like Justin Verlander. Didn't want that money. If you don't earn it, you don't want it. That's great. That's a great human being. Great American.
He was really, really good with Houston, man.
God, he was good.
Mighty. I mean, if you shut it off after 22, now he missed 2 straight years, 20 and 21. But I mean, he won a Cy Young next year. He won 2 Cy Youngs, finished second to Cy Young with the Astros over a 5-year period. And I'm sorry, over a 6-year period, he won 2 Cy Youngs and finished second and 1. 2 of the years he didn't even pitch. But look at his win total. He won, and if you take him from 17 when he got to the Astros, he won all 5 games. That's 42, 43, 53, 63. So he won 61 games and lost 19. So he went 61-19 from 17 through 22. 61-19.
Pretty good.
Holy crap, is that great?
Yeah. Yep. All right, we're breaking 713-780-3776. We got 1 hour to go. Anybody wants to talk about anything?
Is there any way that we can kick in? Like, can we start a GoFundMe to get him some more money?
We could start that.
Like to make up for the money he lost last year.
Maybe use eyelids for kids money.
Innings trigger. Yeah.
Well.
Just one, like just a GoFundMe.
If you
like to make up for the money he lost because of the innings trigger.
Yeah.
Maybe just to make things right, just to make him whole, as they say.
Yeah. And what did he sign for?
Probably just a couple of dollars. I mean, he's been struggling the last few years.
Just a couple dollars.
He had to sign for a lot to make up from the losses.
No, that's not how he operates. You told me. He probably signed for league minimum. Why would he want to take money when he was so bad last year? He told you, hey, I don't take money I don't earn.
No, he probably was 25, I would imagine. He's in that neighborhood.
No, probably like 2.5.
No.
Based on how he played, Justin doesn't take money he doesn't deserve. What's wrong with you?
You're right about that.
Yeah.
He
probably has a trigger that says, if I don't pitch well, take all my money.
Does he get paid per start? Like, legitimately, if I make an appearance, you pay me, but if I don't, you keep your money? Okay. As long as I
keep the money if I don't pitch well.
Yeah, he's fair.
I only going to get paid for wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Fair and square.
That is square. That is fair and square.
That's what I like about him. His nickname is Fair and Square.
He's a hero. Thank you. He is a freaking hero. I just wish every player would think like he does. Give the money back. Give it to the people.
He doesn't give it to the people. Jim Crane's not the people.
I'm pretty sure
My
he gave
friend
it to the
bought him
people.
an expensive bottle of wine. He didn't even come say thank you. The other people at the table thanked him. He just walked out and left.
Well,
I was like, that's not really cool. But
this
whatever.
ain't the wine I would have picked, probably.
Should have asked me
he
first.
And his wife just went, and the other couple, hey, thank you so much. That was so nice of you to do that.
Well, you should have asked him what type of wine he wanted.
He's making $15 million.
15?
Yeah.
Do you know Charlie Morton's making 15 this year too? Charlie Morton just signed.
More wins. Charlie Morton or Justin Verlander this year.
This year?
I think it's a tough one.
Who was Charlie with?
Charlie signed with Baltimore, I believe.
Over under 9.5 wins.
Charlie Morton, he's with Baltimore. He just signed with Baltimore, and the Astros thought he was done 4 years ago.
Oh, I know.
Well,
and it was a $15 million. He was a $15 million pitcher then, and he's a $15 million pitcher now.
They didn't think he was done. They just didn't want to. They just didn't want to pay him.
Well, and you know what? They should have.
How old is Charlie?
Charlie's like 80 now, isn't he?
41. Dude, Charlie Morton's as old as Verlander.
Yeah.
Holy
Charlie
crap.
can throw, bruh.
How is Charlie still? Will either pitcher get double-digit wins? Charlie or Verlander?
I think Charlie with the Orioles certainly can.
He was 8-10 last year.
Charlie with the Orioles certainly can. Yes.
He did have 14 the year before.
Yeah. No, Charlie would have been.
He is 41.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who ends up with more wins, Charlie or Verlander?
Charlie's got 2 World Series, 17 and 21.
Finished third in Cy Young in 19.
How about that?
Rays.
After the Astros got rid of him, he was third in Cy Young.
He was an all-star in 18. Do you remember that for the Astros?
Yeah. Charlie was great.
No, I love Charlie. I have a special place in my heart for Charlie.
Charlie effing Morton.
He played for the Astros for 2 years. That's it. It felt like we had him longer.
I know.
Felt like our time with Charlie was longer.
Well, he was there during when it all turned around.
We
love us
2,
Charlie.
3, 4, 5, 6 different stints for 5 different teams.
Yep.
And this is going to be 7th stint. What a career for Charlie.
That's great.
Started at age 24, ends at age question mark. Who pitches longer?
48.
Is there any chance that Charlie and Justin have to go out together? I mean, they're inextricably linked. Because when you think Justin Verlander, you think Charlie Morton. So they're probably going out together.
Well,
kind of like Clay and Steph will.
We're going out right now. 9 o'clock, ESPN 97.5. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Whatever you guys want to talk about, you're more than welcome. Rockets win last night. How about a little Rockets talk in this city? Man, they look good. Our team looks good. 26-12, beating good teams. They're 11-3 against the top 8 teams in the West. 1-2 against Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City's really good. Oklahoma City's really good. And Cleveland is really good, which we don't understand.
Yeah, just quietly, you have to deal with it. Cleveland and Oklahoma City are good, and that's that.
Yeah.
I know it's not comfortable. You'd rather just cheer for the
Then actually,
you'd rather just have the Lakers or the Nuggets or the
Celtics.
Well, the average fan. The Celtics, yeah. Like you'd rather it be easy like that. Sorry. Oklahoma City, Cleveland would be the lowest rated NBA finals.
It would be the best matchup.
It would. It'd also be the lowest rated hit finals in history.
I don't know. I think
what would be lower?
Well, I think that these teams are
City?
people are starting to see that they're really, really good.
You're not going to pull anything other than the hardcore basketball fans. The average fan is not going to tune in for that. Where's the star power?
Probably not. And what station is it on? Is it on
SGA
TNT?
is a star talent, but he doesn't have star power. What commercials do you see SGA on?
No. And
none.
Who? And Jared Allen and
Spida Mitchell. Mitchell's had his turn. He's had some.
No, Donovan's nice. He's a nice player. I mean,
the Shea Donovan Mitchell finals would be the Skims finals. They're both guys who have a brand deal with Skims.
What is Skims?
What is it?
Kim Kardashian's body contouring line. They and apparently have a men's line.
Does Jared McCain have one yet?
Donovan Mitchell has it?
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell
and
Shea both posed in Skims menswear. So if those two pop up in a finals, trust me, on your timeline, you'll just see a lot of those.
A lot of men in activewear with bulges and bumps hanging out.
Pretty much, yeah.
Thanks, guys. Stupid Western Conference.
Yeah. Let's get Chris in the Woodlands in here. He wants to talk about
SGA is a lot better than Donovan Mitchell.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. How are you guys today?
Good.
Oh, good.
Good. Love the show. Hey, so I did have a question. As you guys were talking about contracts and giving money back, why is it that it seems like basketball, when I think about Jimmy Butler and some of those guys, and then football, you think about Deshaun, what he did as Texans and holding out, why is it that baseball never seems to have an issue? And this, my mind thinks like a squirrel. Sometimes you guys, you start off with Justin Verlander and end up on Lance McCullers in a coffee shop. So when you guys were talking about contracts, I started thinking, why is it that baseball nobody pouts and cries and sits out? But in the other two sports, football and basketball, they can do that and force their way to other teams and force their way to contracts. I didn't know if you guys had ever thought about that or maybe discussed. I was curious what your thoughts on why that sport particularly doesn't do that, but the other ones do.
Well, it's easy. Baseball's got the best players in baseball have longer-term guaranteed contracts.
Randy Johnson did that. Randy Johnson worked his way out of Seattle. Yeah,
it was a while back, but it happens.
And, you've had Yasiel Puig.
Well, he's
a problem.
He also,
he's got a mental issue. He's got mental issues. He's still around playing
in Mexico, right?
Yeah, right. And he hit a ball the other night and he stood at the plate and just stood there and watched it, and then it goes off the wall, and he gets thrown out at second. And it was Yasiel. Yasiel hasn't changed a bit. Then you have Manny Ramirez having issues. No, it's few and far between. That's for sure in baseball. I don't know. Is it easier to do in other sports? I mean, you're so tied to that first 6 years, the club control of 6 years. No other league has club control for 6 years. Baseball is, and then they can even extend that. He's a super two or what? I mean, it's just baseball is unbelievable how they have now. Baseball also pays unbelievably well, so we're not going to.
And it's all guaranteed.
Poor player, they're doing okay, but
a good player is going to get 8+ years of guaranteed money on his contract.
You know that there is a thing in baseball too that if you in your first 3 years before you're arbitration eligible, if you overplay your contract, they give you money.
They give you there's a pool. There's a pool of money.
Yeah. So, I mean,
we talked about it last year. It's the first time we found out about it was last year or the year before. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, oh no, we got this money. We got this money we hold on to to give to players who play better than their contracts.
Well, and that's great. That's great. I guess baseball doesn't. We've had Antonio Browns in football.
It's harder to in baseball. It's harder to just, and agents probably know, we can't just tell our team we want you to move a player with 7 years left on a contract. That's the reality. Is
most teams would say, "Good, can't do it." Can we? Yeah, we'd love to.
Yeah, and it's not draft picks. You got to give up. You got to give up farm systems.
Yeah.
So it's different. It's different than the other sports.
Yeah.
Basketball. Why I don't know why basketball. I don't know why.
Probably because the importance of the one player, and agents have such a big part in where guys go, and for whatever reason, teams are fearful if we piss off this guy, then the next guy doesn't want to play here. I don't know if you want to boil it down to player empowerment. That really hasn't hit MLB.
Yeah,
and it's the clear ranking is basketball way up there. Football is way below, and then baseball pretty much not even on the screen when it comes to this.
Okay, so I saw, if the Browns are going to try, I don't know if they're going to try, but they maybe will exercise a clause in the contract that Deshaun, actually hurt himself, and now he's injured again, and so they're going to try not to give him his money. What would that do to the Browns in the scope of the league with how the players would look at him and wanting to go there?
I don't think it would matter that much. Deshaun's kind of an outlier. I think even by player standards, they know this dude's making all this money and he's not even playing, and he sucks when he plays. I think they know that Deshaun's kind of an outlier. Like, he stole. Deshaun, in a way, he got a fully guaranteed quarterback contract off of 24 lawsuits and legal issues and sitting out an entire season. Like, it's kind of unheard. It was truly unprecedented. So, the NFL has not changed the way they do contracts based on Deshaun. They looked at it as an outlier. Agents understand it was an outlier. My guess is the players kind of see him as an outlier too. If they got rid of Deshaun, I think they know he's not really in it. Like, he's not locked in as a quarterback. I think they understand to an extent. Yeah. I don't think it would have wouldn't it have an impact just watching the Browns work all these years? You didn't already know this about the Browns? The Browns have been dysfunctional forever.
Oh, forever.
The ownership is a problem. Like, Deshaun, I don't want to go there because I don't want to go there. Deshaun, if you can get rid of that contract, I'll think about coming in so we can be competitive. You can spend the money somewhere else and be competitive. I would tell you, if I'm a player, I don't want to go where Deshaun's eating up that big a chunk of the salary cap. 26% of the salary cap is Deshaun Watson. I don't want to go there.
It's not even, right. No, right. If they can get out of it, people might want to go there. Right.
How would it affect them? They might be more willing to come.
They'd have more money to spend, and guys will go, I'll take that money.
I can get money, and we might be able to get some guys in free agency. Okay, Let's talk about it.
913 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776 to come in and hang out with us. You are more than welcome to do that. When we come back, we'll hear from Ime about that game last night, about Jalen, and Amen had a little something for Jalen last night too. But we'll talk about that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we're talking about Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and just love what Billy Brown does. Just love the way that he goes about it. Just love the business. Listen, and I'm telling you, they are blowing and going, man. This business is really cruising. You guys are listening and you're calling in, and if you've got a problem, these are the people that you got to call. These are the people that'll come to your home and save. You want to talk about heroes, okay? When that Brown won't go down, you need a hero.
Our friend Sam yesterday,
yeah,
our good friend Sam, who likes to bully us and boss us like she's our mom. Guess what?
Team Mom Sam.
Yeah, Team Mom Sam. Guess what? All of a sudden, she was real friendly, saying, "Guys, can you help me with the plumber?"
Yeah.
And John got on the phone, and guys said, "Hey, let's get this taken care of." Blah 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, her and her dad didn't have to replace a flange on a toilet or whatever.
Right.
Like, what? None of us should be replacing
flanges. No one
toilets.
should ever do it unless they have a plumber's license. And I don't even know if you get a plumber's license. I don't know that. But I do know this. If you have any plumbing issues whatsoever, call our boy, over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company, 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You got a good version of it, though? Was it clean?
I cleaned it up as good as I can. It'll be fine. But, yeah, it was a big night for the Rockets. I watched that game. The fact that Jalen Green was drawing too consistently, and the Grizzlies said, okay, we can't handle you one-on-one tonight. We're going to have to try to get the ball out of your hands. And it led to open dunks. You talked about some of the stuff earlier. You talked about Amen Thompson always being in the spot for a dunk. A lot of that had to do with Jalen Green drawing too. And then up near half court, then the Rockets are playing 4-on-3 the rest because he'd get the ball to Şengün in the high post or at the free throw line, and Şengün would have to make a play. His gravity, man, the Grizz were like, all right, man, you can't beat us. And then he even still made a tough shot, which I guess you'd call the game winner. It gave them their final lead. He was great. 6 games, though, everybody. Relax. 6.
No, they're not relaxing. We've got to be excited about it. I'm excited
about the 6.
I'm excited about
I don't like people pretending this has been going on longer than it has.
It is the dude has been really
He's
really
been
good.
great.
I mean, you look at him since Thanksgiving.
Don't do it, John. Thanksgiving Eve, I believe, is the stat. Since Thanksgiving Eve. That was the line in the sand drawn by somebody, because that's officially half the season.
And what? And he's been great since then.
That's not true. In December, he was average, and that's being kind.
You hate to give anyone credit.
I don't mind crediting him for what he's done in January. He's been spectacular in January, but we ain't got to lie to people. You ain't got to cull stats or data dredging, as one GM would say. You ain't got to data dredge to make it seem like it's not one of those Jalen Green type stretches that people will poo-poo and go, oh, he's done this before. It ain't been half the year. It's been a great 6 games, a spectacular 6 games. We can just take it for what it is. He's been great in January, and that's fine to say.
Speaking of trying to change the narrative, somebody said there was a picture of Cam Whitmore on the bench, and he's got a towel.
I saw him very excited,
and he's like,
screaming. I saw that.
And then somebody said, "Oh, I thought he had bad body language." Oh, we're gonna go with one video with a towel and forget all of the other stuff Cam Whitmore has been doing?
You don't think Cam Whitmore, despite what the public-facing thing from the Rockets, had someone talk to him about, hey, cut it out?
Dude.
You don't think someone had a conversation with him?
I would hope so.
I think so.
I would hope so. There's a guy trying to play his way or pout his way out of a team.
I don't even think it's that calculated. I just think he's pouty.
Hey, he could be a big part of this. He
definitely
really could. I mean, I don't know what happens when Jabari and Tari get back, but Cam Whitmore he got to be on the court.
You sweet summer child, talking about Tari coming back.
Tari's coming back better than ever. Better than ever. So asked about Jalen's defense, because I don't know that Jalen James Harden. I don't think so. I see Jalen flying around trying to do
James
stuff.
Harden.
He ain't like James Harden. James Harden just would wave at you as you went by. I mean, no. But, Jalen's not known for his defense. But here's Ime talking about Jalen's defense.
I love his defensive effort. It goes under. It's probably underrated for him is that he's taking the challenge with Bane and Morant and those guys. They're trying to put him in actions, and he's holding up really well there, taking pride in that. So obviously the scoring stands out. I think I saw he matched his career high or whatever, but take care of the ball as well. He had the late turnover, but other than that, he coughed those up a few times last year. So getting more used to teams going after him. Obviously, when you're scoring at that clip, they're going to come after you at some point. But he loved to be a facilitator out there and get the numbers behind it. So all he has to do is deliver the ball.
How about that?
Jalen's run right now it's a good run. He's had these before, but I don't know. You just feel like something's going to be different because he's been in the league for 4 years now. And so, growth is eventually every player grows and gets better. There is a time where some players hit their plateau earlier than others. I think with Jalen Green, what we want to keep seeing is that 3-point. And look, you can go find a lot of players in league history go look at Jason Kidd, for example. Go look how he used to shoot the 3, and then go look at where he ended up. It changed dramatically. Shooting can improve. Shooting is one of those things with technique and work, it can improve. You change your muscle memory, you change your confidence level, you can start making a lot of threes. Jalen's shooting really well from 3 right now. Is it going to last? No, probably not. But if he can be, for the season, he's at 34%. If Jalen can become a 38% 3-point shooter, that's a massive, massive win for the Rockets. If he can develop into a close to 40, a 39.5 at some point in his career, forget about it. I mean, you're looking at an all-star, because he can get to the basket anytime he wants. Mm-hmm. He's a great finisher. He can play out in space and fast break. He's getting better as a half-court player. Jalen takes defense much more seriously now and has since Ime was there. The entire team takes defense much more seriously. I don't know if they're built for a championship just yet, but they're built to compete with anybody in the league. I know that. Championships require, what concerns me is, and you see it in every game, where the half court just completely falls apart. They're not really built for half court. They're more of we're going to beat you with, easy baskets, points off turnovers. We're going to out-rebound you, get more shots on the basket. We'll be a little bit of a streaky three-point shooting team, and we're going to try to keep your shooting percentage low. That's who they are. When the playoffs roll around, it really intensifies on the half court and everything, and the court kind of shrinks on you a little bit. And so you got to be able to really execute and do things like that. But the flip side is defensively, it's going to be hard to score on the Rockets in the half court in playoff games. They're going to be ramped up as well defensively. I think the real key for them to really flip that last tumbler and start playing for championships is guys just have to keep getting older and better, which is going to happen naturally. But you probably need somebody who finds a way to ups the efficiency on offense. And it might be a Reed Shepherd shooting well from three. Eventually, I know that's what their hope is. It could be Jalen getting better from three. It could be Fred VanVleet not being there anymore.
Well, how about
maybe subtracting all Fred VanVleet's shots?
And Ime talked about it. This is why Fred VanVleet is in there. He explained this past week. Fred VanVleet is, you got to have him. I loved the game that Fred VanVleet played last night.
Yeah, he was good.
2 for 5, 2 for 3 from 3, 9 assists and 2 turnovers.
You love the game because he also didn't shoot.
That's exactly right. He's not. Listen, be who you are. He's not a good shooter.
If he's open, he's shooting.
He's not a good shooter. Okay? Be who you are. Facilitate. Be a leader on the court. Play hard-nosed defense. Get guys the ball where they need it to score.
Open shots.
He's not a scorer.
You can't play him 4 or 5. The point is,
so be good at what you do.
He shoots because you can't play 4 or 5.
And apparently last night, I don't know, he played 36 minutes and only took 5 shots. He threw up 1 3 that went in every time. Jalen, I was sitting next to Chris twice. Jalen throws one up that no. Oh, good shot. It was great. And Fred's too. Fred did the same thing. It was like, oh my God, what kind of? Oh, good shot. But this is the kind of game that Fred VanVleet plays, and they win. Not 2 for 17.
Well,
this is an outlier.
9 assists, 2 turnovers.
That's not who he is. Well, that was nice. I think the 42 from Jalen was bigger.
Yeah, you also got the 42
but
from
Fred
the backcourt.
VanVleet did not hog the ball and take shots that he shouldn't take when Jalen's hot. Give him the ball, and that's exactly what he should have done.
I'm with that. I think Fred had less to do with the win than Jalen.
No, the Fred had a lot to do with the win by not shooting.
Then he doesn't need to be on this team, and he'll never shoot again.
No, he's going to be on this team.
How much better are they going to be?
Loves him.
How much better are they going to be when Fred's not on the team and he doesn't get a shooting?
Cam Whitmore is 6 of 9. Amen is 7 of 15. This is perfect.
Well, that was
those guys, the guys that could score, shoot.
That was an outlier
and Fred,
shooting
you facilitate.
Performance.
That's great.
But that's not how they shoot normally.
Yeah.
And $40 million. And take your $40 million a year.
You can't hear Dell.
What?
That's not how they shoot normally. Those are outliers.
So Fred read the game and saw these guys had it going.
Which is what's so bad about that, though?
But that's not going to happen every night. So the whole hope that he only has to shoot 5 times per game, that's not going to be what happens.
No, but Fred needs to. But Fred needs to.
No,
well, he's the worst of all of them.
Understood. But Jalen has nights where he's awful too. So this month,
he doesn't. Not anymore.
Oh, yes, he does. This January, maybe Fred doesn't shoot very much because Jalen's going to go off for the month. But there are going to be times where you're not going to get this hyper-efficient, spectacular, MVP-type caliber play from Jalen, and Fred's going to have to take and hopefully make open shots.
But that's why they have 26 wins, because that does happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, actually, Fred has had games where he's helped you win because Fred played really well. It's just, I'm just talking about clicking that last tumbler to open the vault. I mean, it's probably going to be with more efficient shooting from your backcourt, without question. And that includes maybe more Reed Shepherd in time, not this year, but in time. And maybe a subtract. Fred has done a great job of doing what he came in to do. Mission accomplished. No need to give him more money next year. Let him walk. Why pick up the option?
Oh, I don't know.
He's over $40 million.
Ime's undying love for Fred VanVleet. I don't think he goes anywhere.
Okay, so how much does Jalen? You know Jalen's contract goes up next year, right?
Yeah, but
you know that Fred's goes up too, right?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, it does. His number
he's 40 and 40 this year.
No, next year it's higher, from what I understand. Like 47, is it? It's a 3-year deal. So this year it's 40. This year it's $42 million. Next year it's $44.8 million. It goes up $2 million. He takes up 29% of the cap next year, the league cap. 30 this year, 29 next year. Why are you paying him next year? What are we doing? Why?
Well, you don't know. They can get out of it.
Why are you giving $45 million to Fred?
They can get out of it.
And you think his greatest value is losing
Look at
both
how
of his
they're
arms
playing.
so he can't shoot anymore.
Look at how they're playing right now. He's taken 10 shots a game this month. He's averaging 13 points a game this month, 6.2 assists, and 1.7 turnovers.
That's awesome.
That's fine.
Yeah.
This is all fine.
If he'll keep doing this.
Well,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And look how well they're playing.
But it's efficient backcourt. It's a very efficient backcourt right now. That's the key to winning the championship.
The only stinker they threw out there was the Boston game this month. That's
the key to winning a championship is an efficient backcourt. It really is. But I don't know that's ever going to be the case with Fred VanVleet. Or maybe Jalen. I don't know. I want to believe that Jalen's turned a corner. And if he has, the league's got major problems on their hands.
Yes.
But I think you can do it without Fred VanVleet. I think he's come in and he's done his leadership thing. He gets steals. Like, there's a lot of good things that Fred VanVleet does. Shooting and volume is not one of them. And I just don't know if you have to pay $45 million, $44.8 to be exact, for Fred VanVleet to still be team dad. I don't know if that still needs to happen. I feel like I feel like we got it under control now. Fred came in and smoothed things out, and now Ime's in control, and Jalen's buying in, and Amen's a dog, and you've got Alperin has continues to mature. Jabari is serious about winning. I don't think you have to have that, that dad energy from your point guard who shoots a lot of shots and doesn't go in. I don't think at one point it was necessary. You overpaid for it. But now, okay, you got it. It mission accomplished. Don't give him that third year. More minutes for Reed Shepherd. More minutes for Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
More minutes for Tari.
More minutes for Cam.
Who's your
more
point
minutes for Cam? Subtract those minutes.
Ime, as John referenced, Fred VanVleet gets them good possessions and shots late in games, according to Ime. Who's doing that if not Fred VanVleet?
It's going to eventually be Reed Shepherd with Jalen getting those shots.
We have not.
Jalen will get.
Do you think Ime is going to lean on Reed Shepherd next year?
I think it's possible.
I think so.
I think it's possible.
I think he could.
Not this year.
If the Rockets go on a playoff run, let's say they win a round or two, you think they're just going to dump Fred VanVleet for Reed Shepherd?
Oh, I think it's a coin flip. I don't know for sure. I think it should be an easy decision that, hey, we're really moving forward. We can do this. Like, we're not tied to Fred. Our success isn't tied to Fred VanVleet. The Rockets' success is not tied to a $45 million Fred VanVleet. It's not tied to it. Like, you can't watch the games and say, without Fred, I just don't know where this team would be.
Would say,
but
your head coach.
I know how Ime, I know John says this and you're saying this, and I know this. Ime's the wild card.
Your head coach is not going to lean into a 23 and younger lineup if he has a successful year.
Can you
this year
afford
in the
to give
playoffs?
him $45 million for what he's doing? Honestly, $45 million next year for what he's doing?
Maybe there's a he opts. Maybe they say, hey, no to this, but we'd like to have you back.
More years.
But we'd like to have you back.
Oh,
they may do that.
More VanVleet.
Less money, but more years.
I like Fred, but goodness gracious. I like Fred last night.
I'm just pointing.
That's my favorite
No,
Fred.
Fred can get paid. Like you're saying, well, can you renegotiate those down?
Is he going to get $45 million from anybody else, really?
No. But can he get $35 million?
If it's a team option, right?
It's a team.
So they can say, hey, we don't want to pay you at this rate.
Oh, yeah, opt out. But
we'll pay you give you
we'll
more
2 years
over
at
at
70.
Yeah, something
60.
like that. Yeah.
Well,
they can do that.
Fred can get more on the open.
Yeah, but he might like it here. Hometown discount.
What player gives discounts that doesn't take more money?
How much do you
Name
think?
the player.
How much? Do you think?
He's 2 for 60. I can see that.
What about 2 for 70? I can see him liking that too.
You think Fred's like $30 to $35 million player?
Yeah, he is.
That's and the Rockets will be fair to offer that
in today's NBA standards.
Well, nobody's going to give him that. All right, we got a break. You got to talk about Craig the Surf.
Well, we just did.
We
just gave him 80.
What is Craig the Surf worth?
No one. The team you root for just gave
84,
it to him.
Actually 84. Craig the Surf would not. Craig is trying to look for value for you. He's looking for finance rates that are top notch. Craig the Surf and Gulf Coast Chevrolet, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, I should say. They do things a little differently than everyone else. I'm going to give you an example. Right now, on one of the hottest vehicles around, the Chevy Equinox, they have this. It's a very confident SUV. It looks great. It offers long-term dependability. It's going to be ideal for really any driver in the family, from husband to wife to, a kid getting their first car. You got a college student who you want to get a vehicle for. It works. And Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton has a vast selection to choose from. And so if you're looking to finance that 2025 Chevy Equinox, well-qualified buyers are going to get 2.9% APR financing plus no monthly payments for 90 days. So for 3 months, you're not making a payment. You have 2.9% APR financing when you finance through GM Financial. Find your new Chevy Equinox at Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton. Chevy, together, let's drive.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, who you got tonight in the TGL matchup, Del?
Los Angeles.
You got LA?
Playing for LA.
They're playing for the Fires. Yep.
Well, not for the Fires.
I got Carson Daly.
You got...
That's TRL.
What?
Oh, it's TRL. That's right.
What is that? What?
Total Request Live.
Yeah. I was thinking it was TRL.
So
is it on MTV or it's not on them? Is this TSG? Is this
TGL?
Yeah. Is that on MTV?
It's on ESPN.
And it's not Carson. Is what's her name on it?
Carson Beck.
What's her name? Who used to be married to Dave Navarro?
Carmen Electra.
Is she on it?
No, she's not hosting the golf.
Are there any
event.
Pregnant teenagers
tonight?
It's not MTV.
It says not MTV.
It's not. No, it's not. What?
It's LA Golf Club against Jupiter Lynx tonight.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'll definitely be tuned into that.
Yeah.
I'm actually watching Top Boy now, finally. So we're going to have a lot of Jamaican stuff like Wagwan, which I already knew. I didn't know these words. Boomba clot. You're not supposed to. Googled what it means, so I'm going to use this because I think I can get away with it.
I don't know what
Have
that
you
means.
watched Top Boy?
No.
You haven't. It's like The Wire in England, in London.
What's it called? Top Boy?
Top Boy.
I tried that other one that was the mafia one with Johnny from Peaky Blinders.
Gangs of London?
Gangs of London.
Dude, Gangs of London is great. You don't stick in long enough. You watch 30 minutes like golf's on and you give up.
Yeah.
How can you give up on Gangs of London?
Who do you got?
Dell, would he have liked Gangs of London? If you would have stuck it out, you would have.
I don't know. He's got bad taste. But he should have liked Gangs of London. But you can't trust John. He likes
Tiger
golf.
Woods, Max Homa, Tom Kim, and Kevin Kisner.
I like Kevin
against
Kisner's
Colin Morikawa, Sahith Theegala, Justin Rose, and Tommy Fleetwood. Wow. This is a tough one.
Yeah, it's tough to call.
I don't know. I don't know which way to go. Give a call. Who you got? Who you got in this one tonight? 713-780-3776. All right? Give a call and let's play.
Do you think we're too negative about the local teams?
Jack, I think one of us is.
Jack, well, yeah. He's trying to throw wet blankets on all of our parties.
Yeah.
Dell, the wet blanket?
No, I don't think that we are. I don't think that we're too.
We had the underdog Texans beating the Chargers last week.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Some of us believe in the over and the Rockets team wins and believe that they're a top 4 team this year.
Some of us believe they're going to beat the Chiefs this Saturday, or one of us does.
Who?
Me. We're going to win this game.
Have you heard anything on?
Even despite the refs.
Have you heard anything on this?
On the what? On the. Oh no! Well, no. Reagan's going to get him food. Yeah,
corn on a cob and steak.
Corn on a cob and steak. Yeah, he's going to get him. Reagan's going to get him food. Yeah.
Well, he did ask for a T-bone initially,
but he said he'd take a strip.
Yeah, he said a New York strip.
New York strip's fine. So Gilbert's working with us.
I need a T-bone this week. Like, God, he is really holding our feet to the fire in the postseason.
I need a Wagyu. I need
an A5 anyway. Well, no one's getting you a Japanese A5. They don't have that at Chili's, Gilbert. Gilbert's not trying to go to like Pappas Steakhouse.
That's nice, too.
It's
nice to
Gilbert. To him, it's like, why would I have Pappas when I can have Chili's?
He's taking a hometown discount.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
But to him, he thinks it's not.
No,
he just thinks it's the sensible
he's
choice.
Getting over.
Yeah.
When in fact, we'd go to Pappas for him.
Do you get? I'll do it for an AFC championship game. I'm not doing it for division rounds. It's too expensive. And by the way, when you get that steak, there's no sides that come with it at a Pappas.
No.
How much is steak? What does that come with? A plate?
That's it. No,
a plate. you get a plate and some silverware. What are the side dishes? Nothing.
Though.
Pay up.
That's a good steak.
Yeah, sure it is.
That's a good steak.
Better than that.
No question.
Dookie Steakhouse I went to a couple of weeks ago. That
what?
place is trash.
Which one? What was it? What's the name of it?
I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna do that to people. Just know that good restaurants have closed while your trashy ass spot stays open. That chotch ass place.
Wow.
I got friends who are chefs who had to close their spots, and they do it the right way. Their food's great, but they're not chotch enough. They don't have enough Lambos parked in front of their restaurants. That's the only way you're any good is if you have a Lamborghini parked in front of there, and you get Range Rovers or Land Rovers and Lambos parked in front. Then you know you got a place where food doesn't have to be good. You just have to have a vibe.
It's got to be expensive.
It's got to be expensive, yes, and a vibe.
Yeah.
If you got a vibe, and you get people taking Instagram pictures, oh man, you print money.
That's right.
How's the food? Terrible dog food. That's how. But
I want to know the name of this.
But Solis said that he even told me, he goes, you know what? We may have to get the fellas and go to Pappas to just cleanse our palate.
Yeah.
Just get a real. Now, typically, I don't go to steakhouses. Period. I go to Pete's Fine Meats.
Yeah.
I get a thick steak. I know how to make steaks really well. I just don't typically do it.
And they're really expensive now. Really expensive. Yeah.
Steaks.
I mean, an 8-ounce filet is $60 now. 60, 65.
In restaurants, 8 ounces is.
Yeah.
Golly. Like I said, I barely even glance at them on menus when I'm because every restaurant will have a steak.
Yeah, but some are good now. Some are good. That's tasty. No, I'm with you. I make my steaks at home too. Pan pizza's that fabulous. 713. Oh no, 713-780-3776. This is our last segment. And then that little ball of hate is going to take over with Sean Mapes. Yeah, you've been hating on our team. 6 games, that's all.
I'm not hating on the team.
6 games.
I've said the Rockets
are
a really good basketball team.
Hold on.
I'm just not buying into the 6-game run.
Put them out. Hurry up.
There's the weight blanket
putting the
put
fire
out the
out.
excitement.
Putting the Rockets fire out.
If you want to get tricked by Jalen Green one more time, that's on you. But I'm gonna have it go more than 6 games before I get tricked again. Won't get fooled again, John.
No.
Fool me once, shame on Dylan. Fool me twice, shame on me.
No,
what's not that? Dylan, I mean Jalen.
What's that song? Won't get fooled again.
Yeah.
Not me.
No. You're not getting fooled. Oh, you're fine. How about the growing up? How about that? Yeah. Growing pains.
Yeah.
Play that. Growing pains. With what's his name? Kirk Cameron.
I don't even. What was that song? I don't even know that song. Every sitcom had a song.
Oh yeah.
I just don't remember what the growing pains song was.
You'll be reminded. Wet blanket, whatever. But you're not tricking me, Jalen Green.
No, we had growing pains. We had Jalen Green. He was 12 years old when he got here.
He came here. He had no facial hair.
And he had to go out with a woman that was like.
Now he's got a 22. He started off with no hair on his legs. Now he's got a 22-year-old.
Yeah, and he's got a 60-year-old woman.
39.
And
here it is. Right here is a picture of Jabari Smith. Here's Jalen Green right now. Alfred Şengün.
With his brother.
With his stepson.
Alfred fake away.
And Jalen with his stepson, hanging out, arms around each other.
You guys look similar. This is weird. Fred VanVleet, all you're seeing is just him pulling up, just 3-on-1, pulling up from 3.
Cam's in the corner, all pissed off.
And Cam Whitmore at the end, he's that last one.
He's all pissed off.
Yeah, it is growing pains.
It is growing. Yeah, we had growing pains.
And now we're all grossed up.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Kirk Cameron's out there dating now.
No, Kirk Cameron was banning people from the show if they showed any level of non-Christianity. Yeah. Beat it, lady. Get out of here.
That's the same with the Rockets. Same with the Rockets. All right.
Have you met the Rockets?
Yeah, I didn't. And with the Texans.
With the Texans, sure.
There's
there's some Christianity. There's not only Christianity. Aziz is like, wait a minute. What do you mean Christianity?
Wait, we got something over here too.
Yeah, Christianity. It ain't all Christianity.
Well, but it is with CJ.
Definitely. Well, he's got to go full in this offseason.
I got to go. I want to go full in. We're going to the Golden Nugget. As a matter of fact, February, first week of February, we are going to be there, and we can't wait because it's Super Bowl week, baby. What? That's right. And we're going to be there for it. We want you to come on the 4th and the 5th. We're going to be there. So come and hang out with us. We love the Golden Nugget Lake Charles because the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, right here. It cannot be a better casino, cannot be a better hotel, cannot get more 12 restaurants in right there on the facility. Okay. Pool, golf course. What do you need? You got the DraftKings Sportsbook. You got the concert venue. It's the perfect, I'm telling you, if you're looking to go to Vegas, it's just getting there and getting from your door to the hotel to where you check in at your hotel. 8 hours, maybe 8 hours. How about 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, and you got the same thing? And you say you don't have to buy plane tickets. It's all it is gas, or in my case, electricity. So if you're looking for the best way to have some fun, make your reservation now. If you want to go in the DraftKings Sportsbook for the Super Bowl, make your reservation right now. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas man has been arrested for stalking Caitlin Clark in Indianapolis. Michael, I thought it would be you right away. For sure, I thought it was you.
I'm not a Caitlin Clark.
You love you some
Truther.
Caitlin. You were going to go to a game.
Oh, no, I was going to, for my daughter.
And you have connections in Indy?
Yeah. I mean, I thought of Lance.
Me?
A Texas man. Yeah, but you were here. You were actually, for the first time ever, people, this morning, Lance beat me to work.
This isn't the first time.
No, first time ever.
I've been here before.
Ever. You've never walked into this place when I wasn't here.
Well, I don't stalk people.
Well, there's been occasions where your alarm hasn't been set and he beats you that way. It's rare.
Yeah, that's the only way. Though.
I'm lazy.
If my alarm doesn't go off, that's true. He's beat me here before when my alarm didn't
go
off.
He beat me.
New Zealand has a real problem on its hand. The second most powerful police officer in the country has been suspended pending the outcome of a criminal investigation. Deputy Commissioner Javon McSkimming is being investigated by the Independent Police Conduct Authority and the New Zealand police. Shouldn't we have seen this coming? Javon McSkimming? What?
Yeah.
Tommy and McEmbezzling, was it? Joey McStealing? Okay. This guy's name is McSkimming. Of course he's guilty.
Yeah.
How could you make him the second? New Zealand, stop already. Clean it up. Poland has ordered 80,000 apples to celebrate their new president. Do you want to be at that party?
Apples?
80,000 apples.
So what's
I have no idea. Why would you order all those apples?
Well, there's got to be something having to do with the president.
Poland's Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development has ordered over 82,000 apples to hand out at celebrating the country's presidency of the Council of the European Union. Man, these people know how to party. Okay, apples. We're loading up on 80,000 apples to celebrate. It doesn't get any better than that. You know what the new hottest book is in the country?
What?
The bestseller in the country right now. Inner Excellence. Do you know why?
Why? Who is it?
A.J. Brown was reading it on the sidelines.
Oh, that's right.
At the game.
He said he always does that. That's first on the cameras have caught him.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. That's what he said.
Inner Excellence is now the number one book. The dude who wrote it's like, hey, I wasn't expecting that. That's a real gift. I just looked at Amazon last night and it got to number one. So that was a surprise. It probably had never been higher than 8,000 or 9,000 on the list.
Wow, good for him.
How about that? A.J. Brown made him.
That's called an influencer.
You think?
Kids.
He's number one, went from 8,000 or 9,000 to number one just because A.J. Brown was reading it on the sideline? Holy crap, people are influenced easily, aren't they?
Yes.
South Korea's impeached president got a pay raise. Do you think if you are impeached, no longer that your salary should increase or decrease?
Our impeached president got reelected.
He did.
So
impeachment doesn't really mean anything.
Impeachment doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Well, no, it really doesn't. But I don't know if you should get a raise since, people think that you're not good at your job.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Who cares? Raise, get reelected. It doesn't matter.
The taxpayers care in South Korea.
They didn't care here.
No, they don't.
So why would they care there?
Just make sure that you can put out fires. That's all we care about now. Just be able to put out fires.
Well, we don't.
Well,
Texas doesn't care as much about fires as you do.
Well,
Johnny Wood.
I don't really care. I don't.
We're worried more about floods.
I don't really care about fires. If you want to know the truth, I don't own the house. I rent all the furniture
because you can't own a house anymore.
No, you can't own a house there. That's for sure.
How much have you even thought about that? You're going to try to buy a house and you got to have homeowners insurance.
Homeowners insurance, and now the housing market with all those people that don't have houses.
I couldn't sleep at night knowing what's in store for you. Yeah, the housing market is going to be astronomical.
Yeah. Apparently, people are ab etching. 6-pack surgery becoming more popular with men. Are you going to get 6-pack surgery?
Think about it.
You are? Del?
Kind of a lazy
6-pack
route.
surgery?
Are you doing it for Jessica? Will you do it for her?
Yep.
Would you do it for Jessica?
No, I don't care. But if she tries to be like, if my wife died, be the only way because I'm true to her.
Understood.
But if she or left me.
If my wife, he said that
how
out
about
loud.
she just leaves you? What do you mean if she dies?
He said that out loud.
Either one.
If my wife dies, Well, then she's in play.
Then etching becomes. So when you ab etch, do you actually have to lose the weight so the abs look like abs?
I think you can get them so they look, even with your belly, you can get them.
Why would you want that?
Because then you'd have definition.
Then you don't have to work hard.
But
what do you mean, why would you want that?
No, but but part of the abs are hard to get even if you're thin. The thought is you're thin and then you etch the abs. You're gonna have a belly and then etch abs on them.
Well, it's high definition liposuction, so I think some of the fat.
Yeah.
Can I get 4K liposuction? What do you mean high definition?
High def? No, you can't. Can't get
highly defined
1080.
liposuction.
That's it.
Only 1080, huh?
1080.
1080p.
That's all you get. All right, we're done. Thanks for listening. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before I go, though, I want to talk about Game Day Men's Health, which is a game changer. Game Day should be game changer. It should be. It's fantastic. Nothing costs you nothing to find out whether or not you're a candidate. Boop, boop, boop. Nothing. All right. So they'll draw your blood. And they got labs right there, so they get the results right away. They'll see what your testosterone level is. They'll see what you want to do. You will talk to a trained professional about how you can go about reaching your goals. What goals do you want? Are you injured or you want to recover? Because they can help you with that. Are you just trying to recover from whatever it is you're trying to recover from, or just recover from your workouts? Okay, that they can help you with that as well. Or do you want to be thinner? Do you want to be stronger? Whatever it is that you want. New location open up in Edo. For all of you that are downtown, Edo is really, really close. You can run over there at lunch. Bing, 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 done. Really, really fast. I love them because they give me shots to take with me. I'm on the go all the time, so that's what I needed. So whatever it is that you need, Game Day Men's Health is here for you. Stop by if you think you need testosterone replacement. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Welcome to the show. My mind is on what happened with the Rockets last night, except I just checked Instagram and I follow this account. Well, this woman in the area who fosters dogs. She has puppies. I like puppies. Sorry. The softer side of Dell, I guess. But the bigger issue is she on her Instagram story, she showed the weather forecast for next week because obviously with dogs, you can walk them or you can't, depending on the weather, I guess. That's what I guess dog people can tell me if I'm right or not. We got snow coming, Sean. Freezing temperatures and snow. And we've already talked about how we ain't built for it. And that was just the 40s.
Yeah.
I'm not built for what's going to come next week. I know it.
How much snow are we talking?
It's just snow overnight. It seems like it's only one day, but there's a 55% chance of snow on Wednesday. So are you looking into that to see if you have to come to work?
Yes. Why else would I be?
How much snow will we actually get? Does that mean I'm going to have to stay home or get to stay home? Depending on how you look at things.
Yeah.
I don't know how much snow there's going to be, but if you are someone who tends to not pay attention to things, don't look at the news, just be aware if you're listening to us.
I didn't know.
Be ready for next week.
I didn't know until yesterday when Joe mentioned it.
Yeah, so freezing temperatures starting Monday, and then Wednesday we've got snow. So whether the Texans win or lose on Saturday, they're going to come back to snow, or at least freezing temperatures and then snow. So we'll see. So this would be the week for that weather. It's not great now. It's warmer. This would be the week to get themselves prepped because someone called in yesterday on the morning show and said, why don't teams go up to cold weather places when they know they may have a cold weather opponent? Just take the precautions, or at least setting it up where, hey, if we have to go to Kansas City, let's go spend a week in Chicago. Let's get that all squared away beforehand and be ready. Spend a week up there, get acclimated, and then head to Kansas City so the weather won't be such a shock. Well, the Texans if they're practicing outside this week, will get the 40s. The weather for Kansas City on Saturday is supposed to be in the mid 20s. So freezing temperatures, no rain or snow, but it won't be comfortable for the Texans. We'll get to them because as much as I think the Chiefs aren't unbeatable, the context of this Texans team going into Kansas City and stopping the three-peat at the divisional round, like the point spread is a large one for a playoff game, but it ain't like a giant one. It ain't biggest upset in NFL history type stuff. But think on this, Sean. We'll get to it later. The concept of this Texans team ending the Chiefs run at a three-peat in the divisional round on the road in freezing temperatures. Like the teams themselves, you could find a way, but all the context given to the game, I think it would be one of the bigger upsets ever, considering what's on the line historically, what we know about this Texans team historically.
Yeah, I think the combined, this would be the most successful Texans season in history if they win on Saturday.
And you're beating a living dynasty. You're stopping it in its tracks.
And on Saturday at, well, I was gonna say at 3:29. Actually, Saturday at 4:00. You're like, this team is done. In the second quarter of last week's game, you're like, oh man, this has the chance to get ugly. I was remembering the Colts Texans wild card game from back in, I want to say 2018, where it's just like a lifeless performance from the Texans at home, and then they win. Snap goes past CJ. He picks it up, throws it to neighborhood, and it all goes well after that. And now we're sitting here Tuesday at 10:09 saying, they could beat the two-time defending Super Bowl champions.
Well, some people
go
are
as
saying
far
that.
as possible.
I haven't gotten there yet. Maybe by Friday I'll work myself up into thinking they have a shot. But as I think about it, it would be absolutely nuts considering.
Yeah. And I think what adds to it a little bit is that the Sunday night game is between the Bills and Ravens.
Yeah.
And it just feels like it's like a ladder match to get up to the Chiefs. Like it feels like that's the Joker snapping the pool cue in half and throwing it in the middle of the floor, being like, one of you is going to have to play the Chiefs. I don't care which one. Figure it out.
Yeah.
And it'd be...
If the Texans are the interloper and all that.
Yeah, it feels... I don't know. It feels weird that it's like one of these guys, either Allen or Lamar, will have a chance to go into Kansas City and, really change the whole outlook on their career and make a Super Bowl. And then also maybe it's the Texans.
Maybe they're hosting the Texans with everything in their favor.
Who, again,
with the ball for the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Texans fans didn't think they're going to win, 72 hours ago?
No. It would be a come down, well, not for this city, but the proper NFL world if the two MVP candidates go from going into Kansas City to hosting the Texans of all teams, who everyone counted out even before the playoffs began. But here we are, and that'll be decided on Saturday. What happened last night was the Rockets got another win over the Grizzlies. They've now won the season series, 3 wins to 0 Grizzly wins. So if it comes down to it, though, on the tiebreaker, this one went a little different than game two, just a couple games ago, where the Rockets had the lead for most of it, and the Grizzlies couldn't be put away until the very end. This one is where the Rockets were within 4, then the Grizzlies would up it to 8. The Rockets would get within 5, and then the Grizzlies would up it to 11. They kept pushing the Rockets aside, even when Aaron Holiday knocks down a shot to push it to, or at least bring it within 5 to go into the fourth quarter. The Grizzlies break out early in the fourth quarter and push it to double digits, but the Rockets would not be turned aside, and mostly because of Jalen Green. 42 points, hyper efficiency, 42 points on 18 shots. He was going so well that the Grizzlies decided, we're just going to put 2 on the ball at half court. We're not going to let you beat us. And it became a situation where the Rockets got plenty of opportunities to play 4-on-3 once Jalen Green passed through the double team. Sometimes it wound up in a Amen Thompson dunk. In fact, several times it did. Other times, Şengün, who was catching the ball and had to make decisions, may have made a mistake, may have taken a runner that didn't go in, or sometimes did go in. But Jalen Green was a catalyst, man. I'm not going to be fooled. I don't want to pretend like he's not been great in the month of January, but I'm also going to allow for it to be just another hot streak for Jalen Green. No confirmed beliefs about anything one way or the other. He's playing great basketball. And it's been for the month. And that sounds bigger than it is because it's been about 6 games. Now, they missed the game because of the weather in Atlanta, so they didn't get to play in that one. But he's been one of the best players in basketball for the month of January. And if he keeps going the way he is, you can probably pencil in a Player of the Month award for Jalen Green. But that's where I stand. You can't trick me. We've had this talk before. We said one good month wouldn't be enough. I'm not going to let a good 2-week run be enough. This started officially on January 1st. Their first game of the month was January 1st, and he has been great since then.
Shout out to him for a nice, easy cutoff. It's just boom.
Because he was awful the game before.
Yeah.
The last game of December. So this is where I am.
New year, new Jalen.
There's a Rockets account, and by that, someone who talks about the Rockets, I mean, on Twitter. It's like, since Thanksgiving Eve, look at what Jalen Green's done. That's a nice cutoff for that account because it's 19 games. It's half the year.
Yeah.
But if you look at the actual game logs, he was, if I'm being kind, average in December. He has been MVP type like in January.
Mm-hmm.
That's all there is to say.
Yeah, it's because he was average in December because he did this for one game, and then he would do, the 3 for 8, the 5 for 15, and then he would have another 30-point game. Like it was
the up
the
and
Jalen
down
that we're used to for the last 2 years. And this one, in this month, he's decided not to do that anymore. He only is going to have good games now. I agree with you that I kind of want to see, for me to be fully bought in, it needs to be longer than this right now. And B, I don't mean to minimize going for 42 last night on 18 shots. That's awesome. I am interested in when it's not falling for Jalen Green. Can he avoid the like absolute pitfall of this guy's unplayable? Where can he not have the bad games anymore? That's to me when this hot streak ends, because I don't think he's gonna shoot 5 for 6, 4 for 8, and 7 for 15 from 3 every night like he's done the last 3 nights. I want to see what he does when it's not falling. And that to me is going to be okay. Now I can buy in if he's, shots not falling, but he's getting to the line or he's distributing or something like that.
Yeah, and he got to the line 11 times tonight, or last night. But you make a good point. When it's not falling, is it just I'm going to continue to cast up shots and go 2 for 11? The whole Deion Waiters thing. I'd rather go 0 for 30 than 0 for 9 because if I go 0 for 9, it means I quit. I lost confidence, or is he going to find other ways to affect the game?
Yeah, I mean he's shooting 45% from 3 this month.
That feels unsustainable.
Yeah, if that I'm okay if that goes down to 38, like a normal good shooting
even
number.
If he just becomes an average 3-point shooter.
Yeah,
because he's been below average for the majority of his career, and he was below average this year. So we expect some regression to a relatively normal number. So if he shoots, let's say 37, 36% the rest of the way, that's a good number for what else he provides. He's not simply a shooter. He can get to the bucket at will, it feels like, when he feels like it. So if he is a average to above average shooter from 3, great. It just complements his game. But if he has those nights where the shot's not falling, is he going to be a guy who it doesn't become a black hole? Not that he's not a willing passer, but if you look up and it's like 5 for 17, wait a minute. You're 5 for 17 with 14 points? Was there another way to affect the game? And we'll hear from Ime Udoka. He talks about Jalen Green's defense, which is something we don't discuss. He mentioned it as well because of what he can do offensively. But he likes the effort he puts in. So there are other ways beyond what he did last night. But what he did last night catches the eye. It's the number that's going to go out. It was against another West contender, and he was the catalyst. It led to Fred VanVleet not having to shoot very much. Look, if you could have a night where Fred doesn't have to shoot much, considering his shooting struggles, you'd be thrilled with it. But he read the game and saw that Jalen had it going, so he wasn't going to take shots. And even Cam, when he was out there, went 4 for 7. The Rockets had a uncharacteristically great shooting night from 3, and it helped them come back and beat the Grizzlies. We know that's not what they are. They win with rebounding, defense, and second chance points and getting out on the break. What they did last night was be hyper efficient, and they needed it all because their defense now picked up and allowed them to come back in the game in the fourth quarter. But the Grizzlies had a great night on offense as well. So it wasn't to the Rockets standard on defense, but you had a very talented player have a great night, and sometimes you need that in a competitive basketball game. A lot of talk about it felt like a playoff atmosphere. And the last couple games, according to the Rockets, have when they played in Memphis and won, and then they won last night. So big win as far as exciting, the comeback, and watching a player you hope gains momentum throughout the year continue what he's done in January. So credit to that team. They have exceeded what I thought they could be. I thought they would be in playing contention, maybe bottom part of the we're solidified in the playoffs, whether they be fighting for a 5 or a 6. They're at a point now where through 38 games where you're talking about, they're not going to catch a Thunder, but are they going to be able to hold off a Grizzlies team who they're now 2 games up on, but with the tiebreaker 3 games up on, who could catch the Rockets for that 2 seed? And I'm not sure the 2 seed the seeding matters that much, as long as you don't drop below 4.
I was going to say, for me, it's like, just stay. Again, this is crazy considering where we were before the season, where it went from hopefully get to the 6 if everything goes right, and now I'm saying I don't know how they drop below 4 or 5, like the 4-5 match.
Yeah, they haven't had to deal with a bad losing streak, and there's nothing that says they have to do that. They've been playing good ball for 38 games, but will they drop 4 or 5 and that tightens up the race in the West? It's very possible. They just haven't had to deal with it yet.
They have a stretch at the end of this month where it's Cavs, at Celtics, at Memphis to end the month. So that's gonna be, and then you get well, then you get Nets, so that's fine. And then Knicks, and then Nets again. So yeah, that I don't know. I don't know if that, there's some March stretch that's just like any team in the league would go 1-4 during those 5 games, but yeah, I agree that I think that you have to raise the expectations of the team, not just to, they're gonna make the playoffs, to like they're probably gonna be a high seed in the playoffs. They're probably not gonna be looking over the shoulder to make the playoffs.
Not at all.
At the end of the season. So tremendous. Amin Thompson, awesome again. Welcome to the starting lineup officially, no matter what happens.
Oh, we are saying Jabari Smith, you lost your spot to injury and the play of Amin Thompson.
Hey, ask JJ McCarthy how that goes. Actually, JJ McCarthy might get a job back.
Yeah, what do you mean ask JJ McCarthy how that goes?
But yeah, I think there's a good case now that in the offseason we got it wrong with and obviously this is still a small sample size, but the Jalen Green March that we've talked so much about, and that I think we were wrong that it was because Alperen Şengün was out. I think it was because that's when Amin Thompson joined the starting lineup. And I think Amin Thompson, some of this is just Jalen Green's making 3-pointers, but I do think that adding Thompson to the lineup with Jalen Green, there's something there. There's something there that much athleticism on the court, someone with the passing vision that Amin Thompson has, someone who forces the turnovers on defense and gets it out running, where Jalen Green thrives. I think there's a lot to say that like those two guys bring out the best in each other.
And it's funny because, at least in my eyes, Jabari Smith is out there because of his willingness to shoot. He has had stretches where he's been good and stretches when he's been bad from 3, but he's supposed to be the floor stretcher. He's your spot up corner 3 wing shooter to give space to to Jalen Green and to Şengün to work. Amin doesn't really provide that. He certainly provides other things. Now, the Grizzlies left him open several times. He wasn't able to knock down any shots from the outside with consistency, and that's, if you want to say, the next step in this game where he can be someone that forces teams to play him honestly, as opposed to constricting the court and playing 4 and 5. But he brings so many other things that you'll take his development there, possibly being slow because of all the other things he does to contribute to winning. And he is part of a team who I think now they've won 5 out of 6 or something like that. And as I said, take the season series from the Grizzlies, who right now is their main competitor for that 2 seed.
Yeah.
And are we
take that, Grizzlies?
And we're still at a point. Well, if they're a 2 seed as the All-Star game continues to approach, will they just have to get someone by default? They're going to have to put someone from the Rockets on the All-Star team.
There's no rule that
there's no
they
rule.
Have to.
No,
I think Jalen Green could make this very easy.
Well, if he continues to have the month that he's having.
Really save me from having to see the tweets from Rockets Twitter being like, how's this team of the 2 seed and doesn't have an All-Star? And then I have to go, I don't know. Do you think any of these guys are actually better than Kevin Durant or Devin Booker?
Stop bringing logic into the equation,
do you
please.
Think these guys? It's also like it's the All-Star game. Like I don't really,
as much as we like Şengün here, his game doesn't exactly fit the All-Star model.
Yeah. But I will say Sabonis will make an All-Star team here and there too.
It's very true, but he plays like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
5 minutes a half or something.
And that's what. Guess what? That's what a 23-year-old Alperen Şengün making his first All-Star team would be.
You would barely see him. You better be thankful for the teams being split up.
It'll look good on the player page where it's one-time All-Star when he's
on
23.
His wiki or his Pro Basketball Reference. But Şengün getting more than 5 minutes a half would only happen now because of how they've changed the format.
Yeah,
where there are more teams.
I think it had to be. Obviously, if Jalen copies the first 6 games of the month and pace it for the next 6 games of the month, if there is an All-Star on the Rockets, it's going to be Jalen Green. I feel pretty confident.
Yeah, he's playing. He is playing beyond an All-Star right now, and caveats, 6 games. He's playing like an All-NBA player for these 6 games. So I wouldn't doubt it. it would be interesting to see if they allow or they have 1 month of play be enough of a determination to put him on that team when he has been a disappointment up until January.
He is leading the team in scoring.
Yeah, that
21 points to 19.
Yeah, that recently ticked up because of what he's been doing over the last 6 games.
42 last night really helped.
Yeah, that helped. All right, so the Rockets get the win. We will talk about them. We'll hear from Amen Thompson. He said something pretty funny about Jalen Green's performance and how he's pretty much unguardable, except if one person had to guard him. So we'll hear from Amen Thompson when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's a place you go to if you got a problem with your plumbing. The weather is getting colder. It'll be even colder next month. What does that mean for your pipes? It means if something goes down, you're not going to be ready for it. We all think we have answers. We don't have answers to plumbing. You don't have answers to plumbing. One place you should go to get those answers, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They do everything from leaks, which you might consider small until the water is on your floor or you can't fix it. They'll fix it for you. Or maybe something even bigger, like a water heater, whether it be tankless or standard, or maybe you have an issue with the water filter or a fixture is giving you problems. They do it all. We had someone here, Sam, who does our social media stuff. She had an issue with a toilet in the bathroom. Aqueduct Plumbing Company take care of it too. Any plumbing issue you have, just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and check out all the services they provide. But pretty much, if it's a problem, they can fix it. They'll come out to your home, and they are local contractors who've been working in the community for a good while, and they're excellent. They're excellent at what they do. If you want to call them, you can. 281-488-6238 is that number. And you get that free price quote because you may not be sure what's going on. They'll figure it out, and you don't want to get charged for something when you're not sure. So they'll take care of you there. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Rockets full of young talent. Jalen Green showed out last night, but a consistent contributor all year long, and it's upped once he made his way into the starting lineup as Amen Thompson. He spoke after the game about Jalen Green's night and the one guy who might be able to stop him. Here's Amen Thompson.
I mean, yeah, it was like a playoff environment. You know, we've had a couple games like that, but I feel like that's when we show up the best in those environments, and see what Jalen did tonight. Unguardable, unless it's me. Tell him that.
When he's going like that, how does that change how the rest of you are looking to space the floor and get to your spots?
I mean, they send two at him, so then it's just the back line, you know, outbeat Steve do when he hits him. And then I'm cutting in the dunker, getting easy buckets, and that's because, you know, Jalen's gravity.
Credit to the reporter who plowed right through and didn't even take a moment to laugh at Amen's joke.
Not even the media laugh. Not a chuckle.
We heard a media laugh, a very loud one, but not her. I got my question. You ain't distracting me.
Now what about offense?
Yeah,
dude.
Hey, funny man.
Yeah.
Answer this question.
Jokester.
Yeah. Oh, you beat the Grizzlies. You think you can make jokes, but a nice
make a jump shot. How about that?
Yeah, she's just out on Amen Thompson. Doesn't think it's funny. Doesn't think he's a viable player unless he can make a shot, which clearly is not the case. So yeah, Jalen Green's performance opened it up. The Grizzlies were very insistent on, okay, enough. We're gonna get the ball out of your hands and make other guys make plays. And even still, when it came down to it, once the Grizzlies took the lead very late in the game, he made a play. He made a tough shot in the paint around the guy and gave the Rockets lead. And then the next possession, Ja raced down the court and lost it. Thought that was a poor decision from an established player in that moment. He got in the paint, got stuck in there, and lost the ball. And the Rockets were able to hold on and win that game 120-118. So good win for them. The other, at least important game on was the playoff game. And, you know, a lot of people were tweeting about Sam Darnold's agent every time Sam Darnold had to drop back the pass and what that guy was going through. A lot of that was going on. While I won't tweet about it, I did think, oh man, what had the last two games done for the earning potential for Sam Darnold? We were on the verge of having real discussions about should the Vikings trade away J.J. McCarthy because they have their quarterback, and now we're at Sam Darnold is the guy who a lot of people thought he was. Like, the priors for Sam Darnold are a giant problem for him now, because if that was a quarterback we didn't know anything about and he goes out there and doesn't have a great 2-game stretch at the end in a game on the road that would have decided their fate as far as the division and the number one seed, and then going on the road again in a weird environment in Arizona and losing a playoff game, sure, their performances aren't bad, but you could probably look past it and go, hey, he had a great year. First playoff game, that's tough. The offensive line wasn't great. You can make excuses. No one's looking to make excuses for Sam Darnold's performance because they think they know what he is. So now it's like, get ready, JJ. And is Sam Darnold a future Saint or Raider? Because he ain't going to be a Viking, at least according to people. Now, Kevin O'Connell, the head coach, came out and defended this guy, but it was bad. From the pocket presence or lack thereof, missing guys when they were open. Look, the Rams did a good job. There were times where there was no one open, and he was dancing around the pocket looking for a receiver, and he took a beating because of it. But there were times where I think it was early in the game where he threw the pick, where they showed it later, where he had time to throw, and Jalen Naylor was coming open inside, and he threw outside, inside, and late, and it got picked off. Just one of those performances that if you don't believe in Sam Darnold, and you didn't, and you never will, this was one of these things where you're like Leo from Once Upon a Time, and you point, see,
that's him.
That's him.
I mean, everyone got the he's seeing ghosts out there jokes.
Of course, that happened.
Yeah, no, it's tough for Sam Darnold because, like he said, if we're being fair to him, or we just judge it off the entire season, he had a very good season. However, he's battling two things, two very strong notions when it comes to at least the public judging quarterback play. The preconceived notion of him from his 5-year career before now, right? Oh, I guess it was 2018 to 20. Wow. Yeah, that's 5 years. 5-year career before now. And then the second thing he's battling is recency bias, which is the last 2 nationally broadcast games,
where
standalone games,
everyone's
everyone
watching.
He stunk up the joint. So he has those 2 things happening, and those 2 things are outweighing the 15 good games that he played before that. So I think it's tough for him. I don't know what his market will be, and it might be a situation where Minnesota isn't desperate enough to bring him back like they would have been 3 weeks ago.
If you're Minnesota, is this the best thing for them for this to play out this way and not to commit? Maybe there wasn't going to be Daniel Jones type money, but not to commit money to him like the Giants had to give to Daniel Jones.
Baker Mayfield Bucks money, where it's like 30-35 million a year for 3 years. That's what I thought. For the most of the season, I was like, that feels like where this has ended up, where he's going to be, if not the Vikings starting quarterback with that, he's going to be a starter somewhere with that kind of contract. And he still might be. It's just the chances that it's in Minnesota have taken a huge hit the last couple of days or last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I don't know what Jason McCarthy will be, but
the starter for the Vikings next year,
as far as his career path. But yes, that's what he will be.
That's all that matters. If I'm JJ McCarthy, I'm like, hell yeah, dude.
But if you were thinking that the Vikings were going to be in a tough position because Sam Darnold might have won a playoff game or 2, and now you're thinking, do we trust the rookie quarterback with what we have, or do we lean into the success we have with the guy we didn't expect much of? The choice is clear. At least from the outside, who knows what JJ McCarthy is in the building? Maybe as soon as they drafted him, they're like, oh, we've made a terrible mistake. Once they got him out on the field, because he wasn't penciled in to be the starter. Like Kevin O'Connell came out and said, even before JJ McCarthy got hurt, Sam Darnold is our starter in training camp.
Yeah. I wonder how much of that is the guy is always going to start 4 games, and then they're just going to go to the guy they drafted in the first round. The Jacoby Brissett was this year's.
But that was supposed to be a bad football team.
Yeah.
The Vikings clearly operated like they were supposed to be pretty good. They went out and got Aaron Jones, and of course they have the receivers and Hawkinson. So
maybe they saw like Sam Darnold's killing it right now.
I'm sure he was, because it played out that way for the most part.
It for again the first 15 games of their season.
Yeah, for whatever they saw mini camps and OTAs played out across the regular season until the final game, and then until last night. So Vikings are out. We've got Rams in.
Saves them a headache.
I think I think the decision is far easier if they were even conflicted. You go with JJ McCarthy and you say, thanks, Sam. Appreciate what you did. It was a very interesting and fun year. We bid you adieu. Go with God.
Yeah.
See what you can do.
And Daniel Jones, how would you like to wear a jersey now? And stand on the sideline?
That's right.
Because he was every time they'd showed him a couple times, I was like, I forgot that Daniel Jones just not dressing out for this team.
Yeah, Daniel Jones fills in and goes in as that bridge backup quarterback.
Like he's the right level of like, listen, if JJ McCarthy's come around slowly, maybe the injury, whatever, maybe he stinks. Jones is like, okay, he can start the first 4 games of the season until we play the Lions on September 13th. Let's throw him out for that.
He's cheap.
And then
he doesn't call, and we don't have to make any commitments to him. We can eventually get to JJ when he's ready. I'm sure Justin Jefferson will have yelled at Daniel Jones several times, but hey, at least it's him and not McCarthy, at least early on. And we're good. And we can push him aside when we need to. And Sam Darnold can be a Saint or wherever he's going to play quarterback next year. It feels like the Saints are the perfect spot because they always delude themselves into thinking they're going to be okay. Partly because the NFC South is not good, although like the Bucs have won it like 4 years in a row, so maybe stop pretending like you can compete in that division at this point until proven otherwise. But he feels like the perfect Saints quarterback. And for Vikings fans, you should be thankful, I think, that he won't be yours. At least we think he won't be yours.
Does he feel like the perfect Saints quarterback?
Yes, he's like Derek Carr.
I feel like Drew Brees is the perfect Saints quarterback.
Well,
I feel like if you ask Saints fans, they're like, no,
I'm not.
Don't put that on us.
Yes, but for this version of the Saints, where they don't have Drew Brees, they don't have prime Sean Payton, they continue to pretend like a complete overhaul isn't necessary. For this version of them, Sam Darnold feels like the perfect choice.
They are like $50 million over the cap.
They keep finding ways to go sign a guy to continue to put out a roster that's 6 or 7 wins worthy instead of just letting the bottom completely fall out. And they're always over the cap. They always manage it, no matter what.
Would getting rid of, and this is like, if you don't have an answer, that's fine. Would getting rid of Derek Carr to bring in Sam Darnold making slightly less, like, would that even save the money? What I'm saying is maybe just hold your nose and bring back Derek Carr. Sorry, Saints fans.
Or you decide that you're not going to make any moves to draft the quarterback this year. You just run Spencer Rattler out there for as many games as you can until it gets to a point where you have to play someone else, because there's always a breaking point. Everyone has the dream that we're going to tank and we're just going to play a bad quarterback for all the games until it's so bad. Even if the other quarterback isn't good, you have to make a switch. So I'm not saying if he's healthy that they can run Spencer Rattler out there for 17 games. That's never how it goes. Someone else will have to play, but just have another version of Spencer Rattler waiting.
Jake Haener.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who it is.
They tried that this year.
Yeah, just keep playing those
for no reason.
Playing one guy for 5 when you get second and play the other guy for 5, then just rotate until
I'm sure you can sign DTR. I'm sure
whatever.
Thompson Robinson's
just
around.
Play out the season and hope that some quarterback pops in the college ranks, maybe a couple, so you have a choice, and then hopefully for the Saints in 2026 they have a guy. To that Saints fan who called in, who was talking about how I can't believe it. Remember how explosive the Saints were through the first 2 weeks? He started the year going, if the Saints win a Super Bowl, I'll drink like Bourbon Street bathwater or water, whatever he said, street water. And then he tweeted me after like the first 2 weeks, looks like I'm going to have to do it. No worries, buddy. That was never in the cards. And now maybe you're in for another. Hopefully for you, the Saints actually decide we don't want to be good. But I don't have the feeling they're going to approach the season like that.
No, I mean, I don't know, when Drew Brees retired, 2020, 2021. Basically, since then, every offseason, we've thought this is the year that the Saints take their medicine, do what you're saying, and just get the number 2 pick in a draft and take your medicine when it comes to the money, get your books in order, not start every offseason $50 million above the cap. Like, every year it makes sense. And every year they just restructure some deals to stay around, like you said, where it's a roster that you look at and you're like, yeah, you're not going to win 3 games, but you're only going to win 6 or 7. Like, this isn't good. I don't know what value this is actually adding. If they've done that for this long, I have a hard time thinking that they're going to change their stripes now. As long as Mickey Loomis is still running the thing, I don't know why he would change right now. I just don't know why he would have the come to Jesus moment.
And I'll admit it's tough to tell the bulk of your roster, hey, we're just gonna suck. Like the guys who are on the contract who can't go anywhere. Hey guys, this season, one of a few that you're gonna have in the NFL, we're gonna be awful. So just suck it up and play. That we talk about it as if, hey, just go out there and
just
be
press
bad.
The button. Press the be bad button. Start all your 67 overalls on Madden. And
get
just
through
do that.
Several months, be bad, play 17 games where you really don't have a shot to win maybe a quarter of them. I mean, maybe you have a shot to win a quarter of them, if that. But hey, whatever. Just go out there. That'll be a year off your body, and then we'll come back next year with a rookie quarterback. We hope it goes well. That's a tough sell. But
hopefully Arch Manning's the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
We could sell so many jerseys.
A guy who's never
started against a
Power 4 team.
Yeah, well, he started against Mississippi State, but they
didn't count last year. Yeah. But to your point, yes, it was a Power 4 team. Hadn't started against a winning Power 4 team. He's your guy, hopefully.
Yeah.
So
hopefully Nico learned how to pass.
Yeah, it's a very tough sell. But for the Saints' health of the franchise overall is probably what they should do. Okay, enough about the Saints. Although, if you're a Saints fan and you didn't enjoy that 5 minutes of us telling you how dead you are as a franchise, I understand. Doesn't mean it's not true. If you want to get in on anything, you can. 713-780-3776. We have our playoff matchup set. Big game of the week is, well, here, clearly Chiefs Texans. But as far as nationally, Bills Ravens. And I don't want to talk about legacies. I don't care that much about that. But I am interested in who will be the most miserable. Who will feel like this season was wasted the most, considering what is on the plate for both those guys. We'll get to that at some point in probably hour two. But before we get to all that, let's have Sean talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And like you said, it's the playoffs. You got Bills, Ravens, you got Chiefs, Texans this weekend in the AFC. And I mean, we've been watching these games. They all get national love. The Texans get local and national love, I guess now. Before this week, they really didn't get that much local love, but you've seen them play. You can make some money on Prize Picks. You know what's going to happen. It's going to be cold. We've already seen these teams play. Maybe it's just a repeat, or maybe the Texans figured something out. You can do that on Prize Picks, and maybe you don't want to run your game when it comes to the NFL. Maybe you want to run some college football action game next Monday when the Buckeyes and the Fighting Irish take the field. Maybe you want to make some money there. They have college basketball, NBA, NHL, whatever you want. Prize Picks has it, and that's why they're #1 in daily fantasy sports in America. What you're going to do, you're going to download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get your money. The money is guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell. No, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
Welcome back to the show. We mentioned Arch Manning in passing. Well, two of what would have been his top wideouts are out the door. Bond and Golden are both out. Texas loses both to the NFL draft. They recruit well there, but they did rely on transfers this year, and it got them to the semifinal of the CFP. So Arch will have less experienced guys, but very talented guys to throw the ball to this upcoming year. So we will assume that Texas will be just fine there. Right. I know those guys, they brought in 3 transfers because this was supposed to be maybe not all in like Ohio State, but they wanted some experience there and more talent, and it worked out. But Moore and who are the other guys? Wingo?
Moore, Wingo are going to be the 2 guys that I guess were in the rotation this year that will return in the rotation. I believe Bolden is out of eligibility, but who knows? It's 2024. There's a 4-year starter for Texas that announced that he was leaving for the draft. I was like, yeah, you're a 4-year starter. That I don't know why you had to announce that you're leaving.
It happens more often than you think for whatever reason.
I don't know why you
don't have any eligibility left. You don't have to tell me.
I don't know why you need to write 5 paragraphs and have a graphic for this, but okay, do you?
You need a graphic for everything.
So it'll be those 2 as far as returning production. They have some other guys that are more depth pieces that, if you're not a Texas fan, like the name Parker Livingstone and Aaron Butler don't do anything for you.
Mm-hmm.
Just know that they're, 4-star kind of guys. And they're bringing in 2 5-stars out of high school. I assume one of them will probably be like next year's Ryan Wingo and be in the rotation, but not super featured. For me, I think I would feel better with 1 transfer quarter or wide receiver coming in, just another, Golden type guy.
Yeah.
Because Silas Bolden, like he was a transfer receiver they brought in, but he didn't have a lot of receiving production. And he was more of a special team.
And I'm looking at him. I think he could come back because
they can all come.
Because in 2021, while he was at Oregon State, he played in only 4 games.
Oh, okay. That is a red shirt. And then 22, 20. So, yeah.
Yeah. So he could come back, I think. Will he look to another spot to actually catch the ball as a wide receiver as opposed to just doing it as a punt returner? We will see there. So Arch will have some familiar faces, and at least for people who watch Texas, we will see. We'll see if he has any new faces if they go grab someone from the portal. I was looking at that, not necessarily for Texas, but a lot of those guys have made their selections. Now there is a spring portal, so that's a spot where you may be able to dig in and find a really good player.
When I'm talking about Texas getting portal guys, I'm talking about tampering with someone who's on the roster right now and getting them in spring. That just I'm not talking about who's actually in the portal.
Yes.
I have no idea.
A&M's kind of cleaned up. They got Concepcion from NC State, and then
Micah Hudson from Texas Tech.
Now they lost
5-star last year.
They lost Noah Thomas
to Georgia.
Yes. So it's the give and take of the portal. We'll see how Texas figures things out. Likely right after spring football, if they feel like they don't have enough answers at that position.
Spin zone for the young receiving core. Who are the backups this year? Arch Manning, and who is he throwing to? The backup receivers. So they're not starting at 0 like they would be if they actually do get
that. Spin is right off a message board.
Hey, it's also true.
That's what the message board.
The second team offense is just gonna be the first team offense.
I have seen that written for 20 years. I've seen that.
So what? We're losing the 2 best receivers.
Look, I know we brought in 3 guys because we weren't sure about these guys, but now because they have all that time catching passes from Arch in practice, they'll be ready to go.
Learn the system. It's
course.
Steve Sarkisian. It's a hard system to learn.
I've heard that. I've heard that. Some other non-Texas news around college football.
What?
They have I know, we have to get to other things. The coaches are meeting, and they are thinking about implementing a rule where if you are seen to fake an injury, which has been a thing in college football, it's pissed off everyone who's been involved, except for the people feigning the injuries. They would have to be sidelined for the rest of the drive if you're injured. Not if. So it's not even going to be a judgment thing where the ref goes, "Oh, okay,
if you go down, you're
effing
out for the
around."
drive.
Yeah, which I don't know if that's strictly for defenders, because if your quarterback gets, fallen on and loses, and gets the breath knocked out of him, does that mean the quarterback can't come back later in the drive?
I would think
Is
that
this
you would
strictly
write
a defender's thing?
Yeah, because you're not trying to. What you're trying to stop is defenders going down to stop the hurry
Yeah.
up. You're not worried about
But this says any injured player. It doesn't specify defenders, according to Ross Dellinger.
Then it wouldn't be the first time college football
did something stupid.
Made a stupid rule that needed 3 words changed, and then it makes sense. But nope, we're gonna do it this way. Yeah, I don't know. That seems. I don't know. That seems like it could have unintended consequences,
Like everything college football does.
Yeah,
like
if
you
it's only
pointed out.
defenders, I'm not super against it. If it's everybody, I am. Like you said, so quarterback.
Yeah, generally receivers don't fake injuries.
No one on offense does, unless you're Ole Miss. No one on offense.
Ole Miss, it feels like they do it no matter what. It's taught to everyone. Defense, kickers,
against
long
Kentucky,
snappers. It doesn't matter.
Against Kentucky, Jackson Dart literally turned around and gave his running back the go down motion, and he just tipped over. Yeah. like what are we talking? Like maybe maybe thanks to Lane Kiffin, you do have to write it for the offense, because for some reason I think it was to save a timeout. Basically, that's what they did.
Yeah, they have a obvious example of the offense taking advantage of it too. So I guess you can't simply maybe you make it quarterback exclusive where it doesn't affect the quarterback, because you can see the quarterback getting hit. You can assume they don't want to sit their first string quarterback for even a play. So you let that be the case.
Or you can call a timeout, and
it's that's the other thing. If you can call a timeout,
and then the guy can come back,
and the player can come back in. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, we fixed it. We fixed college football.
Yeah, that's
boom. College football is perfect now.
Clearly, I neglected to put that. That's part of the tweet. Coaches could use a timeout to reinstate the player.
Okay, boom.
So there it is. So they do have a fix for it. So if your wide receiver gets hurt and he's your number one and you want it back, according to this, if they implement it, you could call a timeout to get it back in.
But imagine last drive of the game.
Well, if you don't have any timeouts, you're screwed. But if your quarterback gets hurt in the last drive, you don't have any timeouts, you were screwed. I guess.
Wow.
I guess the answer would be
Steve Angeli's going to be more of a legend now.
I guess the answer would be
don't get hurt. Be a man.
Or
don't get down. Actually,
be up by 3 scores. You won't have to worry about it.
Yes, that's the answer to everything. But also, it is only if you go down with an injury. So what if we see a lot more people limping, dramatically limping,
Byron Leftwich type stuff,
or
being carried down
crawling
the field
to the sideline like it's a war movie? Yeah, I don't know.
Medic. Can you you can't
Saving Private Ryan.
You can't have the personnel come on the field and drag them off. But how about a player coming in for a substitution, runs on the field, drags you off before they stop play?
Bring in a D tackle to fling your cornerback.
However many you need to get the guy off the field, because a medic would say stoppage of play. Medic, I keep saying medic. Medical personnel, team trainer comes on the field. That's stoppage of play. You just send a couple walk-ons out there, pull them off the field, help them limp off the field. We didn't stop play. You don't know if those guys would have come in for a substitution.
Yeah, I like this.
There will be a coach who tries this if this rule gets implemented to not burn a timeout, or maybe they don't have any. Send a couple players on there as fake substitutions and carry somebody off the field.
Yeah, because if the offense subs, the ref is standing over the ball. It won't let him snap it. So
That's
you have
right.
all the time in the world.
You might as well
drag this guy off the field.
You might as well. I'm looking for I'm looking for dumb things to happen. I hope a lot of dumb things happen from this rule.
If this rule passes and you want dumb things to happen, watch an Ole Miss game.
Yes.
I mean, if you want dumb things to happen in college football, watch an Ole Miss game.
Period.
But,
yeah.
But this rule specifically, also.
Speaking of Ole Miss, before we go to the break, what's her name? Sydney Thomas, is that her name? The girl who got famous for being at that UFC event on Netflix. She went on a podcast because that's what you do now when you're trying to. When you're trying to turn
She's famous.
Your fame into something. You do that.
Famous for standing in the background of a Jake Paul fight. So now she's on a podcast.
So it wasn't her own just yet, but she did go on a podcast and she revealed that one SEC coach slid into her DMs, and all they said was roll or RTR, roll tide, roll, I guess. So, or maybe it was just roll tide. Either way, she didn't specify whether it was a head coach or not. She just said it was a head SEC coach.
Ooh, okay, that makes more sense. That it could be,
Now, people assume Lane Kiffin was the coach because he's Lane Kiffin.
Of course. And he's a head coach. So
yeah,
mind goes,
just assumed.
No one's going to go, oh, maybe it's the
running back coach.
Receivers coach for Florida State.
Yeah, maybe
or Florida.
Maybe they're making the assumption that Sydney Thomas doesn't know anyone but a head coach in the SEC. Who knows? Maybe she's a big football fan. You never know. But either way, she makes appearances, clearly. And she was, I think, either at a golf tournament or wherever she was. And she wound up taking a picture of Nick Saban. And she posted it. And Lane Kiffin quote tweeted it and said, "See, we have our answer." And then he put roll tie roll or something like that. We have our answer about who slid into her DMs.
Yeah.
Lane, Miss Terry wouldn't allow that.
Lane, stick to this kind of social media activity.
Not hyping up other teams,
mid SEC teams, yeah,
or hyping up Penn State because they're beating up on SMU and you thought you belonged.
Yeah, just keep making me dance. All right, keep making me wave my hand.
Yeah, I don't like tough guy Lane. When you call a touchdown and it's obvious,
you throw the clipboard
and you go throw your hands up because you know it's a score.
I'm okay with that.
I'm good. That's the Lane Kiffin I like. You're making me dance, Lane. I don't like this Lane tough talking.
Yeah,
I know who you are, Lane Kiffin. Tennessee ran you out. Actually, you snuck out of Tennessee.
Yeah.
You're the same guy who got fired on the tarmac. I remember Lane Kiffin. I remember that Lane Kiffin.
Al Davis did a PowerPoint presentation about why he
how
fired
terrible
you
are. The greatness that you pulled off at FAU, the things you're doing at Ole Miss, which are great for Ole Miss, you are authoring a very successful run for Ole Miss. But I don't forget Lane. Credit to him for turning his career around, though, and trolling Nick Saban. I'll always welcome that. Okay, we're done with hour one. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. Rockets got a big win. Texans have a big one on Saturday against the Chiefs. We'll get into that more. We haven't talked a lot about that other than how nuts it would be considering the history that the Chiefs are trying to accomplish, that the Texans would be the one to knock them off. But we'll talk more Texans. We'll go around the NFL as well. We will be back. Something historic happened last night, Sean. Let's see if you can figure out the team. For the first time in NBA history, a team started 12-3 and wound up under 500 at any point in the year. Can you guess what team that was?
So they started the season 12-3. Now they're under 500. Golden State Warriors.
You are correct.
I knew that they were going through it. Right.
They lost to the Raptors on the road.
That's tough
To make some history.
Because at any point in the year means no one's done it in game 82. Like
yes.
no one's started 12-3 and then ended up 40 and 42. They're I'm guessing like 18-19 right now.
I think maybe 20-21 or maybe,
yeah.
I think that's what it might be right now.
It was a very quick turnaround. It was grand opening, grand closing.
At 12-3, you're on pace for 58 wins.
Yeah. Now they're on pace for...
They're 19-20. They are not on pace for 58 wins anymore.
Okay.
No.
I mean, they're on pace for like
so if
39.
we're looking to throw some dirt on the Warriors, there's some right there. They were a 1 seed at one point, and now look at them.
Ha. Hey, Warriors, tell me on my what taste.
Yeah, it's a new day, Warriors. I don't know if you've heard. Acquiring Dennis Schroeder is not going to help you.
Yeah.
And
that's when you should have known things are bad. I think we all should have raised alarm bells. That's not a all-in move. That's a, oh my God, we're screwed. Dennis Schroeder, maybe?
When Dennis Schroeder is putting up numbers on a bad team, you acquire him and think he's going to help. And he has not been good since he's been a Warrior.
If adding Dennis Schroeder is the question, is the answer.
I don't like the question.
I don't like the question.
At least not for my team. I don't
like it.
Don't like it.
Unless it's like, we need a 6 man.
Yeah, not a guy you're going to immediately insert into the starting lineup because you're desperate.
Yeah.
And
it's tough. I feel bad for them.
Yeah, it's terrible for them. Both Steph and Draymond have said bad teams mortgage their future for a win now stuff. So a lot of the conversation was about are the Warriors going to get Steph some help? Well, according to the stars of the team, it would be stupid to do it. Wow. We will see how they feel later in the year if they're still bad, but they're not the ones apparently pushing to dump Kuminga and Pods, although he hasn't been good all year, for picks. Remember when Pods was a guy holding up allegedly the Lauri Markkanen trade?
Yeah. Can't trade Pods.
He's not been good this year. No. Part of the reason they went out and got Schroeder, but yeah.
You're ready to learn South Beach, buddy.
Ooh. Where's he going to play? Well, Terry Rozier stinks, so, but still.
Ugh.
So, but I don't want Pods. I don't want Pods.
I know. And what? 30 seconds ago, you said how the 2 best players on the team were like, don't mortgage the future for us.
Yeah. Jimmy Butler would be the epitome.
Do you know how cooked you have to be for two 35-year-olds to be like, nah, don't bother making a win now trade.
Yeah. I don't know if there's one out there.
Jimmy Butler thinks he's going to go to a team and make him a contender.
He said, I can make anyone a contender. So we can't trust the delusions of Jimmy Butler. He said that and then has decided I only want to play in Phoenix.
No, but it's funny that Jimmy Butler says that. And even like him going to thinking that he can make Phoenix a contender. Like Phoenix is right there with Golden State right now. And you have again, Stephen Curry, like top 10, top 12 player of all time, being like, don't mortgage your future for this. Yeah. We are done.
And we've made the joke already. But you have a team currently that you don't make a contender for multiple reasons.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
They've been in the play-in. I mean, they've made what? Two finals runs out of the play-in? And
they made a finals run in the bubble.
Oh, but they were just the 8th seed.
They were the 5. People forget they were actually the 5 seed.
I thought they were the 8th seed.
No, it's the bubble. Everything. Everyone forgets everything. But they were the 5 seed in that run, and now they upset the Bucks and the Celtics, but they weren't an 8 seed.
Oh, okay.
They've been in the bubble, the play in the last 2 years. The first year they made the finals. The second year, Jimmy Butler gets hurt in the first play-in game against the Sixers, and then when they win the elimination game against the Bulls, I think he's not available for the playoffs.
Okay. And 2021,
that was coming off
seed?
the bubble year. They were the 6th seed and lost to the Bucks in round 1, and then the next year they're the number 1 seed and lost to the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. So it's been a very successful run. But the last 2 years, because of lack of availability for an older player, and in some cases he's out there and just not playing very hard. That's the quiet part aloud. That's the quiet part that's now being said out loud by people who are around the Heat. for anyone who's looking to trade for Jimmy Butler, they're like, why will we pay you $50+ million a year for you to coast for the games you are out there and then try to turn it on in the playoffs? We were accepting of that when you actually did turn it on in that play-in run. But if you're not going to play, and then when you do play, you're not going to play at even an all-star level, forget all NBA level, and then we do the whole player management thing, and then you get hurt in the first play-in game, what are we doing? So that is some of the push for not giving Jimmy Butler money or even trading any assets for him, because the guy's 35 and doesn't even want to play. Maybe you get a motivated one, but you've seen since they announced they were willing to trade him, they haven't got many offers. But he would be the perfect Warrior all-in move if the guys who are on the team wanted the all-in move, but they don't even want it, allegedly. We will see how it goes as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline.
Do you think LeBron sees that and is like, what the hell are these guys talking about? Like, what is wrong with these guys?
Well, maybe they're content up there and they don't want any mess up there, apparently.
I want to make win moves right now, and I'm 40. Like,
I have really no shot of winning.
LeBron has been either like telling his team to make win now moves, or merely his presence on the team
suggests you have to.
Since 2007.
Yes. The way back when the Cavs were in fear of losing LeBron like 3 years into his tenure there, the first time around.
Yeah.
And then
they trade for Mo Williams because they're like, we got to win now. And Antoine Jameson.
And clearly he spent his 4 years with the Heat. So he left there partly because he thought they were cheaping out. They didn't want to go into the tax. Even at that point, it was less punitive than it is now. And then he goes to Cleveland, and he was taking short-term deals to let him know at any point, if you don't keep this up, I'm going to get out. And the Warriors are like, whatever, which speaks to why Steph is considered one of the more unique superstars of all time, because he doesn't hold his franchise to the fire and force them to do things and make them uncomfortable. We will see if it comes down to it when we get to February 6th, if we get the hints of Steph being unhappy and they need to make a move.
If you're a Warriors fan, do you like this?
What, this mediocrity thing you got going on?
Yeah, that the players on the team are like, don't make win now moves. This is a 3-year long retirement tour, or however long they're signed. Like, this is just a retirement tour for us.
Well, we can ask the people in this city and how they've reacted to. Now, players on the team haven't expressed not making moves, but the owner has let stars go. The most recent one hasn't made a decision or hasn't gotten the deal he wanted, but he's out the door, and Alex Bregman. And the people were ready to turn. They're already ready to turn on Crane. They were ready to turn on the team after their slow start this year. Like, you're coming off an ALCS appearance and following a World Series title. And the slow start here was getting people pissed off. Maybe the Warriors up in San Fran and in the Oakland area are a little calmer. The fans are a little calmer. They considering, but
don't have that dog in them. That's what
possibly. I mean, Oakland, I wouldn't say that about, but San Francisco,
they moved out.
Yeah, I know San Francisco, I would.
They're
but
like, too much dog in here.
But the Oakland fans, I would say, too much dog. San Francisco, maybe not. Maybe they're chill with watching their team in the nice new arena.
We want less Marshawn Lynch's and more Tom Brady's.
Possibly. Although Tom Brady was a bit of a dog.
He was a dog. Yeah. Talk about win now moves. Yeah. Sign all these guys. Tampa Bay Bucks. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Les Marshawn.
Sign Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
Because we need a win now.
Yeah. He was all about winning now. The Warriors apparently are fine.
I think I'd be upset.
Well, are you satisfied with the titles, and most recently in 2022?
Probably, but I'd still be like, I don't want to watch a sub 500 team with Steph Curry.
But what's a real win now move for them? Getting in on the Bradley Beal 3 or 4 team trade? You want Bradley Beal?
No.
Do you want?
I want Jimmy Butler.
You
That's
sure?
what I'd be talking.
You sure?
Into. I mean, that's what I'd be talking myself. I'd be like, get Kuminga out of here. Get Pods out of here.
Well, get Pods out of here. I understand, but for Jimmy Butler, I'm not sure. You want to deal with that mess and then give him more money? It's not. I mean, it's not your money, but still, you want to have to deal with Jimmy Butler.
I just like you said with the Astros, like people are not people are furious, and they really haven't been actually bad yet.
No, they
haven't.
People
are furious at the like you're winding it down. I just
even though everything like this is inevitable, at some point you aren't going to be at the top of the league. It just happens. It could be extended for sometimes it goes like a decade with the Astros. We're getting close to 10 years of it. But at some point, it'll flip to either you being awful or you treading water for a little bit until your next great player comes along. At least in basketball. In baseball, it takes more.
And that's going to happen no matter what for the Warriors. Like drafting 11th isn't going to help them. Like if I were a Warriors fan, I'd be like, you know what's more fun? Making the playoffs. Even being the 7th seed is more fun than.
Well, I don't think Draymond and Steph think they're not going to make the playoffs, even though you look at the record, they're in real danger. But they probably think we got half the year. We'll figure it out with our guys. We don't need to be desperate to change the structure of this or the construction of this team right now. We still got it. Maybe they think back to being 12-3 through 15 and think that's still a thing for them.
They've been what's that 7-17 since then?
Been really bad. You know who doesn't have that problem?
Houston Rockets.
The Rockets. All upswing. Don't have to worry about getting old or making a win now move if they don't want, and they continue to win ball games.
In 13 years, when Jalen Green says don't make a win now move after 4 championships.
Oh, look at that.
I think I'd still be upset. I don't think I'm being hypocritical. I think I'd be upset.
Understood.
When Jalen Green wins 4 titles.
Yeah, I've heard that twice now.
Him and Amin Thompson are like, we're good. We already had Kevin Durant on our team.
And Edwards.
He came and went.
It
extended our window a couple extra years.
How many unhappy stars are you going to name that are going to wind up on the Rockets roster?
Oh, yeah, who's the Boogie Cousins? Zion.
Cade Cunningham and Jalen Green put aside their rivalry to join up to win. Yeah.
But then Cade's like, you know what? It's not really my team. It's kind of Jalen's team.
Yeah. I'm going to head to Dallas, play with Luka,
and try to call the shots there.
See how it
goes
goes
terribly.
Yeah.
Luka will refuse to get the vaccine. Yeah, it's all going to happen.
As we fantasy cast the Rockets next decade. At least it has the 4 titles in it.
And there's a vaccine controversy in the next decade that I'm fantasy casting.
It's a weird fantasy you're having in there, Sean. That's odd.
It's really taking from the last couple of years, now that I think about it.
I gotcha. All right. So Warriors not desperate. We'll see if that's a real thing. But that's a team slowly fading away. We have a team that's on the ascension. Just watch them last night against another West contender. And you can see there's a lot of talent there, even if they're not fully formed. Whether they are a deep run in the playoffs type team or an interesting first round exit. I don't know where the Rockets are going to land, but getting there should be plenty of fun. So we'll see how it plays out. And if they make even just a small move before the deadline to strengthen their roster, that's not off the table either. Before we get to more Rockets and more Texans, because we had a video that went up on social media about Bobby Slowick and whether the Saturday game against the Chargers would be his last one. Clearly, it's not. Did Bobby Slowick adapt? Did he do what people asked him to do or just wanted him to do, which pretty much say, hey, make CJ play better. It's pretty much what they want. But did we see what we needed to see from Bobby Slowick to say, hey, he's not as bad as we think? We'll talk about Bobby Slowick's performance in the game against the Chargers when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. That's where you go to if you want a great performing car. Whether it be new or pre-owned or something, you can help add to your fleet. It's all there for you at Monument Chevrolet. So they're the 6th largest fleet dealership in the country. So if you got a business and you're looking for vehicles, they got those there for you. If you're looking for something new, like a Tahoe or a Silverado, that's there for you. And of course, maybe you're looking for something pre-owned and you're concerned about that title because pre-owned means someone else has had it. You don't really know. Well, Monument Chevrolet gives you the comfort of knowing not only are they going to give you a great vehicle, but they're going to give you a warranty. 6 months, 6,000 miles. So if something unforeseen happens, they're going to take care of it for you. You don't have to worry. Not only will that warranty be in place, but they're going to give people to talk to and walk you through everything because they have great customer service. They've been in business for 50 years serving the community. That means they've been doing a great job getting people great cars for a very long time. For generations, they've been getting people great cars. So why not go out to Monument Chevrolet? But first, check them out at monumentchevrolet.com and see the entire inventory. And once you go out there off of 225 and Beltway 8 in Pasadena, you may run into William, who is their seller of the week. He's a dog guy, too. So if you like dogs, talk to William about dogs. You may see him wearing that championship belt to signify how great he's doing selling cars. You want great service? Go out to Monument Chevrolet. And remember, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
It's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye and his intrepid, most outstanding, arguably the greatest producer of all time, the one and only Sean Mapes.
If you go on ESPN Houston YouTube, go on YouTube and find ESPN Houston, you'll find a lot of videos, a daily one from some show. It could be our show. It could be John and Lance. It could be, obviously, Gallant George or the Killer Bees. The last time we had a video up, it was about Bobby Slowick and his future with the Texans. Both of us didn't think he was getting fired unless he had a atrocious performance on Saturday. It was getting ugly early, and then it all turned around. He did use the quick passing game. He did get that slant over 6 yards, so the over cashed on our hypothetical bet that we placed on that particular instance. Also, getting the ball inside the hashes to Nico was big. It resulted in the first touchdown on a 3rd and long. The Texans were bad on 3rd down up until the point where they weren't. I think it started with CJ converting on the botch snap where he made a play to Hutchinson. The Nico Collins one was a 3rd and long too, and they found a way to score. I think they are hampered, or at least Bobby Slowick is hampered by the construction of the roster because of the injuries and the lack of comfort in the offensive line. But I liked what he did getting the ball out of CJ's hands when he could, involving Nico in the short passing game inside the hashes and letting it be a catch and run situation as opposed to having CJ drop back and having to navigate a pocket that could get a little muddy when you have Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. I mean, the Texans can't be a great offense this year. They don't have the line for it, and they don't have the weapons for it. But can they be functional enough? And I think they were against the Chargers, starting, I don't know, late in the second quarter.
Yeah.
It got going, and they were very functional. They caught a break with the Derwin James drop of an interception, but since they went from being listless and now they're helped by their defense beyond the pick six, another pick put them in a good spot. But, you wind up scoring 32 points after going a full quarter and maybe 3/4 of another quarter without scoring. You'll say they figure some things out. Now, the Jesse Minter defense for the Chargers allows for some of that quick stuff over the middle inside the hashes. Will the Chiefs allow that with Spagnuolo? Seems unlikely. He's one of the best playoff DCs in the last quarter century. I'm giving him credit beyond what he does in a regular season. He seems to turn it up a bit once the playoffs hit.
Yeah.
So it's a tougher test on the road. But for what he has to work with, I think Bobby Slowick did a nice job once they got out of that kind of haze of, I don't know, almost 26, 28 minutes of game time.
Yeah. It was, maybe it was rust, from the only one
only
drive.
Playing one drive. Okay.
No, I don't know. I think there was definitely a concerted effort, like you said, to get Nico Collins the ball over the middle of the field. And that's where, not just on the touchdown, but I think it was, in the 3rd quarter, that's where there's another big play with that. They're looking for that. John Mechie had, I believe, 8 targets, which was the same amount or second to Nico Collins. And I think that also speaks to an emphasis on the quick game, to just try to get the ball out fast, get it out in space, because that's the best chance they have with the current offensive line alignment and situation that they have. So, yeah, I think Bobby Slowick did all right. Not A+, no notes, but I think he had an overall a good game plan or a good, at least, adjustment during the game. And you do have to give him credit because, Dell, I don't know if you saw this. I just saw it was posted on Twitter by Houston Stressens. But do you know who leads the NFL in passing yards this postseason?
I do know. Oh, you want me to say?
Yeah.
CJ Stroud.
Would you say that he shredded him?
No, but you did, so it doesn't matter. You already said it.
Shred up, Stroud!
Saying it again.
Sean will lean on. It doesn't say almost interceptions. On the stat sheet.
Nowhere on there does it say almost interceptions.
That's true. It doesn't. But
would you say that Josh Allen shredded him? Well, he had less passing yards than C.J. Stroud.
I know that PFF graded Justin Herbert as a better player on Saturday than they did C.J. Stroud.
You know what? I agree. Because, you do want to throw a couple interceptions. Almost interceptions. Ugh. No thanks. Real interceptions. Earned interceptions.
They don't give you credit for the opposing team dropping the football. That's part of their formula. Turnover-worthy plays are turnover-worthy plays, no matter if they catch them or not. Maybe I don't know how they credit a snap that you weren't ready for. I'm not sure how that plays out. Maybe they think, hey, that was your fault just because you turned it into a successful play. We're not giving you credit for that.
How did they credit a high throw over the middle that turns into an 86-yard touchdown?
That's the question. I don't know.
Is that an 86-yard touchdown?
So I am not saying they should have graded Justin Herbert better. I don't get it. He played awful. He was awful. CJ benefited statistically from the Chargers and their lack of hands. Like if Eric Murray had dropped it, it still would have been a bad throw by Justin Herbert. But on the box score, it's now 3 picks instead of 4. And obviously,
if.
Exactly. Well, he is one of the best hypothetical quarterbacks of all time. That's the thing about Justin Herbert is all the ifs. If he had weapons, if Anthony Lynn wasn't an idiot, if Brandon Staley wasn't an idiot, now he's gotten 2 coaches fired, partly because of his promise. A lot of it has to do with, hey, you're wasting Justin Herbert. Then we watched Jim Harbaugh go, I'm going to make Justin Herbert less important.
No, who's important? J.K. Dobbins.
And that offensive line. I know you think Malik Neighbors is important, but I'm going to take Joe Alt because I want to run the football and make big arm throw far guy less important than you think he should be. And then I'm going to hire Greg Roman, who loves to run the ball and doesn't have a sophisticated passing game either. All the things that you think would help a quarterback, I'm not going to do except draft the tackle because that should help anyone, right?
It should.
I'm going to run Quentin Johnson and Vlad McConkey, who's actually a good pick.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I know I got McConkey coming in the second round. So
I'm going to tell you,
who needs
Vlad McConkey's a good player. He ain't a number 1.
Probably not. He's
the
number 1 right now.
So while
he's Mr. Number 1 right now, he's not Mr. Right.
Yeah, he's Mr. Right now.
Although 1,200 yards as a rookie,
he had a good year.
That's what number 1 receivers do.
No, they go for like 1,500, 1,600. He was good. He was good. I'm not gonna knock Vlad McConkey, but he cannot. Well, first of all, he can't be your one and only weapon. Certainly,
definitely not. Definitely, and as we saw on Saturday, Quentin Johnson can't be number 2.
No, like Nico Collins can be your one and only legitimate wide receiver threat,
and you can run it work.
Hutchinson and Mechie and Woods and make it work. Vlad McConkey cannot be that guy and make it work.
No. Should have got my boy Josh Palmer a little more involved.
Josh Palmer been a Charger feels like forever.
It really does. It feels like he caught passes from Phil Rivers. I know that's not true.
It really does. I know.
They always have a Josh Palmer.
Yeah. They
have an if wide receiver every year.
Perfect.
They have an if quarterback. They have
the Chargers are an if franchise.
They really are.
So
that is the truest thing that's ever been said.
So it's perfect that the if quarterback is quarterback in that franchise, because if they can only get it together, if they could stop charging, all the things that we said about them for years, the quarterback who they have drafted fits the mold of what that franchise has been. So,
and he outplayed C.J. Stroud. And you know what? I'll tell Chargers fans that. I'm sure they'll love it. I'm sure they'll agree.
According to PFF, I've talked about this earlier that it really stinks when you start to question your quarterback. Now, I feel like most people were still in Stroud's corner because he won a playoff game. Sure, this season wasn't great, but the scars hadn't built up yet. Like he wasn't good this year, certainly by his standards. So you can start to go, okay. I thought we had a top 5 quarterback. Now I'm not sure. But you're not at the point where you are legitimately questioning if he can be the guy.
It's also having those questions from, he might not be top 5, having those questions in year 2, as opposed to in year 5 for Justin Herbert being like, I think he's top 10. I think he's top 10 out of the lack of the rest of the NFL.
Charger fans will battle other fans about their quarterback, mostly because of where he was drafted in that 2020 draft, which had multiple high-profile quarterbacks, and they've all had some level of success. Either they've been to a Super Bowl or at least have authored winning seasons and made the playoffs. Up until this year, he had been the one with the fewest appearances as far as his team making the playoffs. I think Tua's team made it twice. Jalen Hurts is always in the playoffs, and Joe Burrow has, I think, 2 playoff appearances and a Super Bowl appearance. So Justin Herbert had accomplished the least of them all until he matched Tua with his 2 playoff appearances. Now he's played in 2 playoff games because Tua was hurt in before one of them. But now, when you see him fail the way he did, you think to yourself, maybe he's not the guy I thought he was, and that becomes a problem, at least for the fans. Like all that supreme confidence in your guy, thinking, the Chargers Jacksonville thing, that's a Brandon Staley thing. That's Brandon Staley. And Brandon Staley screwed that up. And then you come in as a road favorite and he plays as poorly as he did. The confidence starts to wane. You're still going to be with your guy. You're going to say, hey, we only had Ladd McConkey. The offensive line wasn't great. But you're never going to wipe away what the 4 picks and how shook he looked in that game. It's just part of the growth, or depending on how it goes, the decline of a young quarterback.
Yeah, if this offseason, if you're a Chargers fan,
mm-hmm.
when people say that Brock Purdy is better than your quarterback, you can disagree.
But you better take it.
But yeah, you got to be quiet about
There's
it.
nothing you can say, because anytime you go, but all we're going to go is
Brock Purdy didn't throw 4 picks.
4 picks in a playoff game. You throw 4 picks in a playoff game, it's hard to come back from, whether you're the player or Herbert Muse, whatever you are.
It's hard. It was hard for Peyton Manning to come back from that.
And that was before social media.
That was back when just people had to talk to each other.
Yeah,
about
he
how
got
bad
drilled on the radio and TV until he finally got it done. It wasn't a constant drum of your guy's overrated, your guy's not good in the big moments on social media. That's what they're going to have to deal with until he changes the narrative.
Because now a guy, just a random guy you have never met before, who has Jared Goff as his profile picture, now he's calling you a clown instead of just like the guy you work with.
Yeah,
it's way worse.
If you got lightning bolts in your Twitter profile, in your in that bio, someone sees you,
hey,
just take it. Just say, hey, you know what? I got nothing to say. We all saw it. There's nothing to say.
It's almost Dodger season. That's what I'm saying.
That's right. Hey, they're good, right? You better turn that Herbert Muse into Ohtani Muse right quick. Deactivate one account, start the other one.
I was gonna say, I think Ohtani Muse is probably taken.
I'm sure it's taken, but some offshoot.
Freddie Freeman Muse.
Whatever it takes, so people forget
Will Smith Muse.
How hard you rode for Justin Herbert, only for him to embarrass you with his 4 picks. Some not so great Texans news. They got the win, a big win. Reports on Tank Dell's surgery. He'll have multiple surgeries tomorrow for the dislocated knee, torn ACL, MCL, LCL, and damaged meniscus. Multiple surgeries tomorrow. So, as much fun as it is to go win a playoff game, and now they got to go back to the scene of where that awful injury happened, Tank Dell's got a long road to come back to anywhere near what he was. Modern medicine's great, but that's a lot for one leg to go through. And we're probably talking about a guy who we don't see maybe until mid-2026 of that. He's not playing next year. We'll see about Tank Dell, but those surgeries are going to happen starting tomorrow. Multiple surgeries tomorrow for Tank Dell as he tries to recover from what was an awful, awful injury. Okay, we've got about one more segment to go. A couple more things to get to before we wrap it up. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We talked about this guy. I don't know how he came up. He just did. But as Sean said during the break, it ain't breaking news, but Jimmy Butler has reiterated to Shams, or he's reiterated to Pat Riley in a face-to-face meeting, and Shams has the news that he wants to be traded, just like he did a couple weeks ago. So with his suspension almost over, they've got one more game. They play the Lakers tomorrow, and then they come home, and that's when he's eligible to come back from suspension. He still wants out. I don't think anyone thought that changed. You just want one place, and that's making it. But beyond your issues, being old and wanting a lot of money, you only really wanting one place is a problem. So just to let you know, if you had any thoughts about wanting Jimmy Butler, he has not changed his mind. He still wants out of Miami, and maybe your favorite team is where he winds up. Kind of have my doubts, considering Miami's position that they're not just going to take bad contracts.
Yeah,
he's also said this. This was apparently what is supposed to be the push for the Heat to make the trade. Butler told Riley that he will not sign a new deal in Miami. I think we came to the conclusion that wasn't happening, and intends to use his $52 million player option in the offseason for a trade maneuver. Yeah, so okay. I will opt in so you can trade me. I'm not opting in to stay and play. Okay. So you're not going to get you're not going to get cap relief or flexibility. I will take my money. But then you're going to have to send me someplace else anyway.
Yeah.
So you might as well do it now.
Why would he leave? He's not getting $55 million on the open market.
I think they found that out after the agent started talking to people. Yeah. Ain't no one looking to give you that.
Well, also no one has that kind of money left.
Yeah, and it's funny, the Nets, I know people are pointing us out as a team that could actually take them in the cap space. We ain't doing that. We don't want to do that. Yeah. Why will we do that?
Why would they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think if this was any other player, I would say that he's just going to have to suck it up and play the rest of the season and get traded in the offseason. Because it's Jimmy Butler and because there's still time left before the trade deadline.
Got to cause problems.
I'm just saying it's him and James Harden. I think James Harden's still number one. I think Jimmy Butler's number two in I want out and I can get my way out. I'm more comfortable being uncomfortable, shout out Daryl Morey, than anyone else alive. I'm okay, because guess what? It's not uncomfortable for me. It's going to be uncomfortable for you.
You guys think you can handle being uncomfortable?
Yeah.
Just watch.
I have no problem acting however I need to act to get out.
Yeah.
And I think it's more likely that Riley just is like, listen, we're not doing this for a whole year. Or we don't want to have to send him home at some point in the season. I still don't think that's likely. If it was another team and another player, I think that this thing probably gets done just because they don't have the stomach for it.
Mm-hmm.
Both sides have the stomach to press the issue.
Yeah, the Heat have told local reporters that they aren't going to send him home and pay him. They're not just going to come to some agreement where he sits and they give him money. So either he's going to be put in a spot where he has to be the good citizen, which feels unlikely for Jimmy Butler, and play, or they're going to find more conduct detrimental and suspend you again. That's where the Heat stand. We're not going to, hey, we came to an amicable thing and you can go home and you'll get your money and then we'll finish this in the offseason. That's not what they want to do. And I don't think the NBA wants a $50+ million, or he's about 48 or whatever he is now. They don't want some star player, at least how he's paid, to be sitting home for an entire year. I don't think the NBA wants that. So that is still a thing. And does Jimmy Butler get traded to a spot that changes the complexion of the title race? I don't know.
Probably not.
Probably not, unless he winds up in Memphis.
Yeah, I mean, because that is kind of the hardest part for Jimmy at this point, is that he is we talked about it before. He's no longer the guy who can swing a championship.
No, unless you are close to that level and you need one more piece, which the Grizzlies would, except they would fit that mold, but he has, at least according to Chris Haynes, let it be known he doesn't want to play there. So that's where we stand. Star player, not happy, hopes to get moved, and has a standoff with Pat Riley. So we talked about this kind of jokingly, but almost seriously. that why don't the Cowboys just hire Deion Sanders? Well, after the show, we found out they talked to Deion Sanders. So Deion Sanders says he likes Jerry. He was happy to talk to him, gave him some things to think about. Then, of course, he threw in, I'm very happy at Colorado, which is what you always say before you decide if you want to leave or not. We don't know that Jerry Jones has offered Deion Sanders the job, but they've talked. They've talked, which I think says, Cowboy fans, you are not serious. Your franchise is not serious. Deion Sanders, good story, had a very nice year this year, but what exactly about what he's done at Colorado tells you that should be your head coach? Like, let's remove the Sanders name. His record at Jackson State, awesome. He did a great job there. His record at Colorado had an awful first year, nice turnaround in the second year. Should that be enough to qualify you for even an interview with the Dallas Cowboys, except that your owner's kind of a star whore? Like, he loves himself a star. And if he can get a star head coach who's a former player, wouldn't that be great? If it worked out. I don't know that the interview was one where Jerry's impressed and comes away going, I want Deion as my head coach. But you're not a serious franchise.
I love you, but you are not serious people.
He's not.
Except for the I love you part. Don't really feel either way about you. But you are not serious people.
No. Cowboy fans, it's kind of old hat to make fun of you in this town. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just pointing out you are run by someone who has turned it into, and it's his, so I guess he can. It's now it's fantasy football for Jerry Jones. He'll draft Big 12 players if he wants. He'll draft people who have he'll hire people who have some connection to something he likes, which is part of the process, but you'd like him just to hire the best person for the job.
Yeah, that's
he liked himself some Jason Garrett for years as the backup. He thought Jason Garrett was a great guy. Let's hire Jason Garrett. Let's keep him around for a long time. Mike McCarthy admitted to lying to his face after getting the job. Like, hey, Jerry's like, whatever. Mike McCarthy was so confident in his spot, he didn't even let a year go by before he admitted to lying about how he got the job. What are we doing? At least have some fear. Like, everyone kind of lies to get where they are. You're not an expert the way you say you are when you're applying for a job. You say what you got to say to make the resume and you're in the interview most impressive to get the job. But you know what I wouldn't do? Publicly announce I lied. That's who you had a coach for years. Now, you won 12 games, so his lying didn't matter so much. You won 12 games several times in the regular season, but once it came to playoff time, we saw Mike McCarthy didn't get it done. So now you're up looking for another guy. And at least early on, Deion Sanders is the first guy you talk to. Like, Mike McCarthy, no longer the head coach. Let's talk to Deion Sanders. Okay. And you're in a division where Philly is on solid ground. No matter what you think of Jalen Hurts, that's a big-time roster. Howie Roseman's one of the best in the game, right? Is the Jaden Daniels thing just a one-year thing for the Commanders? Maybe they take a step back next year, but they appear to have a good young quarterback. Dak Prescott's a good quarterback, an expensive one. Cowboys showed an unwillingness to spend money on the likes of Derrick Henry. I don't think that they're cheap, but I'm not sure they're spending money the right way. And now you've got Coach Prime. Maybe not as a candidate, but at least Jerry had a look-see. He had a look-see at his former player to see what it was like and see if he liked it. The Texans don't have everything squared away, but if we're comparing franchises right now, it's not even close. Cal McNair, of the two owners in the state of Texas, the man who wore the slime hat on his head after the win against against the Chargers.
That's a win.
Clearly, the man more in command of his franchise. He wore a slime hat, and I'm calling Jerry the unserious person.
That is true. That is true.
And I don't think I'm wrong. maybe Deion Sanders is going to be someone who completely flips the Cowboys' fortunes. Good luck with that. We're done for the day. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. So since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
into Van Fleet, and the Rockets make it 3 for 3 against the Grizzlies this season as they come from behind and win this thing 120 to 118. Jalen Green was spectacular.
One of our better ones of the year for sure. To be down 13 and kind of claw our way back in the way we did it was impressive.
Doesn't matter, pal. Your Houston Rockets are Southwest Division leaders by 2 games now. 3-0 against Memphis this year. They win the season series over Ja Morant, and he did not pull a gun on them afterwards. Hello, and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Joe, I wish I paid more attention to this game last night. I fell asleep in the midst of Vikings-Rams. I was a tie little boy. And I noticed on the top screen that the Rockets were down by a sizable amount. I think it was 11. And I said, you know what? At least this game's closer than Vikings-Rams. Switched Rockets onto the big TV. Lo and behold, a dramatic comeback victory.
So what you're saying is you're the reason why the Rockets won the game.
Some are saying that.
It's because you turned on the game, and just like Saturday when you were in the press box for the Texans game, the Houston teams just perform in front of Paul Gallant.
I like it.
I'm just saying.
I like it. It's like going to a strip club but not actually paying any money. Free lap dances for me from the Rockets and the Texans over a couple of days. Hell to the yeah.
I mean, look, you're down 187 with looks like 9:55 here left to go in the fourth quarter is when they were down 13.
I think it was like a minute left in the third where I said, you know what, like this football game was god awful.
So bad.
Even I'll admit it. Sam Darnold, I think the Rockets are better at football than Sam Darnold. I think, seriously, under Ime Udoka, they're bigger, they're stronger, they're faster. I think the Rockets are better at basketball than Sam Darnold is.
Yeah, I mean, I think Amen Thompson could play for the Vikings right now.
I was going to say, Amen Thompson coming off the edge next to Grenard?
Yeah. Honestly, I was thinking slot receiver for Amen Thompson.
Yeah, put him anywhere.
A 6'9" slot receiver.
Should the Texans sign Amen Thompson for Saturday's game versus the Chiefs?
All hands on deck. Actually, no. The Southwest leading Houston Rockets need them.
That's true. They do. That was a good win last night. Memphis is obviously a good basketball team. To beat them 3 times this year. I don't think Ja played in all 3 of the games, but last night's game,
he has been in the last 2, I think.
Yeah, and what matters the most for last night is what Jalen Green did. He was phenomenal.
So this is the big question: is this Jalen Green in the midst of another hot streak, or is Jalen Green figuring it out? Always got to remember, the guy's 22 years old. He turns 23 in a little under a month.
It's hard to say because it was so bad early, and it was poor coaching, and it was a poor organization at the time under Steven Silas. Really, not organization, but a team. Like they were a mess with Silas. Last year we saw baby step improvements. We have March as the sample size. I'll be honest, I kind of lean into figuring it out. With Amen Thompson in the lineup, it feels like they have unlocked the best version of the Houston Rockets, the best version of Jalen Green. It just seems to be going in a much different direction as soon as Amen Thompson entered the starting lineup. So I kind of lean right now to figuring it out over hot streak.
There were a couple of moments in last night's game where I saw some sort of sync between Thompson and Jalen Green. Whether it was Thompson blocking a shot at the rim and feeding it to Green, or you also just had this beautiful play with, I want to say like 5 minutes left, 4 minutes left or so, where Amen Thompson, Steven Adams, and Jalen Green were all involved, and Adams had this unbelievable pass under the rim. But it feels like they are developing some sort of chemistry. You saw them after a couple of big moments in the game, chest bumping each other. You saw them after the game, after the interview that Vanessa Richardson did with Jalen Green, where Dylan Brooks popped in and actually was smiling and happy, which was kind of alarming to see, where they're bumping into each other again. So that could be what's unlocking Jalen Green right now, for sure.
I mean, and you look at the end of the game, too, because the end of the game is really where you saw this core young group really take over. Like, until Fred VanVleet's final free throws, all the points scored from when you're down 108, 107, all the points are coming from Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun, and Amen Thompson until those final free throws from Fred VanVleet.
Yep.
And to get it back within 1 point to make it 116, 115 was the Jalen Green layup there with 33 seconds left. Like that play, that's what kind of felt like was the next evolution or question for Jalen Green, is that when it comes down to crunch time, when it comes down to closing time, is that going to be the guy that has the ball in his hands, or is it going to be Fred? And to see him drive to the lane and make that shot, it's a huge confidence booster in what he can be.
He's been more efficient since that loss to the Celtics a couple of weeks ago. He, over his last 4 games, 33 points on 50% shooting against the Lakers. Took a lot of threes, but he made 41% of them. Against the Wizards, who blow, so take that with a grain of salt. 29 points, 45% from the field, 46% from outside. His last 2 games, and maybe he's just a Memphis killer, 27 points on 52% from the field, 50% from outside on 4 of 8 shooting. And then last night, I mean, this was his magnum opus in terms of efficiency. I can't remember Jalen Green having a game where he shot 72% from the field. I definitely can't remember a game where Jalen Green shot 83% from 3. And I like those games where he's not chucking up a bunch and he's making a bunch. Of course, he's not Ray Allen. He is not a dead-eye shooter. You kind of have to take the bad games with the good games, much like you did with James Harden back in the day. But I'm hoping that, to what you said a little bit ago, Joe, that with Amen Thompson in the starting lineup, things are now all of a sudden opening up for him in a way that you would think they wouldn't, because you would think that Amen Thompson would close things up with him instead of Jabari Smith, outside stretching the court. You feel like it would get more compact and more difficult. It's working.
Yeah, I mean, part of it's just the amount of pressure Amen Thompson can put on the rim as a roller. I mean, there's so many plays that he makes just catching a dump off pass and going up strong with it and dunking in a situation where I'm like, there's like 5 guys in the league that start where he got the ball, don't dribble and dunk this. I don't know who else does that other than Amen Thompson. And I think a big case, and we saw it a lot last night, is the defensive playmaking from Amen Thompson, getting steals, getting blocks, pushing the ball in transition. That's really where Jalen Green thrives, and that helps him, I think, get into a rhythm. I think that's part of the reason they seem to have turned a corner together when Amen Thompson gets into the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, how many guys? It's the efficiency to have 42 points on 18 field goal attempts. I mean, he gets 11 free throws in last night's game. If you just compare the raw numbers to his other 2 games in which he scored 42 points, so he tied his career high in last night's game. If you look at those games, it took him 13 3-point attempts and 12 3-point attempts to get there, shooting around 50% each time. The free throw numbers are there, but the stuff in the paint is also not as efficient. So just to get 42 points on 18 shots, it's not an easy thing to do.
It feels like an anomaly almost, but it was really impressive.
For sure. But I think to the bigger picture of Jalen Green and what he can be, and is this an anomaly? There are very few guys in the NBA who are good enough pure scorers to get 42 points on 18 shots. Even if I don't know what his ceiling is still, but there are just not a lot of guys in the league that can do that. And it shows you how good he was last night to be that efficient. It was, I think, his best game of his career. I know you asked that in the group chat last night. I would say this is the best game of his career. It's a tie for his highest point total. And it's the first time in which he's done it in a game that matters at all.
Right. And look, they're learning what those are as time goes on. I liked how Ime Udoka singled out Green's defense when asked about what's been different this year after a night where he scored 42 points. Now, this is, I think, the really interesting thing coming out of this game. And I want to give a shout out to Adam Spillane over at the Texans flagship and for the Associated Press. I even texted him, hell yeah, when he asked Ime Udoka a question that I did not know if we would hear this year. Here it is.
We'll be at the halfway point when this trip is over. You're second in the West right now. What's the ceiling of this team? Can this team win a championship this year?
I mean, we can improve vastly still. And that's the good part about it. When you look at, our 12 losses, you could cut that right in half, based on some last, fourth quarters things that happened early in the year, some of the bad losses to Charlotte and Portland and some of the teams, San Antonio, and the teams that we felt we should have taken care of business against. And so now we've done really well against the lower record teams and played well against the good teams for the most part. And so I think it's all building blocks, and the confidence continues to grow. But the thing about us as a staff and our team is that we know we can get so much better. And that's why we're excited about where we're at and where we can get to.
What a non-answer. Incredible defense by Ime Udoka.
Yes.
I just like that the question got asked.
Because it's deserved. They're 11-3 against the top 8 teams in the West.
That is true.
It's the only team they lost to more than once in the Western Conference in the top 8 currently as it stands is Oklahoma City. Now, they haven't played Denver yet.
Which they will on Thursday.
But they're playing really good basketball against the top teams. They beat the Clippers 3 times. They beat Memphis 3 times. They beat Dallas twice. They beat the Lakers. They're 1-1 against Minnesota. The only team that's really caused them problem at the top is OKC. Now, to Ime Udoka's point, they've lost to some dog teams too this season. Like the little shot at the Spurs there. Even though
they got smoked by the Celtics too pretty recently last
Yeah.
time they played them.
But I think the question is deserving of what's the ceiling for this team.
I'm intrigued. I don't know what it is. I think asking about championships, if you're Ime Udoka, you can't answer that. And I do think that this year, definitely not going to happen. Just because, I mean, they're young. They haven't even played in a play-in game yet. You know?
Sure.
We're still waiting on that. But, I mean, that's happening. At the absolute worst, that is happening this year. And it's great to finally have that question asked about a basketball team that over the last couple of years has been fighting and clawing to make you want to watch them. Last night, I wish I had watched them instead of Vikings-Rams. The entire way through, I shouldn't have given Vikings-Rams an effing second. My gut told me Sam Darnold stinks. He always stinks. He always will stinks no matter what Kevin O'Connell does. And that's on me. That's on me. And I fell asleep watching it in a very old man moment, an old man kind of night where I got into the back seat of my car and was wondering why the hell the back seat of my car looked so different from the front seat of my car. Like seriously thinking that was the front seat of my car. And those two things last night, I'm getting older. And when you get older, you got to prioritize certain things. And at least Super Wild Card weekend, the Monday Night Football game, if the Rockets are playing on that same game again, they get big TV.
They do. Because, and you know,
congratulations, Houston Rockets. That's a prestigious honor.
My gosh, they're just enjoyable to watch. Like, it's just such a,
I love them.
They're a fun watch.
They play football.
They're easy to root for. The players right now, it's a good television.
Do you like Dylan Brooks yet?
I've come around.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the big win.
Yeah, I like Dylan Brooks.
We got him. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
As long as he's on the Rockets, I like Dylan Brooks. But I'm in on Dylan Brooks now.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Up next, was Rex Ryan the biggest loser of NFL Wildcard Weekend? We'll discuss. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
How was that bye week? I thought that boy said a bye week. That boy said bye week. He's smoking on that Rex Ryan bye week type. Come on, Rex. How was that bye week?
Oh, I didn't know D'Amico said it.
Mm-hmm.
I missed that.
Very beginning of his speech.
I totally missed that, honestly.
Everybody got after Rex Ryan for his Texans are a bye week comments and doubling down on Saturday before the Texans took down the Chargers 32-12. Who's the biggest loser of Wild Card Weekend? I think there's a chance it's Rex Ryan, Joe. I say that because he didn't just get clowned by the Houston Texans. It's also the desperation with which he is trying to get a gig as a coach, specifically the head coach of the Jets, who don't seem to be interested in him. This was his take on Mike Vrabel being hired as New England Patriots head coach.
Yeah. Successful tenure in Tennessee. He was the coach of the year in 2021. He's 49 years old, will be 50 when next season begins. Rex, what's your reaction?
Hey, man, I mean, hopefully I get to kick this guy's ass twice a year. I don't know what you're talking about. Just kidding.
Them Jets, huh?
I'm just kidding, buddy.
maybe your team.
Yeah, not my team, yes, but not me personally.
Mike
No.
So look, I think he's great on TV.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what he said about the Texans, blah, 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 the disrespect. I think just like I'm not apologizing for calling them dead men walking, I don't think Rex should have apologized either. I think he should have doubled down. It would have been funny. But he lost the biggest this weekend because that was his big take. 0-1. He wanted the Jets coaching job. It seems he's out.
Yeah.
0-2. And he seems very desperate trying to get that Jets head coaching gig.
It's very strange because like Louis Riddick, who interviewed for the Jets GM job and has interviewed for a bunch of jobs, like he doesn't do that when he's doing, games or on television, like basically just like publicly begging for a job. So if he doesn't get a second interview, he's definitely number 2 on my list. Right now he's number 2 still, actually. I think after last night, Paul, because he probably lost $70 million in the last 2 weeks, I think it's Sam Darnold. I mean, he was on pace to get someone was going to overpay. Now, he still might get a $25 million a year contract. But, I mean, 3 weeks ago, Vikings fans were talking about trading J.J. McCarthy for anyone they could, basically, in the NFL. It's like, I saw Vikings fans like, trade him for T.J. Watt. Bring T.J. Watt to Minnesota, and then Pittsburgh has their quarterback. No, Sam Darnold lost so much money the last 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden last night, you see it on X and everywhere. The ghost video starts popping back up of he's seeing ghosts when he's on the Jets sideline.
Not a good sign when after the game, Kevin O'Connell is saying, quote, "It did not work out in the end." That sounds past tense. Also making matters worse, I imagine after a very fun ride this year, Vikings fans who you might remember after the Vikings kicked the Texans' ass early in the year, were putting Sam Darnold up on a pedestal, acting like he was better than C.J. Stroud. Not a great year for Stroud. Stroud's still way better than Sam Darnold. Paul Allen is the Vikings radio play-by-play voice. I think he is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
He has so much emotion, and he also has a good voice. When things hit the fan, you will hear very few play-by-play people who get as angry as Paul Allen did, as he did here, as Sam Darnold took one of many sacks 6 times in the first half. Good God. Here is Paul Allen of KFAN in Minnesota.
Behind him, Aaron Jones, Addison in motion to the right. 2 receivers left. Rams blitz. Darnold gets away from it. Steps up in the pocket. He's holding it too long. Just run. Throw it, man. Just run. At the 25-yard line, he's sacked for a 5th time.
All he's got to do is pull that thing down and run and get as much positive yardage as he can. There were 5 to 7 yards easy there to be made. We saw Buffalo do this to him all day long. because they're not always disciplined in their lanes. But if he pulls this thing down right there, he has a good 5-7 yards, if not more. Right. I mean, take what's there.
It's really funny that the color commentator, the voice of reason,
Throw it, man.
My favorite Paul Allen moment was when Brett Favre threw that interception against the Saints in the NFC Championship game back in, I want to say, 2009. And he goes, "This is not Detroit." So, yeah, Sam Darnold, a big loser from this weekend in a monetary standpoint and just with what you saw out there. Justin Herbert, for sure, one of the biggest losers of the weekend. Out of 214 quarterback performances in the playoffs over the last 10 years, Justin Herbert ranks 213th in terms of EPA per pass play. Texans defense does deserve a lot of credit. When we'll get into our biggest winners of the weekend, I think there's a case to be made that DeMeco Ryans was one of the biggest winners because now everyone's starting to realize, oh, wow, he's doing this to a lot of the best quarterbacks in the game. But can you guess the only performance that was worse of the 214 performances in the playoffs over the last 10 years?
That smile on your face tells me Rex Grossman.
No.
Okay.
No. I don't always bully you, Joe. just most of the time. No. Sean, got a guess?
Rex was nails in the playoffs.
So the Super Bowl.
Last 10 years we're talking about.
Last 10 years.
There wasn't a Peterman playoff start, I don't think.
Brian Hoyer, Texans Chiefs in a 30-0 loss to the Chiefs in the 2015 playoffs. 214 out of 214. Coming full circle 10 years later.
It did really feel like that was like pick a Bears quarterback or pick a Texans quarterback. Like we were like the two obvious options.
Like, Yates was good.
Like the one guy that falls below this. Yeah, that's very bad. Russell Wilson's career might be over.
Someone will give him another chance.
You think so?
Someone will give him another chance. I don't know if it's to be a starter, but I mean, you're Indianapolis and you're Chris Ballard and you love bringing in veteran quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not Russ?
The
Saints, if you still don't want to actually
pay anybody,
take your medicine and get under the
Pete Carroll, Russell Wilson reunion in Las Vegas.
I mean,
that would be funny.
Sure. I don't know the relationship of Russ and Carroll, though.
You never know. I mean, maybe
I feel like most people that don't work with Russell Wilson anymore are happy they didn't work with him.
As someone who covered the Seahawks, it's worth mentioning that Pete Carroll's, I guess, end of tenure with the Seahawks party, Russell Wilson did come.
Okay.
For what it's worth.
Okay.
So, theoretically possible. I think Matt LaFleur is a loser from this weekend. I get that the Packers were very injured and that Jordan Love has been injured all year. I just look at the Packers and I think that they're a team that should be doing better in the playoffs. And
100%.
I thought they were really sloppy in this game.
And Packers fans won't forgive them for that stuff.
No.
Because of what happened when Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl. They had 21 guys on injured reserve the year that Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl with Mike McCarthy. So Packers fans don't see injuries as like this ultimate excuse when the last championship they had, like that's half their team basically. Was out.
Yeah, that year was incredible.
Yeah, so like it's not really an excuse for them. And yeah, Jordan Love, Matt LaFleur combo, huge losers this weekend.
The Eagles fan who felt the need to verbally accost a female Packers fan, calling her the C-bomb several times. The guy sucked. There's a lot of Eagles fans like that. Further and further up in the nosebleed you go. They were close to the very top of the stadium. This man has been banned from the link. Also, the Packers fan will be receiving gear of her favorite team with apologies from the Eagles for what she had to put up with.
And this is the guy that Big Dom hunted down. He found him apparently.
Big Dom found him?
Big Dom was
the sideline guy for the Eagles. Big Dom.
Yeah.
He's the sideline security guard.
He's been given the credit.
Okay.
By Eagles people as the guy who identified the vile Eagles fan.
That's not his jurisdiction.
Maybe it is.
He's the sideline security. What happens
in
the bleachers happens in the bleachers.
Sean, what are you, from South Jersey or something like that right there?
Hey, you're stepping on
that
a
man
turf.
She was asking for it.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what exactly falls into Big Dom's job if he's hunting down if he's manhunter.
He's a representation of the brand. His job is to protect the brand of the Eagles.
So he's security all encompassing.
Yeah.
He's Eagle security brand and all.
He's like their mob member basically. Where it's like, if there's a problem, Big Dom solves it. Doesn't matter if it's Italian? On the sidelines or in the maybe. And his name's Big Dom. Like that's very like.
We don't even know what his last name is.
No, but like I figure like if I watch a mob movie and they're
like Smith,
and they're like, "This is Big Dom," you'd be like, "Yeah, that makes sense."
yeah, he'll fix things.
One last big loser, the Mike Tomlin era. Look, Tomlin's a very good coach. Wherever he's next, he's going to do well. It just feels like it's time in Pittsburgh, especially when after the game, Steelers receiver George Pickens is doing this.
George, you've been with this offense now for 3 years. Have you seen signs of growth, and how much more does this team still need to grow offensively?
Yeah, I've seen signs of growth for sure. From past, the first year I've been here, just way more growth for sure.
George, does that make you optimistic going forward?
Nah.
I didn't know. I didn't hear the first part of that online. I just heard the nah.
Yeah, it's so funny. He's like, yeah, I saw growth.
Yeah, the first one makes it way funnier.
No optimism.
Yeah.
Because it makes it way more honest.
I was honestly like, as it started playing, I was like, this is the wrong clip.
Pickens is an insane person, and the Steelers have had seemingly at least one every year of the Mike Tomlin era, a crazy wide receiver. I do not see how these Steelers go further than where they're at right now. They are kind of stuck in this spot. Russell Wilson is not getting them further next year. You saw the way the Steelers played in December. Their defense was not very good. I think TJ Watt had no stats for a month.
Yikes. Yeah, I don't really know. They're probably in the weirdest spot of almost maybe of any team in the NFL because they're the only team that's in the middle. Like there's no one else really that is in the middle like this.
They're good. They're disciplined, but
they either just miss the playoffs or they make it and they go home the first weekend.
And where's the upside? Because you could say the Broncos in the same conversation because the Broncos have a really good defense, but with Sean Payton and Bo Nix, theoretically, there's upside. I'm a little skeptical
about that. It's the first time they've made the playoffs since Peyton Manning was on the roster. Like, that's a huge win for them this year.
Exactly. Like, no one's criticizing the Broncos for getting killed. But if the Steelers lose like that, especially when you've seen them in the past be competitive against the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, you do have to wonder a little bit.
I do feel like Mike Tomlin's going to be there, though. I don't think they're going to make that change.
They are as diamond hands as it gets among NFL organizations. I think they've only had 4 coaches.
Yeah.
It's crazy. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Let's just go right into it, Sean. You want to do a little college football 6-pack? Let's crack it open, baby. Really quick, some breaking Houston Texans news. Texans wide receiver Deontay Johnson has been waived. What did I tell you?
I think it's so funny because like all I saw this morning was Texans fans, you got to give him the ball more. Well, he won't even be on the playoff roster.
So I'm honestly, Deontay Johnson, whatever he did to get waived, I do wonder because they are definitely very hamstrung at wide receiver. All I want to say is all the people who thought he was going to be good, you play too much fantasy football, man. The guy's been on now 4 teams in less than 2 calendar years. I mean, there's a certain point where it's the guy. If he is going, I mean, he has been in an 8th of the NFL in the last calendar year.
Oh my God.
That's crazy. And unfortunately,
3 catches for his Texans career.
We hit the over. We set the over at 2.5, Sean.
Not to make it about us.
We hit the over.
We hit the over on catches.
And unfortunately, after having 4 catches and 28 yards, Cade Stover has also been placed on the injured reserve.
Ooh, that's rough.
That actually sucks because he was I mean, like you said, 4 catches. That's like up there with his production. I remember, especially early in the game, I was like, he's the only one that they're getting the ball.
Fullback.
Yeah.
As the game went on, I thought to myself, you know what? They might have something here. So that really does suck. They are. I don't know who they're going to get.
I also was thinking, is this a Dalton Schultz passing of the torch to Cade
Stover?
Stover moment that we're getting.
Did they say what injury he's got?
No, I just the email here from the
Jeez.
Texans. I haven't seen it. I didn't realize he was hurt. So
Well, there you go.
That's tough.
College football six-pack. Everything that we didn't get to touch on yesterday. College football playoff is set after Ohio State's 28-14 win over Texas A&M. They will play the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. MyBookie.ag promo code BET975. The Buckeyes 8.5-point favorites. That game Monday, January 20th in Atlanta.
Whew. Feeling nervous. Feeling excited.
I'm glad that you feel excited.
I think Notre Dame. Well, honestly, it's hard not to. Like the last time Notre Dame was in the playoff, they got smoked.
I think that sometimes you have a tad of defeatist.
But like, what has happened in
mindset.
my life with Notre Dame? They go to the college football playoffs with the BCS and they lose by 20.
At least they go to the college football playoff.
I mean, the most like embarrassing like thing I've ever done as a fan was have a bunch of people into my dorm room to watch them lose by what 25 to Alabama. Had my Manti Te'o jersey on. Gross. Those were not fun times. But this is good times.
For
like,
what it's. For,
I think they've got.
times.
I think they've got a great head coach, and I think Notre Dame's going to be this good as long as Marcus Freeman's here.
If we talk about T-shirt fan bases, Joe, again, I'm gonna give you one here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I root for Florida. You've been to 2 national titles since Florida's been to 1, and it's Notre Dame, Indiana.
I know
with restrictions. No, I mean, appreciate this.
Oh, this I do. This
you got nothing to lose.
No, this run has been so much fun.
8.5 is a huge line, and look, Ohio State is very talented, probably more talented than Ohio State, but you've got literally nothing to lose in this one.
No, I think that Texas put out a pretty solid blueprint for Notre Dame to follow to beating them.
You're welcome.
I think they did. I think the secondary can hang.
So, Sean, are you rooting for Notre Dame now?
I don't know who I'm rooting for.
I'm rooting for Notre Dame.
We're not friends?
I'm rooting for Notre Dame.
I don't know who I'm rooting for.
I want friends to be happy.
I don't know who I'm rooting for.
I hate Ohio State.
I hate Ohio State.
I still have scars from the Will Fuller Malik Zaire game from 2015. All right.
I used to not hate Ohio State.
I watched that in a dorm room, and Texas lost 30-3.
Yeah.
Bet they did win the Charlie Strong debut. Shane Buechele, Texas is back.
My favorite game I've ever been to.
That was a fun game. I was there too.
As a fan. Yeah.
That was was that my first? Yeah, that was my first time watching a game at DKR. Man. Was Texas jinxed? Number 2 in our college football 6-pack. Ted Cruz was there at the Texas versus Ohio State game in Jerry World.
Yeah, they got the double jinx.
Jerry Jones was there too. He got booed. It is, his house.
Oh, no, the double jinx is Mattress Mac. Also bet $1.5 million on Texas.
Wait, is he a jinx now?
If you look at his betting record, he loses most of the time.
Well, most gamblers do.
Yeah, but he always seems to pick the losing team, except for like the
Astros.
The 2 times the Astros won, yes. But
I mean, that's because he picks local teams.
But he always picks the national champion wrong too.
That is true.
He does his Kentucky Derby picks. Not great.
Ted Cruz was there, and he made that bet with JD Vance.
I was going to say, when I saw the bet with JD Vance, that's when I was like, this thing is over.
So I wonder what JD Vance gave Ted Cruz. I believe it was beer, and he has to present and food, and Cruz has to present it to Vance wearing an Ohio State jersey.
Yeah, I think, didn't he ask for like ice cream or something?
I
remember being
Bluebell.
This is like the most inconvenient thing you could ask for
Yeah,
someone to
really
transport over state lines.
It melted. I don't know. But you can put it back in the freezer. It just
Yeah,
loses its original feel, I guess.
Have an intern come out with some ice packs and drive back to Washington. No, I don't know if it's the Ted Cruz thing. It's like a fun jinx. It's a fun thing we could all rally behind because the funniest part is that he does it for 4 different teams, including 2 that are actual rivals. So, and 0 schools that he actually went to. That's the fun part. I think there are other problems more than Ted Cruz, but
maybe Quinn.
Maybe
some
play calling.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of 3 in the college football 6-pack, is Quinn Ewers staying?
At
Sean,
Texas, no.
He's gone.
He's not going to play for Texas next year.
Where do you think he'll go? Gun to your head, just random, pick a school.
I think he transfers, and gun to my head, I'll go USC just because they don't have anybody.
Okay.
I'm
going to go Syracuse.
Although
More for Kyle McCord.
I saw Kyle McCord went to the draft, and I was like, a little bit of, if Kyle McCord is going to go to the draft, Quinn Ewers can go to the draft too.
But what if he goes to Syracuse and he plays in a dome?
Yeah, Fran Brown
ACC?
system. Yeah.
Alabama.
Ooh.
Wow.
That would be fun.
Alabama.
Now
that would be fun.
I will say, because I think we're all on the same page that we're like, what makes the most prudent sense, dollars and cents wise, at least for him, is that he goes back because he's probably going to be a day 2 pick at best. Everyone that is like a real reporter for Texas is like very dismissive of the idea that he is going to go anywhere but the draft this offseason. Now, obviously things can change. His season was still going on until Friday night. So maybe he hadn't gotten the full tamper treatment where he can really look at the offers compared to whatever his NFL grade is going to be. But I think he ultimately leaves. But right now, all the blue checks back in the day, all the journos are like, he's made it clear multiple times he's going to the draft.
Yeah, but
it is possible that he just makes what seems like a bad decision as far as the amount of money he can make next year. It's just a chance he's just like, you know what I'm through with? College.
Here's the positive spin zone for Quinn. Theoretically, since I think a lot of people are not looking at him as a top 10 pick, he could end up on a good team.
Yeah. Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, realistically, like, he's probably still the third best quarterback in this draft.
I think he is 3.
That's where I kind of land on, like, I could see it because of Carson Beck going
to Miami.
Yeah, back to school.
Drew Aller not going to be the draft.
Going back to school. Obviously, you watch him play, you're like, this guy's clearly better than Quinn Ewers.
For sure.
As he's not throwing to receivers. And then you have, like, do you think Jalen Milrose has better NFL prospects than Quinn Ewers?
No.
You know,
Damn, dude,
I honestly think Kyle McCord is like pretty close to, like, I don't know. Like, that's about Quinn Ewers, Kyle McCord range.
Yeah.
Quinn probably has a slight edge just because of, like, pedigree. Because a lot of times they will just default to, like, well, this guy was a 5-star. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think they're like third round picks though. Like they might not even be third round picks. Like we might not see a quarterback go from the second pick in the draft to
like day 3.
Day 3.
That's I think it has happened.
Yeah, it
before.
Has.
Like relatively recently.
So, because this is closer to the Kenny Pickett draft than it is anything else, where it's just like mid quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Yeah.
If I
Other than Sanders, I am intrigued by.
Sanders and Ward are better than Kenny Pickett.
Ward,
but it's the gulf in between.
Yes, I agree. All right, a 3-pack of a college football 6-pack. Sorry, Sean, you're losing Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bonds.
Yeah, I mean, those are guys you think are going to go to the draft. You know, you watch them play, you're like, these guys are definitely going to the draft. They'll probably need to add at least one portal receiver just to have an established guy in there. But this is the good part, or this is the bad part, I guess, of being really good, is that you have 10 guys go to the draft every year. Mm-hmm. Oh, well. I remember when 0 guys went to the draft every year.
Yeah.
This is way better.
Mac Brown and Charlie Strong. And here we are.
It's way better.
Here we are. Gallant George, he's Joe, Paul, Sean behind the glass, 713-780-3776 to call into text. And you want to weigh in on the Rockets' big win over Memphis, you can. Who the biggest loser was in the wild card weekend of the NFL. Up next, speaking of Shadur Sanders, guess where Dion could be going? Oh boy, stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You heard me talk about the College Football National Championship, January 20th. Ohio State, 8.5-point favorites against Joe George's Notre Dame Fighting Irish, low-key racist nickname. Texans Chiefs, the line has actually gone up. It was Chiefs by 8. It is now Chiefs by 9. Saturday, 3:30 at Arrowhead Stadium. I wonder how much further this line will go up. Texans did hold their own until Tank Dell got hurt in that game. Never thought they were going to win, but did you think they could cover? Do you think they can cover a 9-point spread on the road after cutting Deontay Johnson and putting Cade Stover on IR, dealing with not many receivers right now. John Mechie, kind of hard to trust with the fumble and the drop pass that he had. Are they going to be able to get Nico Collins the ball? Because Nico was rather quiet in that game against Kansas City. MyBookie.ag promo code BET975 is how you can bet on the game. Right now, I am definitely thinking about covering the Chiefs actually covering here. But hey, I was wrong on Saturday about Texans Chargers. MyBookie.ag promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
You're back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So the news for the Houston Texans today, they released Deontay Johnson, a wide receiver who they signed for depth not too long ago. 3 catches. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to Joe hitting the over. They set the over-under for Deontay Johnson receptions at 2.5. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm glad we hit some bet this year.
His next team will be the 5th team he's played for over the last 2 seasons. Say someone picks him up on waiver claims. Again, he has played for an 8th of the NFL the last 2 years. And anyone who is excited about that signing, I think you are too into fantasy football.
Well, and even then, like, I probably don't need to worry about him in the NFL anymore, I'm going to guess. Someone's going to be really desperate to bring him in. I mean,
UFL coming to a Saturday near you. Houston
Yeah.
Roughneck, Deontay Johnson.
yeah. I'm curious what DJ will say when he gets here in a couple minutes. But like Aaron Wilson, Cody Stutes are all tweeting that he was visibly upset after the playoff win over the Chargers. So he's the ultimate me guy. This is what, when we didn't think there was any chance they were going to sign him, this is why, because he wouldn't go on the field for the Ravens. And so this does not surprise me that they've cut him now.
Caged over also to IR, which is a bit of a bummer. Now, the big news in football is more of a rumor. But when Adam Schefter lends his name to it, you got to pay attention. It's time for another episode of Playing with the Dallas Cowboys. So Mike McCarthy's gone. Per Jerry Jones, the decision was mutual. Dak Prescott is bummed out about it. And the candidates per Adam Schefter to replace McCarthy are Kellen Moore and Jason Witten.
Woo! What a list.
But there is a dark horse that has arrived on the scene. And this is a guy that a lot of people would love to see in Dallas, because it would make the Dallas Cowboys, once again, the best reality TV show in sports. Here is Adam Schefter talking about how Deion Sanders is in the mix to be the next head coach.
They have spoken with, amongst other candidates, Deion Sanders. There is a mutual interest there. And I go back to about a year and a half ago when I had a former general manager say to me, watch Deion Sanders. There's a real possibility he may be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Well, there is mutual interest. We'll see if that amps up. But the two sides have talked. They have touched base. And we'll see if it goes anywhere.
For his part, Deion said yesterday that he loves everything about Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah,
I would too. Honestly.
Yeah, there was this video.
Pretty town.
His first team meeting where he was pretty emotional, talking about, but he was excited to be just a football coach and not have to be a dad at the same time, and like not have to do that balance. Like he was excited to just coach Colorado football. We'll see if he's there. I'm not so sure. Like, I don't know how you trade Dak Prescott. Like, you trade him for the first overall. Like, do the Titans take Dak and you draft Shador? Because it does feel like this is a package deal. The timeline doesn't match, though. Like, I don't know how you secure Shador Sanders, especially with where you're picking, because it's not like they're picking third.
Dak for the number 1 pick.
If the Titans will take it, then yeah.
The Titans would take it.
I mean, the Browns wouldn't take it. It would make sense for the Titans. I hate to say it.
Titans are idiots. They will do it. They will do it in a heartbeat.
Both these teams are like
they don't have a GM.
And just both these teams, you could go, yeah, they would do it with almost any like wild off the wall trade. It's the Titans and the Cowboys are the two of the top 5. Yeah, they could do this crazy thing.
It's not illogical to think that Deion, Shador, and Jerry say, tell the Titans, Shador is not playing for you. And the Cleveland Browns' solution to their Deshaun Watson problem is trading for Dak Prescott for the number 2 overall pick. And then Dak is the quarterback in Cleveland. They've got their roster in place that they're trying to build with.
I don't know if they'd be able to do it, though, because of the money, because they are paying Dak a lot. And
I know it's
the Watson contract, they're still stuck with it.
For sure. I don't know how it would work.
There'd be so much dead money on the Cowboys, too.
Yeah,
that's
too.
the thing.
But I don't think Deion takes this without Shedeur.
I'm with you, and I think something Troy Aikman said last night is another reason that Deion might not take it.
It's hard to imagine. As far as a coveted job, I don't know that that's accurate. I mean, really? I do think the Cowboys are obviously a high-profile team. Whoever is covering or whoever is head coach of that team is certainly going to draw a lot of attention. But I think most football people that take over as a head coach, they want to do it on their terms.
That's
and
fair.
That's hard to do. And it's, if you take a Dan Campbell, for instance, is Dan Campbell if he's with the Dallas Cowboys? It's hard to imagine that he is. It's hard to imagine that a lot of these coaches might be. So I love the Dallas Cowboys. I played there for 12 years. I wish them well. But to say that it's a coveted job, I'm not sure I would necessarily agree with that.
Maybe it's semantics. And
he was with Scott Van Pelt there on ESPN. I disagree. It's a better job than the Patriots job. They have money, and yeah, the owner might meddle a little bit, but I don't think he's as meddlesome as he's made out to be. I really don't.
Yeah,
I think he talks a lot, and that creates hiccups and annoyances. But I don't know, man. If I could work for any organization, yeah, there's a lot of pressure being the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. But I mean, would you rather be a Jets coach, Jaguars coach, Bears coach? No offense, Joe.
No,
I mean, some of the other ones that are available, like, no, this is the job. It's a difficult one, and obviously Jimmy Johnson's really the last good coach that they had, unless you want to say late stages Bill Parcells was. But I think it's still a good job.
I think what they said there, like, it's a high profile job. It just depends on like what you are wanting to, like, what you're gonna be allowed to do.
Yeah.
Like, if you tell them, like, I don't believe in Dak Prescott, eat the dead money, doesn't even have to be for Shedeur Sanders, will they find a way to let you move on from it? Like, will you have say in the organization? It's hard.
I'd want to go to a job. I mean, look, I know Dak gets a lot of crap, but I mean, Dak last year, MVP numbers. I don't look at Dak as an obstacle. I look at my team toughness as an obstacle. I look at, why did the Cowboys get absolutely skull bleeped by the Packers in last year's playoffs? That to me is more of an issue. There's a toughness thing I feel like there that is missing. I don't think it's Dak. Like, Dak is in the middle tier of NFL good quarterbacks. He's not at the top, but I mean, he's better than a lot of quarterbacks out there. I feel like he's just one of those guys that needs a much better team around him. And I think the Cowboys' offensive line, their running game, and a lot of other things have kind of gone downhill in recent years.
Totally agree. Yeah, the Cowboys are now maybe the most interesting job just to watch, just because
always
like Kellen Moore is a boring name, but just the idea that it could be Jason Witten is wild.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be a crazy move if they did that.
Yeah, no one else has.
I hate that one.
Has a wilder, the day after they get rid of their coach. No, the day of. The day that they get rid of their coach, they have, it could be Deion Sanders, or it could be an even weirder choice with Jason Witten. Normally, there's only one weird choice that, Schefter or someone legitimate floats out there. The Cowboys, it's like, actually, they're all kind of weird choice. It's either Kellen Moore or all weird choices where you go, I guess you could do that, but I don't know who else in the league would make that move. And it's the Cowboys who are always the team that would make that move.
Correct.
Or at least interested in it.
Do we think Jerry Jones is fond of Sam Pittman? the
Arkansas coach? Probably not. Maybe.
I don't know, Jim.
What about Bielema?
So we're just looking at Arkansas guys now?
Former Arkansas coach.
Clint Sterner?
Yeah.
I don't like Clint's, no offense, I don't like Clint's chances at it. Don't like Chad Morris's chances at it.
I don't know what they're doing.
Petrino,
Yeah.
maybe. I think you
Petrino!
You bring in Petrino for an interview.
Petrino! Let's do it.
Houston Nut. Yeah, call Houston Nut. Who cares?
That would be funny if he goes Arkansas. We'll see what happens. But Deion Sanders, potentially a Dallas Cowboys coach. It's at least possible.
I kind of need it.
Schefter's reporting it. When I saw it was just Jordan Schultz reporting it, I was like, this kid's Lucky Sperm Club and his dad sucks and took the Sonics out of Seattle and moved them to Oklahoma City. F Starbucks forever. This kid, whatever. But Schefter reporting it. Okay. We'll see. Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Texans Chiefs on Saturday. Let's talk about that and their beatdown of LA on Saturday, the past one, with DJ Bieneme. Stay put. The Texans are on to Arrowhead Stadium. 9-point underdogs per mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975 against the Kansas City Chiefs. 9-point dogs. I said favorites, didn't I? I wish. After taking down the Chargers 32-12 this past Saturday, DJ Bieneme joins us in studio. DJ, masterclass by D'Amico Ryan's defense. 3 interceptions for Justin Herbert all regular season, 4 interceptions in the game.
Yep.
Countless amounts of pressure.
Yep.
Was this the best defensive performance of the year?
Nah, I think the one against Josh is probably better.
Interesting. Yeah. It sort of goes to show you. I mean, the defense is fully bought in when they are fully healthy.
Yeah. Because I think like the one against, I mean, they had some laps, but I think the one against Josh, like obviously he's a better quarterback, like by like a tier or two than Justin Herbert, and they made him have his worst. Obviously, Justin had his worst career game also, but that one was just like Josh was just vomiting all over himself. Like the offense just gave if Nico doesn't get hurt, they probably in that game they probably win, probably like maybe 30 something, like 38 to like 17 or whatever. Like it's probably like a route, but Nico gets hurt, the offense gets more opportunities, blah 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 blah. But I think the Justin Herbert one is probably, I would say, what they did against Tua in Miami was a little bit better, mainly because like the defense, obviously they played great on all of them, but the defense was forcing the quarterbacks into mistakes. Where I felt like in this one, like Justin was making some mistakes, but he was also like missing throws also, and they took advantage of that. So I felt like the game plans in those two games against Josh, Tua were better. But again, like and even Goff to it. Well, I think them against Justin was better than Goff. Because Goff eventually got right in the second half.
It's 5 interceptions the first 3 quarters, but the rest of the third quarter, the fourth quarter,
and then they lost that game, right? So so I mean, but they all got great performances. You're kind of like picking between, gourmet, different type of steaks at a gourmet restaurant,
tomahawk, baby.
Yeah.
How surprised were you just as it's unfolding?
So once we got to halftime, I remember talking to the Chargers social media girl, because she used to be a Texan social media girl. I told her, you guys blew it. Yeah, so y'all blew it, because like there was a stretch where the Texans were ready to go. Like it was a stretch where if the Chargers take advantage of that stretch, like when it was 6-0. Remember the Texans the Texans offense didn't do anything until that 6th drive, right? There was that if you maybe get one touchdown and you're up 13, maybe 16-0, the game's over, right? And then obviously, CJ makes a play. They get down to kick the field goal. I mean, they scored the next drive to kick the field goal. And then at that point, it felt like it might be over for them, for the Chargers. Because I feel like they blew their chances, right? Because, again, like, the D'Amico's defense gets better for the most part, gets better as the game goes on. You got to hit them early. And then make them kind of, like, get on their heels. If you're, playing into their hands, it's only going to get worse, because we've seen it for the most times. When they outside of the Lions game, when they shut these quarterbacks down, it's the second and third, the second half where they just continue to like overwhelm you over and over and over and over. You know what I mean? And they couldn't run the ball. So I remember telling her like, yeah, nah, you guys blew it, and like y'all probably gonna lose. And then it turned out that way. I didn't think it would turn out the way where Justin continued to vomit on himself.
Woof.
Yeah. No, that was bad. He threw three second half interceptions. Yeah, he threw 3 second half interceptions. So
the offense seemed to figure itself out to a degree after CJ Stroud has that ball bounce off his hands, rolls to his right, throws it to Xavier Hutchinson. Was that more about CJ's confidence the rest of the way, or did Bobby Slowick figure out what works best for this offense, at least for a brief stretch, finally this year?
I would say combo, but I mean, like, early on, like, Bobby was trying to give CJ easier throws. Guys were just dropping them. Like, there's one that Schultz, I think the previous drive where he dropped it, one to Mechie that he dropped.
Mechie had the fumble and the drop,
yeah.
right.
So, like, the game plan coming in was to run more quick hit and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, trying to run a lot of your in-breakers and stuff like that, unless you, like, really set it up correctly, like they did on the 37-yard completion in Nico, where he caught I think they basically ran a dagger where you have the dig and you have the clear our route off of play action. Like, if it wasn't going to be stuff like that, it was going to be hard to hit your in-breakers, because the Chargers were kind of sitting on anything. I remember there's one play where Dalton, and I forgot who else was next to him, but Dalton runs like a in route, and like the safety just jumps it. You know what I'm saying? So like you're going to have to do a lot of quick game and things of that nature to kind of counter that, because Nico is fast, but he isn't necessarily like safety's got to get back fast. You know what I'm saying? Obviously he can create explosives. I'm not saying he can't do that, but he's not necessarily like a guy where like he's gonna make safeties get back. You know what I'm saying?
He can run by a whole defense, but I kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah, he can run by a whole defense, but like we've seen other receivers catch that that in route and it gets into the end zone. I'm not saying like Nico can do that. He's done that before. But I'm just saying like, he's not necessarily like that, 4-3, 4-2 type of speed guy. But again, like, so they were sitting on a lot of stuff. So you just kind of had to dink and duck, get it out, hit things in the flat, throw things underneath, take what's right in front of you. And Bobby was trying to do that. And I think after that series, they were doing that more. 'Cause even on Nico touchdown pass, it was a quick slant. You know what I'm saying? So I think that Bobby's game plan majority of the game was to do that, and obviously mix in with some of the deeper shots.
You think that's what we see more going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the only way they're going to be able to consistently have an effective and efficient offense. They can't be a explosive reliant offense. They have to be a obviously that they want the explosives, but they can't rely on the explosives. They have to be a efficient offense and then take their opportunities for the explosives when they come there, because when they seek only for the explosives, they go into those droughts. You know what I mean? Like, they kind of need to have those methodical drives that can allow them to eventually get into the end zone.
What's different between the last time the Texans played the Chiefs, where they go to Arrowhead, it's 17-16 after Stroud hits Dell. Dell gets hurt, felt like all the energy was gone, not just for the rest of that game, but also the entirety of their Christmas Day game against the Ravens.
Right.
Biggest difference between that game and this coming game on Saturday, where the Texans will be without Kate Stover, and they just released Deontay Johnson. So not a lot of weapons for them to work with.
So I would say they are they're pretty confident going into this game, because it was 17-16 once Dell got hurt. I think their pass rush should be able to sack Mahomes a little bit more. They only had one. It was from Christian Harris, I believe. So I think that they can have a better game plan because the Texans, what they did, not the Texans, what the Chiefs did, was like, all right, we're gonna neutralize their pass rush by just quick game screens, quick passes, things of that nature, and just trickle down the field to neutralize your pass rush. And I think that the Texans probably have a better game plan for that, and then like force Mahomes to hold it just long enough. Because I do believe Kamari, Stingley, Bullock, deep down the field, can hold up against their fast guys. Because as fast as like Xavier and Marquise are, they're not Jamar Chase fast. Because Jamar Chase is like he's not obviously straight line speed, not as fast as them. He's probably like a step slower than them. But Chase, it's harder to disrupt him down the field when he's picking up steam. It's a lot easier to disrupt Xavier and just get hands on them, and then you'll be able to slow down. You'll be able to neutralize their speed in a blink of an eye. So I think that you can trust Stingley and Kamari. Maybe Kamari got to be a little bit off, but you can for sure trust Stingley against Xavier or Marquise Brown down the field like easily, because they're miniature guys. So like Stingley's 6'1", like he's a legit 6'1". He's not like the guys are 6'1", but they're like really 5'1".
Yeah, he seems bigger than 6'1" too. He plays bigger than that.
He plays bigger than 6'1". You know what I mean? Like, so you can trust him down the field and be just fine in that aspect. So probably play stickier coverages, to neutralize some of the quick passes, to force Mahomes to hold the ball, because then I'll give your D-line more time to get to the quarterback. And obviously they gotta stop the run on earlier downs. Like when I mean like stop the run, you gotta get some negatives or like some like 1 yards. Because like the thing about a 3-yard gain is on first down is now it's second and 7. So like if your second down play either gets you the first down, or let's say it's 3 yards. Now your third down, another 3 yards. Now your third down is what? 3rd and 3? Like that's an easy.
What are those?
You know what I mean?
How many of those have the Texans had this year?
That's a good question.
None? It feels like none. I mean,
but
they've probably had a few.
Right, yeah.
They're never in that situation.
That's why I don't criticize Bobby for like the first and second down like runs. Even though he doesn't actually do it as much as people claim he does. They're kind of more middle of the pack. That's why I don't get on him about that as much, because like, if you have a first, you have a 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, your chance of converting are really high. Because the thing is, if it's 3rd and short, DCs can't even get into their exotic blitz packages, because like you need time for that to get there. You kind of got to play a little more static on defense, right? And try to fool them with coverage. Hope that we can make it look like it's gonna be 2, going to 4, make it look like it's gonna be 4. we go into 2, or we can just play man across the board and hope that, you know, we can make a stop that way. Obviously, when it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, now you can get more exotic, right? So, so those are just some of my thoughts. Obviously, you know, no Deontay Johnson. I mean, I'm not surprised he's gone. I mean, the after the game he was pouting because he didn't play as much.
That's incredible.
Joe Mixon and
you just won a playoff game.
Aziz Al-Shaair had to like comfort him a little bit. It was, you know, trying to give him pep talks. You know, being good teammates. I'll give him that. But like it was kind of bizarre because usually when a guy's upset about not playing, they leave the locker room right after the game. You know what I'm saying? Like
you hide.
You hide. He was like fully clothed in his locker, like posted up, like
he's
staring
lucky
up.
to have a job.
Yeah.
I mean, he's played for an 1/8 of the NFL now in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
if you
you
say
know-
it like that, like, dude, look at yourself in the mirror and maybe buy in and accept your role.
I would, I could cut him some slack, just a little bit of slack, like 5, no, like from his perspective, like it's been a trying year, right? Like I think it's going the last year of his deal. Yeah, going into the last year of his deal, things haven't worked out. The frustration just kind of boiling over, thinking about all the amount of money you probably missed out on. Because if he has a good year, he could probably get like, you know, APY of like 10 million per minimum. Obviously, he's trying to get if he's on another team next year, probably gonna be the minimum or probably out the end.
Yeah, I mean, who would want to sign him after this?
Right,
I get what
right.
you're saying. You can be frustrated, but like, dude,
for
you
sure,
need to get a job.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
I know.
Ravens and the Texans are both a game away from the AFC Championship game. He got cut by the Ravens. His first quote, I have your tweet here. Deontay Johnson, quote, "Team first. Everybody is about the team. I'm about the team. So I'm doing whatever the coaches ask me to do." That's the first thing he told the media. And then now he's been cut, having 3 catches in 2 games, and one of them was an irrelevant football game.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So like, I get what he's, you know, I can understand, empathize where he's coming from, but it's still not acceptable.
I'd empathize after the Panthers.
Yeah,
it's 2 teams that are good. Like, hey, man, like that's how you can get paid dues if you buy in with a good team and you make 1 or 2 big plays in a big spot.
That's why I never bought like the whole, you know, like bring him in like the Minko culture, blah 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 blah. Like that's all just hogwash. Like it's also ignoring. It's also assuming that D'Amico is a better person at dealing with personalities, which is not the case. He's actually not better at dealing with personalities.
Expand. What does that mean?
When I say personality, like guys that have louder personalities that kind of do things their way to an extent. Like if John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin couldn't make it work with, and Mike Tomlin is for sure known for being able to handle big personalities.
George Pickett's every Steeler
George
receiver
Pickett,
ever.
George Pickett, Chase Claypool, Antonio Brown,
Le'Veon
Bell, Big Ben had a pretty big personality. Like again, like if he couldn't make it work with Deontay and John Harbaugh, who has again been, and mind you, both of those coaches have been coaches since Obama's first term, like his first month in office,
15
have been
years
coaches
plus.
since then, you know, and
Yeah.
have both have been to
Holy crap.
Super Bowls and AFC Championship games. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and could not make it. Like, I think Mike's Tomlin been what, like 4 AFC Championship games, something like that, 2 Super Bowls,
Yeah.
one, and couldn't make it work with them. Like, come on now, like, you know, like the idea that D'Amico was gonna be the magic or elixir to fix, you know, get Deontay to buy into his program on short notice when Deontay is trying to get paid. Like that was silly hogwash. Like that was complete like nonsense. And I think, you know, it kind of falls back into cliches that not us, but sometimes a lot of people like, especially in the media, like and fans, obviously. But that's normal for them. But we fall into like the cliches of like,
Yeah.
oh, they want to play for D'Amico, or like I seen like one person say like the Chargers, like Rex Ryan screwed the Chargers.
Oh yeah.
It's like, bro, are you kidding me?
But they were smoking that Rex Ryan pack after the game, DJ.
Yeah, but that didn't make Justin Herbert. Rex Ryan saying it's a bye week for the Chargers did not make Justin Herbert overthrow a pass to Lad McConkey or roll right and then throw it across the field to Quentin Johnston.
He thought it was a bye week.
Or did not make Justin Herbert kind of throw a little bit out of Disley's reach for Stingley, or throw it down the field, targeting Stingley down the field, even though we've seen team after team after team try to do that, whether it was Tua with Tyreek Hill twice, or whether it was Brian Thomas with Trevor, try that and it not work. You know what I'm saying?
So,
like,
yeah.
You know, like we've seen it even dating back last year when Kyler Murray tried it with Marquise Brown and it didn't work. So to think that like Rex Ryan saying it's a bye week is the reason why like that's no that had very little to do with the game. Like, okay, maybe it might have like, all right, I want to stick it to these guys. Cool. But like that isn't when you're between them lines, what people say outside outside the media or whatever, that's not gonna factor into someone smashing somebody in the mouth over and over and over, a quarterback overthrowing passes.
So Stephen A. Smith saying the Texans have 0% chance to win on Saturday against the Chiefs is not the reason why the Texans will win the game.
No, that would not be the reason why.
How about Nick Wright saying their practice for the Chiefs?
Nah, no, none of that. None of that is again. That's not going to make Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter rush the passer better. That's just not going to make that happen. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to make CJ. CJ's not going to drop back and thread a pass down the middle to Nico Collins in stride. If let's say he catches a pass in stride and goes for 70 yards, he's not going to be thinking, boy, I got to show Stephen A. Smith, prove Stephen A. Smith wrong on that throw. No, he's not going to do that. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Actually, I'm telling you.
They don't look right.
To you. You know what I'm saying?
Are you the quarterback on your flag football team?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
Sam is though. Sam Warner.
Yeah.
Of the Houston Chronicle.
Oh, okay.
He's our quarterback.
All right.
Oh, Sam's on the team?
Yeah, Sam's on the team. Yeah, Sam's
Paul's
on the team
now.
Paul is not on the team because Paul is.
No, I'm on the team as of Monday.
We'll see.
Is he? Are you worried that Paul's gonna be your Deontay Johnson?
No, I don't gotta worry about that. We do have a Deontay Johnson on our team.
Then cut him.
Yeah, time to cut him.
It's tough.
It's time to cut him. But really, all I heard there. So you clearly think Justin Herbert is one of the best quarterbacks in the game, huh?
I think he's not top 5, but I think he's top 10.
He gets his ass kissed by the national media on a level that is probably too much. I think he's good, but when
we say national media, we really mean it's this phrase that I've actually seen on Twitter now.
It's the dorks.
No, it's all 22 Twitter.
Oh yeah, I hate them.
Yeah,
I hate them all.
I don't hate them. I
hate them.
I think they're useful, but I do think that fans don't realize it's so easy to manipulate you with a few clips. It's so easy. Like if I want to make
Zach Wilson's had moments like that.
If I want to make Quentin Johnston look good, find a few clips of him running routes, a few big plays. I'm like, man, it's
different.
Just gotta keep getting him the ball. You see this talent? Boom. Cause a fan that, let's say you're a doctor, or you're a teacher, or you're a lawyer, or you work at a warehouse factory, you're gonna see that and be like, oh yeah, man, he can play. You know what I'm saying? And that's gonna be that, and then you're gonna go on back the rest of your day.
Yep.
Because like you're not like it's not your job to like really dig into that and really figure out, oh wait, is this really true? Like, is Quentin Johnson really that good?
Deontay Johnson, dog.
Yeah, that's it. Because like you're a fan. Like you have other things to worry about. You probably got wife, kids. Maybe you don't. Maybe you play video games.
I think
like
a lot of it's also just like really misleading. Like you look at before Deontay Johnson is waived today, you see the Texans people who you're talking about also like doing this where they're showing a bunch of routes where Deontay Johnson looks open.
Yeah.
But they're not showing the entire play.
Right.
They're not showing where CJ's looking, where his progressions are,
right,
like that.
Yeah,
so there's like misrepresentation.
Yeah. And I do think like there were some plays where he actually was open. Like I'll give him that.
Remember that throw Stroud almost threw the interception on the near sideline? I think it was early on.
Yeah.
Johnson was open on that play.
Yeah.
That one I would be pissed about that if I were him, but you gotta forget about it, dog.
And there was another play where like I think he had like a seam route and he actually split the he got past the linebacker. Yeah. Like
he's not a bad player.
Yeah.
Just buy in.
Like I get that. You know what I'm saying? But like again, like there's so much context and nuance that go into what you're watching. Because again, like you're not in the film room, you're not in the meeting, so you don't actually know what the assignment is like. I'm gonna figure out today because I have one question I want to ask someone O lineman. Like the one stunt that looks like Titus gave up a sack, right? So from people I've talked to across the league, like that pass protection is called a standard jet. So it depends which way they want to slide it to, and on that one they slid right. So if you slide right, then it's a zone blocking to the right side. So they're kind of whoever comes in their area, they're gonna pick up. But on the backside, it's man. So you pick up who's right in front of you. So from what I've been told. So my question now is because Titus is obviously blocking somebody because his job is to block the man in front of him, and you have a guy looping around. So in reality, it feels like I wonder, did Titus actually do his job? And there was a scheme look to beat that, and you just needed your center to slide it to the correct side. So then to be prepared for the stunt, and then that goes back to my original point that we talked about a few weeks ago, if you let CJ handle protections, also maybe in that moment, if he knows, okay, I think the stun's coming from that way. All right, hey, no, we're gonna slide it this way. Boom, now that stun is dead because now there can be more on alert for that and be more prepared for that. Because again, like at a certain point, I can't keep blaming the old lineman for missing these blocks. At a certain point, because it's been the same thing the entire year. It hasn't been anything new. It's been the same thing game after game after game after game, the same type of stunts. So again, for me, it's more like, all right, how's it being coached, right? If it's a schematic issue, all right, then now we can have a more deeper conversation about why that continues to be an issue. But again, back to your point, when you just put the clip out there, now you're letting people that don't under when I mean people, I'm like fans, because like most fans don't understand, like, even more, a lot of media members like this the deep schematic aspect of football, right? Because it's a very detailed sport, which is and then that's fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that. You shouldn't know that. You know what I'm saying? You're not in it. There's nothing wrong with not knowing that. But now you have fans who think, oh, tight end sucks. Look at him missing this block. And there's a lot of context that's being missed. But the person that's posting the clip isn't adding that context because they also aren't in the media either. You know what I'm saying?
Amen. Amen. I'm tired of the many film junkies, Jeremy Branham, that are online acting like they know what's going on in the rooms. That's why I don't do it. Like, you can do it, but to me, I'm like, I'm being disingenuous, acting like I'm telling a story that I know the entirety of. Right. Speaking of clips, though, are the Chiefs about to clip the Houston Texans?
What was that?
That's a reference from a TV show back in the day. It's a scissors.
I don't know. I feel like
ooh, there's some doubt. Maybe the Texans have a chance.
I feel like the Texans got a 50-50 chance.
Whoa! Yeah. Damn, we should have started with that.
50-50.
I think they got a 50-50 chance. I think it's a coin flip. Honestly, I think if the defense can travel, it's funny. That's been the issue
because they've been so great at home.
They've been, oh my God, they've been unbelievable at home. Like it's kind of hilarious. The only quarterback to cook him at home is Will Levis. Who else have they struggled against? But yeah, because they lost 2 games at home.
So right.
They lost 2 games at home, right?
Yep.
It's the Lions and the Titans, if my memory serves. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
I think Trevor was fine.
Well, Lamar. No.
Oh, Lamar.
Lamar ruined Christmas.
Yeah, Lamar did ruin Christmas.
That didn't count.
But yeah, that's different. That's just Lamar being Lamar. Like that's just Lamar being Lamar. But for the most part, they've like completely cooked the majority of quarterbacks out of Lamar and Will at home. But on the road, it's kind of more up in the air, and I wonder why that doesn't travel. But if it travels, they got a great shot. If they can run the ball, like again, it's not a coincidence. I know we all talk about the play that CJ made on 3rd and 16.
Yeah, dude, it was sick.
The drive started on the 1. How did they get off the 1 yard line?
Joe Mixon.
All right. If you can consistently, they got off the 1 yard line and they converted a 3rd and short to Nico Collins. Obviously, they had the tripping call, whatever, and it was 3rd and 16. But even on that play, if that's not called, I believe it would have been like 3rd and 4-ish. I think they had a reception for like 4 yards. That, that's another manageable thing. But again, if you can run the rock, you have a chance in all these games. Like, if you look at the majority of the team, like, did y'all not watch when the Bills played the Broncos? What they were doing? They just kept trying to, more James Cook, Ray Davis, Josh Allen, Ty Johnson. It is playoff football. Like, it's going to be 20-something degrees outside on Saturday.
This is the mixing game. And you have 14 carries for 57 yards. It's a 4.1 yard per carry average against the Chiefs on Saturday. So I think that's probably where it is, because obviously they had such a difficult time trying to get the ball to Nico Collins in the way that they wanted to, especially over the middle. I just saw a highlight of him getting picked off.
Right.
I like it, though. 50-50. Okay, DJ.
Yeah, I think the D-line, because they have all
big
hands,
if, but
they have all hands on deck at that point, because you have both your stud ends with Barnett rotating in, and you'll have your the Nico, Mario, Foley, and Tim. So you can keep rotating that. You got, obviously you're missing Jalen and you're missing Jimmy, but I think obviously Jalen's more irreplaceable than Jimmy. At this point, no offense to Jimmy, because they haven't missed a beat since Jimmy's been gone.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So, but again, I think if the D line can do what they were doing before, they'll have a shot. And again, their run game has to get going, because again, Joe Mixon, Because again, CJ had that nice pass and he was much different afterwards. They didn't score a touchdown until the last drive of the game. After that, we can't acknowledge that, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like the offense passing wise is fixed. It's not. Like, I'm not gonna paint this like false narrative. It's not necessarily fixed to what it was last year. So you have to be balanced, running that rock consistently, being efficient, being effective, and then you'll have a great shot because your defense is good enough. And if you're running the ball effectively, you always have a shot.
He is DJ Bieneme, Houston Texans beat reporter for ESPN. Catch his work all remainder of the week and on Saturday during that Texans-Chiefs game. DJ, always a pleasure. Thanks for your time, man.
No problem.
Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, 10-minute drill. We take a look around the National Football League, a terrible Monday Night Football game, and the latest when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys coaching situation. Stick around.
Oh boy, Monday Night Football. It was a rough watch, and I'm mad at myself for not paying more attention to the Southwestern Division leading by 2 games. Houston Rockets 27-9. The LA Rams doing it for Los Angeles smoke the Minnesota Vikings. Shout out to the Rams. That had to be a very tough spot to be in. Sean McVay is one of the best coaches in the league. I mean, that game was one-sided from the get-go. And I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that Sam Darnold has turned back into the pumpkin we all remember him as before this year with Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings. Here is the Vikings play-by-play reacting to Darnold not realizing he should take off and run.
Jones, Addison in motion to the right. 2 receivers left. Rams blitz. Darnold gets away from it. Steps up in the pocket. He's holding it too long.
Just run.
Throw it, man.
Just run.
At the 25-yard line, he's sacked for a 5th time.
All he's got to do is pull that thing down and run and get as much positive yardage as he can. There were 5 to 7 yards easy there to be made. We saw Buffalo do this to him all day long because they're not always disciplined in their lanes. But if he pulls this thing down right there, he has a good 5-7 yards, if not more. Right. I mean, take what's there.
Paul Allen, KFAN.
Throw it, man!
That really is like watching the game with someone in their living room. Like,
yeah.
When people say that, they're talking about what Paul Allen did there with his very expressive eyebrows.
This is not Detroit. That hasn't aged well, but same energy.
Yeah. But, like, could you imagine, like, Vandy? CJ
Yes.
gets sacked for the 5th time.
Throw the ball, man.
Andre Ware would do it.
Yeah,
I was
Andre
gonna say,
Ware,
normally it's the color commentator
This
who
time.
does that, not the play-by-play.
The color commentator, the voice of reason. I like the crazy unhinged play-by-play.
That's a nice wrinkle.
That was a staple of Boston sports back in the day. The Celtics and not so much the Celtics. The Boston Bruins had this absolute psychopath named Jack Edwards who used to work at ESPN. Imagine somebody with the forced historical references of me that also happens to be a psychotic Bruins fan who would laugh when a guy got like absolutely wrecked into the boards, arguably a cheap shot. Look up Jack Edwards highlights. It's hockey. You'll laugh. It's really funny stuff. Also, Johnny Most used to do it with the Boston Celtics on the radio. Smoked out man.
Oh.
And I think one time Bill Laimbeer shoved Larry Bird and Johnny Most went on this rant. The yellow gutless way they do things here. And they say I shouldn't say things about Isaiah Thomas. And I say, why not? Fantastic. So I love an unhinged play-by-play guy. The game unhinged. We'll see what happens next for Sam Darnold. Again, good for LA, good for the Rams. There were a couple of controversial moments in this game. What'd you think about Matt Stafford's forward pass, I say in quotation marks?
I mean, I don't know. I guess by the letter of the law, it's a forward pass, but it was close.
I hate that you can do that. There was a receiver in the area, but I think as pointed out on the Manning cast by Belichick, there's so many rules that help out the offense. And I mean, this is clearly like a guy who's getting rid of the ball because he's being sacked. That should be intentional grounding, in my opinion.
No, I agree.
It should have to hit the receiver.
And I think that it just depends on like who the referee is, like how liberal they are with in the vicinity of a wide receiver. Like it's really like they really don't call it, and that's why that rule actually is what makes me hate pass interference when with a catchable ball, because you can throw a ball 10 feet away from a wide receiver. And it's not intentional grounding because it's near the wide receiver, but you can underthrow a pass by,
and still get
6
a PI
yards
for 40
and still
yards.
get PI. Like it's like they contradict each other in the way that they're called. It drives me nuts.
Blake Cashman was the guy who picked it up and scooped and scored. There were a lot of ex-Texans in that game. Jonathan Grenard, Camus Grugier-Hill, who missed a blocked punt. Cam Akers.
Traded there this year. Forgot about that.
Shaquille Griffin was playing corner for them too. There might be some other ex-Texans on the Vikings. There's a weird connection between the two. But that game, Dunzo, the 14-3 wild card Vikings, out, even though they basically got a neutral site game for the first game of the playoffs and still lost
27-9. I am hoping that the NFL, which was doing a highly reactionary gauging of public opinion when they put out this possibility that they would change the playoff format where division winners wouldn't necessarily get a home game. This was entirely because I'm sure some were complaining about being in tough divisions, like the Chargers, who would have been in LA against the Texans. There would have been more Texans fans there, or the Vikings, who would have been the home team against the Rams. If you win the division, you should get a home game.
I think the NFL playoff system is perfectly fine, and I don't think they need to change it.
Stop tinkering, right? I mean, they tinkered with overtime because the Bills were sad that they lost.
And you know what? If you're the Rams, I mean, if you're the Vikings, well, then beat the teams you lost to this year. Because you lost to the Lions twice, and you lost to the Rams twice. Those are your 4 losses this year. The only teams they lost were Detroit and LA. It's part of football. We don't need to change everything just because one team gets in an unfortunate situation. Same thing with the college football playoff. We don't need to go rush and change everything. Let it play out. It's not unfair. I mean, for years, it was auto that one of the 2 teams with a bye went to the Super Bowl. For years and years and years. And the only reason why that changed is because they wanted more money and they wanted more playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't change it then when it was clearly unfair to the teams that had a bye.
Right.
What are we going to change it if the Texans win on Saturday?
We might.
Oh, the Chiefs can't get a bye. They took too much time off. They chose to do that. We don't need to change this. It's perfectly fine. This is a rare occurrence.
As Bobby Slowick once said, football is football. Let's keep our football being football. Huh? Anyway, AFC South champions. I just want to continue to have home games at NRG Stadium Saturday, 3:30. That's all I want.
Yep.
6-2 in that spot.
Texans football.
Raise another banner. Joe doesn't want the banner, but I do.
No banners.
More banners. More banners. The latest for the Dallas Cowboys as they look for a new coach after they and Mike McCarthy mutually agreed to part ways per Jerry Jones yesterday. Kellen Moore, he's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys fans remember him for his mouth that would always hang open. Jason Witten, a candidate as well. Those are both per Adam Schefter.
And
does Jason Witten have his hair still, or did he go back to being bald?
I think once he left TV, he went back to bald.
So that was a toupee. That was not
plugs.
That wasn't. Oh, well, did he get the plugs removed? Wouldn't that make your scalp look weird?
He's a high school coach, right?
Oh, that makes sense. He's got coaching experience now.
A little bit.
I think that's why. But I'm
more than Gerard Mayo for what.
I'm wondering if he has a headshot at his high school.
I want to see it. I feel like I heard him say he went back to bald.
I think so. I think it was a toupee.
Okay.
Or maybe he just was. Maybe he was shaving it intentionally before and we just didn't know it.
Okay, could be that. But it looked good, but it was also wait, where did that come from? Did he go to Turkey?
It doesn't look good. Once you're bald forever and you change it, it's not great. I don't know who the next Cowboys head coach is. Kellen Moore feels like the obvious choice over Jason Witten.
No.
I don't think Deion's going to take the job.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Deion is the other rumor per Adam Schefter.
I do think Mike McCarthy will be the next Bears coach, though. Just so you know.
Are you okay with that?
Not really. I don't hate it. I don't love it.
That Chicago Bears football.
I'm just meh.
I don't love it.
But they've interviewed 21 candidates, or they're interviewing 21 candidates. They're all virtual, except for Mike McCarthy. So
he's going to be motivated to beat the Packers.
That's true.
There we go. Although the Bears don't have any problem beating the Packers.
That's
anymore.
true. Bears 1 win in 2025. Packers 2 losses.
Also, this is judging off of one picture with. By the way, every single one of these Jason Witten pictures as a high school coach, he has a hat on. I feel like that kind of answers my question.
Yeah, bald.
But there is one of him wearing a hat backwards, and so you have the little gap for the. It's not a snapback, but whatever. Bald. He is bald.
Okay.
You can Gallant George exclusive. Jason Witten,
bald.
Potential Cowboys coach, bald. Also confirmed bald.
Confirmed bald.
Maybe Jerry will just be the next head coach.
From the 409, Josh says they should get Mike Tomlin. We'll see if that happens. He has a no trade clause for what it's worth.
It would make sense though. Like if you're Mike Tomlin, like, are you ready to leave Pittsburgh?
But he brings up there's always trade rumors involving Mike Tomlin, which he might use to get contract renegotiations. I know Terry Bradshaw suggested the coaching swap before the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy parted ways.
Yep.
Sounds like Terry Bradshaw's had some experience with swapping.
Whoa.
What? It's from the 70s. I mean, quarterback of a dynasty. I would assume that there's been some swapping.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe. All right. You know what? I'm gonna say
Hey, Lynn Swan.
How
about we swap?
I hope Terry Bradshaw was doing some swapping. He just strikes me as a guy who would have been doing some swapping back in the day. What's wrong with that?
All right.
It's from the 713. Dabo Switty next Dallas coach. I would hate the Cowboys. Finally, I'd actually hate them if they hired Dabo.
It would make a lot of
I hate Dabo.
That makes sense for the Cowboys.
The guy's such a fraud.
And he won't use the transfer portal. So maybe he's done with college football. Sark,
per Jonathan Jones.
Yeah, for Jonathan Jones.
And Bill Belichick are possibilities for the Cowboys. And since Belichick keeps on talking about his time at UNC, that would be something else if he pulled the Jets again, where he resigns as head coach of North Carolina and joins the Cowboys.
I mean,
I know he wanted to.
He's done it before.
He has done it before.
Yeah.
But Sark would be funny.
I mean, it would be funny just to like
see the chaos.
Yeah, just to him go, I want that guy.
Who would Texas hire if Sark left for the
probably
Cowboys?
Marcus Freeman, I think.
Ooh, there it is.
Go to a place you can win national championship like Brian Kelly. No.
Poor Joe.
He's waiting for a national championship game next year.
I mean, it's between the Bears and the Longhorns for Marcus Freeman next year.
Don't forget Ohio State.
And Ohio State, too.
When Ryan Day gets fired eventually.
Ryan Day, Cowboys.
I don't know.
Someone did mention him as a candidate. Like Ryan Day winning a national championship, all the hate he got and gets
for losing to Michigan.
Every year.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, if I was Ryan Day, like, screw those people.
That's
like,
kind of where I land too, where it's like, this is also perfect.
That would make a lot of sense.
It'd be perfect to win a national championship and leave.
And
as
just
like,
double bird it.
Yeah, as the like FU. Like I'm not running scared. It's not like we lost to Tennessee in our first playoff game. It's like, no, I'm good enough. You guys kept bitching about it, so now I'm leaving.
There you go. 10-minute drill. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Let's go right into it. We haven't given you this in a couple of days. We haven't given it to you. We're going to give it to you, baby. Give it to you. Give it to you. What?
Nothing.
It's a Rick James song.
I know.
Give it to me, baby. But I was saying give it to you.
You are.
Did it sound a little too aggressive? Am I sounding a little too horny in this segment, talking about swapping and giving it to you? Anyway, let's give the people that bone. $29 days away. We're less than a month. Less than a month from the Astros.
Thankfully.
With our AFC South champion Texans. What? Thankfully.
I'm ready for playoff. I'm ready for baseball.
You're ready for baseball? Oh, yeah. Gross. AFC South champions, NBA Southwest Division leaders, and this guy wants baseball.
I mean, it's going to be a fun time. The Rockets will be good. The Astros will be starting.
Will it be a fun time? I'm still skeptical about this year. They have no one in the outfield.
Well, there's going to be people there. Like, they're going to have people in the outfield. Jake Myers is a real person. So is Dubon. So is McCormick.
Okay, fine. I'll admit they are real people.
They're not aliens or robots.
Alex Bregman still unsigned.
Yeah.
Former Astros assistant manager Alex Cora is the disgraced manager of the Boston Red Sox, despite being fired for a year and coming back in. Gets absolutely no crap from people in Boston who still hate the Astros. Gets absolutely no crap from honestly anyone. Mm-hmm. It's a load of BS that Alex Cora, for some reason, is insulated from getting hated on the way that the Astros do. But that's fine. This disgraced man has been caught red-handed tampering with, oh, wait, he's a free agent,
Well, has been caught red-handed, wistfully thinking about what Alex Bregman could do for Boston.
I think he's a pull hitter that puts the ball in play, and he's a good defender. The intangibles are the intangibles. We all know that. The kid, he's a winner since LSU all the way to the Astros. Obviously we did what we did in 2017. And if you think about it, like he put that in the past, right? Like he kind of like took that team like on his back. This is what we're going to do. We're going to put 2017 on the past, and we're going to be a good team. And, he's been amazing. He's been amazing.
By the way, great job by our editors.
Pause for a
Just
moment.
one-
We're going to put 2017 in the past. Alex Cora, are you?
He said, obviously we did what we did. Like, it's just like, it's amazing like, how nonchalant it is.
It is. It is. Do you think Alex Cora goes back to doing this stuff if Alex Bregman goes to Boston?
I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, they were cheating at the same time. Boston was the
They
organization.
were. They were.
They could try.
If you continue listening to Cora there, and honestly, I started becoming very disinterested, and then remembering the time that Cora apparently, like on team flights with the Astros, was, let's just say, annoying.
Yeah.
That's the polite way of saying it. I was just thinking to myself, like, I don't really want to hear him talk anymore. But it sounds like if Bregman signs with the Red Sox, he'd play second base.
And yeah, Ken Rosenthal put out this article like competent to JD Martinez, where this is what the Red Sox did with JD and Scott Boras, where they just waited it out. And eventually JD Martinez signed like $100 million contract, way less than what they thought they were going to get. Clearly the Red Sox are in a position where they think they can wait out Alex Bregman. And it's pretty much a game of chicken at this point. Like, is Alex going to sign with the Tigers, or is he going to sign with the Red Sox, or is someone going to get desperate and swoop in here? But I think he's eventually going to sign in Boston.
It makes the most sense. I don't see Detroit paying him that money. I can see Boston maybe paying that money because Boston just has more, but they've been weirdly cheap after winning all those World Series.
Yeah. They're weird. Some of these organizations are bizarre. They have a ton of money. They just don't use it. That's why Alex Bregman's struggling to get paid right now. Is it like there was this graph that got put out of like all the teams like have like their payroll, how much it's dropped. Like the Astros payroll has dropped $65 million this year.
Still not enough, though.
That's 2 Alex Bregmans. Like it doesn't matter though.
If only they could drop Abreu, Montero, McCullers
Next year.
Presley.
They gotta wait for McCullers. But next year 3 of those contracts are off the books. At least.
And we're gonna start spending. And it's all gonna happen. What? They gotta keep the window open. John.
They ain't spending.
Damn. But they have been spending. Just on the wrong people.
That's true. They have been.
They've been shopping at the wrong store.
I'm just not so convinced that like they go below the luxury tax next offseason, all these contracts are gone, and then they just like come out in free agency and give out new bad contracts. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, no more Reggie Jackson at least.
That's true. Has he tweeted about Alex Bregman recently?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Anyway, 29 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach, Florida. He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Rockets had a huge win last night. They have won the season series over John Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies and now hold a commanding 2-game lead in the Southwestern Division. There's a couple of questions coming out of this game. Number one, is Jalen Green going to be this guy more often than not? And two, is it too early to start asking that question? What's that question, Stay Put?
2025 is here. Let's get in the gym and get to work on whatever your goals are. You want to lose weight, you want to put on muscle, you just want to lean out in 2025. O Athletic is a great place to do it. Check them out, oathletic.com, oathletic on Instagram, and it's at 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. You can sign up for a personal trainer 1 to 5 times a week, whatever your schedule is. They will help find the right personal trainer to work with you around your schedule. Plus, they offer over 100 classes throughout the week that you can take from weightlifting, agility training to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and boxing. Get to O Athletic and check them out at oathletic.com.
into Van Fleet, and the Rockets make it 3 for 3 against the Grizzlies this season as they come from behind and win this thing 120 to 118. Jalen Green was spectacular.
One of our better ones of the year for sure. To be down 13 and kind of claw our way back in the way we did it was impressive.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of the NBA's Southwest Division leader by 2 games. Don't you ever do it.
Don't ever.
This is a city where divisions, they unlock. Call me Kamari Lassiter, the locksmith. What? Because AL West, ours. AFC South, ours. NBA Southwest, ours? Right now, it sure looks that way because Memphis is the biggest pain in the tuchus when it comes to winning that division, at least as things currently stand. And the Houston Rockets have won the season series against Ja Morant and Memphis, with Ja playing in all 3 games this time around.
You know what I feel about the Rockets? Maybe we'll have to do this tomorrow, Paul. I feel like we're due for we have Texans Swarm, Astros Bang.
Yeah.
I think it's time. Maybe it's time to workshop a Rockets.
Rockets launch.
Yeah, it feels too easy.
Rockets Elon Musk. Rockets Space Force.
Rockets gun horse emoji.
Rockets boom.
That's true.
Boom could work.
Boom does work.
But boom is not something you want to happen to a rocket.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking like rockets that you like shoot at, like weapon rockets.
Yeah, there's 2 ways to look at it.
Yeah, like fighter jet shooting a rocket at another fighter jet.
How about, that spring sound effect that people play for boners?
Yeah, boing, oing, oing, oing.
Yeah. Rockets, boing, oing, 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 oing. It does mean they're lifting
really
off.
coordinate how many going there are.
Yeah, we'd have to actually get the sound effect because it doesn't quite sound the same if we're doing it. We'll workshop that.
Yeah.
If you got suggestions, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 97.5. Terrible suggestions coming from them, but we appreciate them trying their best. The Rockets tried their best last night, and Jalen Green continues to play his best. He has been on a roll the last 4 games, but in particular, the last 2, he's been remarkably efficient. This may be the most efficient game of his career because he tied a career high with 42 points on 13 of 18 from the field. He shot 83% from 3. Could say 5 from 6. That sounds cool. You say 83% from 3. Damn! That's like free throw numbers.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these games, he's shooting the lowest he shot in the last 5 games is 38% from the 3-point line.
And that was against Boston.
And it's gone up and up and up since. But yeah, these last 4 games, 41%, 46%, 50%, 83%. He's not always taking as many shots also from the 3-point line, which I appreciate. I know a couple of those he's got a 12 and a 15, attempt night, but shooting only 6, it's refreshing to see him not just launching threes too. Like it just visually, it's better basketball is part of it for him. It's the attacking the rim, playing with pace, all of it. It just looks like it's more winning basketball from Jalen Green, the style of play.
For sure. Ime Udoka made a point when asked about what's different with Jalen Green this year of saying that he's a little more bought in on defense. That was the first thing he said. Jalen Green just had a career high in points last night. Talks about the defense. I like that. He is more bought in on the entirety of the court. And thank goodness that they brought in Ime Udoka and stopped wasting time with Steven Silas to bring in somebody who actually can coach him up. He's 22. He turns 23 in a couple of weeks. It is important to remember that age with him, especially in a year like this where the team has been playing so well. Interesting stat I saw from Will Kunkel of Fox 26 last night. Do you know the Rockets are 4-0 when they turn the ball over 20 plus times?
Huh.
Isn't that insane?
Interesting. That seems impossible.
That does seem impossible.
That seems so.
I saw that and I
impossible.
was like, wait a second, wait.
They turned over 20 times last night.
23.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're
pretty sloppy.
I didn't realize there's that many.
Imagine when they get Reed Shepherd back because he's back. But imagine when they get him back.
Back. I think there's a Wizards game in there where Fred VanVleet sat that they also got another like 25 turnovers and won because they're playing the Wizards. But this one's playing on extra difficulty because it's Ja Morant who it felt like they turned it over 20 times because it feels like he had 20 transition dunks because every time Memphis gets the ball in transition, like it's going to Ja and he's going at the rim.
Correct. They did this with basically a 7-man rotation last night. I mean, the Jayshawn Tate played and Aaron Holiday played, but Cam Whitmore, who had a good game, bought in.
Body language, good.
He's not Deontay Johnson.
He was waving the towel.
He was waving it. Okay.
He's not Deontay Johnson, but he also played well. He was 4 for 7 from outside off the bench. He had 16 points. But, I mean, no Tari Eason, no Jabari Smith, no Reed Shepherd.
Yeah, I mean, if you replace
and they still won.
Tari,
Great White Hope,
with Jason Tate, those minutes, eventually Reed Shepherd, Aaron Holiday minutes, I think that this is like the best version of this current iteration of the Rockets, and I don't think it includes Jabari Smith Jr.
I wonder if he becomes a trade possibility.
I think the answer to that's yes.
And it's interesting because right now with the way Thompson's playing, like even though last night was an inefficient night for him offensively, like he had a dramatic role in the game. I thought.
Yeah, he's got 13 rebounds, 5 blocks, 2 steals. He impacts the game just in all the little things. He doesn't need to show up on the box score.
No.
He can have a night where he doesn't
5 blocks.
Yeah, he doesn't need to score any baskets, and he's still one of the most impactful players in the Houston Rockets.
Yeah.
So it's totally unlocked them. It sucks for Jabari Smith, but like he's been Wally pipped out of the starting lineup. He should not return to the starting lineup. I've not questioned Ime Udoka at all since he's gotten here. He's been an excellent coach. The Rockets have frankly lucked into a phenomenal coach. Jabari Smith Jr. does not belong in the starting rotation unless he pushes out like Fred VanVleet somehow because of Amen Thompson.
He learns how to.
But even then, like I don't know, like he doesn't fit anymore.
Can I refer you back to the 23 turnovers that the Rockets had?
Yeah.
And you're asking to take out Fred VanVleet. I know you're not asking to take out Fred
but it's
VanVleet,
just like you're not taking him out for Dylan Brooks. You're not having Amen Thompson play point guard, so Fred's no longer in your lineup. This is the best starting rotation, and then it's a battle of Whitmore, Jayshawn Tate, Steven Adams, Tari Eason, all those other guys to be the 4 guys off the bench.
Yeah, they can do a little bit of what they did last year when Şengün was out with the bench units and have Jabari basically be your backup center. That could work on nights where Steven Adams either is matchup off the floor or is dealing with injuries, which has been for a lot this year. Maybe that's Jabari's role, and that's just a short-term thing. Obviously, you don't draft a guy 3rd overall and be like, maybe he can be a backup center for you. But something like that where he is versatile. You do need wings. They're a little light on wings with like right now with what you said with the injuries. Again, Jayshawn Tate played minutes. But I think there's a role for Jabari Smith. It's just, I agree with Joe. He's not walking back into the starting lineup.
Bringing it back to Jalen Green. You see what Amen Thompson said about Jalen Green?
Mm-hmm.
This is from Big Sarge Sports. Amen Thompson raves about Jalen Green with a little caveat.
I mean, it was like a playoff environment. We've had a couple games like that, but I feel like that's when we show up the best in those environments and see what Jalen did tonight. Unguardable, unless it's me. Tell him that.
Unguardable unless it's me. With the theme song to The Office playing in the background.
I didn't realize that last night when I heard it until I guess I boosted the levels on everything here.
I heard it this morning. I was like, wait a second. This is, very big difference between what the Texans played in the locker room after beating the Chargers and what the Rockets play after beating the Grizzlies. But unguardable when he is playing like that. Yeah, the step back 3 that he had after Thompson had a block, throws it to Green in transition. Greens takes a step back, wide open 3. There was nothing anyone could have done, even if they were right on him.
Yeah, they just do. And then the other one was the when he went like underneath the basket early in the game and he just like whipped it back to the middle of the court. and Jalen Green was just sitting there at the top of the key and hit his three. Like they play really, really good complementary basketball together, and it's fun to watch. It is this is a good basketball team.
The Rockets, so much more fun than watching the James Harden Rockets, and they turn the ball over like 40 times a game. It's great.
The Rockets are making CJ Stroud proud by how much fun they're having.
So much fun.
They do have a lot of fun.
They're having a lot of fun. Basketball is basketball.
Speaking of the fun, Jalen Green did a post-game interview with our friend Vanessa Richardson, and guess who swoops in at the very end?
There was one point in the fourth quarter, John Morant hit a big three, and then you hit a big shot. You guys smiled at each other, and you bumped chests. Why are you able to thrive?
That's good job. Great job. Great job.
Why are you able to thrive against the best in the league?
It's a competitive game. I like to compete.
Vanessa unfazed. 2 points. First off, I've never seen Dylan Brooks smile, so that was new. Second, I don't like that Jalen Green's bumping chests with John Morant in the midst of a game where they're going back and forth with one
Why?
another.
He's just recruiting. When Jaw's unhappy? I mean,
you know what?
If it ever were to happen.
You know what?
John Morant,
a moment
Jalen
where
Green, Ben Thompson,
a moment where buddy in the NBA is actually good, because I was about to go on an old man rant here, and I was like, I hate this, and Jalen says I'm competitive afterwards. No, Ime Udoka, you got to look at that and say, no, you can't do that. You can't be chest bumping the opposition in the midst of a good game.
If you go chest to chest with someone in the game, I hope that means you're suplexing them. All right, show them the Min Thompson, Tyler Hero clip. That's what I want.
You could, if you really want him to stop, you could show him the Jalen Green, Josh Christopher clip and say, like, this is what you should, like, enough fraternizing in the midst of a basketball game. What?
Jalen Green.
That is a way to be like,
Jalen Green.
I was going to say, show him the John Morant clips.
It's a douchey thing to do, though. We get him to stop.
He
John Morant shoving a teenager and pulling out a gun on him. How about that?
He had maybe the best game of his career. And he was like, you know what? I want to listen to Houston radio. Maybe they're going to compliment. No, it's going to be all love. It's going to be all love.
That's the one. Listen, you always got something to work on. That's the one thing.
That's why Josh Christopher got caught. They cut him for that reason. That video.
Is that why they cut him?
My opinion.
We got some texts in for our Rockets catchphrase, like Texans Swarm and Astros Bang. From the 903 Rockets Blast Off.
2 words is tough. I was thinking lift off because that's their slogan.
Yeah,
and like swarm is the Texan slogan, but lift off. It being 2 words, it has to be 1 syllable. Just
from Big Art, Rockets Clutch.
Not bad.
From the 409 Rockets Red Glare. I kind of like that one. It's American.
If it is going to be 2 syllables, Red Glare is a good one.
Rocket. From Double Rods, Rockets Bump Chest. From, I think there's Hugh Dab, Pocket Rocket. Just ideas, we're floating them. This is the thing that I really enjoyed last night, and it didn't happen during the game. Adam Spillane works for the Texans flagship, and he asked Ime Udoka this question, with your Houston Rockets leading the Southwest Division by 2 games, 6 games back of the 1 seed in the Western Conference, 3-0 leading the season series over the Memphis Grizzlies, 11-3 against all the playoff teams in the Western Conference. It lends itself to questions like this.
We'll be at the halfway point when this trip is over. You're second in the West right now. Like, what's the ceiling of this team? Like, can this team win a championship this year?
I mean, we can improve vastly still. And that's the good part about it. When you look at, our 12 losses, you could cut that right in half, based on some last, fourth quarter things that happened early in the year, some of the bad losses to Charlotte and Portland and some of the teams, San Antonio, and the teams that we felt we should have taken care of business against. And so now we've done really well against the lower record teams and played well against the good teams for the most part. And so I think it's all building blocks, and the confidence continues to grow. But the thing about us as a staff and our team is that we know we can get so much better. And that's why we're excited about where we're at and where we can get to.
Only thing missing in that answer was the squeaking of sneakers underneath him.
Oh, yeah.
Because Ime Udoka played fantastic defense there, not taking the bait. I just like that question is actually askable right now because you take a look at the numbers, you take a look at the record, you take a look at the standings, you take a look at everything.
What's your answer?
They're not a championship contender.
I agree.
But hearing him say, listen, we're just continuing to improve and improve and improve. I wonder how much better they will be at the end of the year.
Western Conference Finals? No. I feel comfortable. Yeah?
No.
Really?
No. Western Conference Finals, that's 3 playoff series wins.
Yeah.
I could see them making the second round. 3, before the Texans do. Oof, that would be rough.
I think their ceiling would be Western Conference Finals. I could see that. I could see a path to where, because to get to the Western Conference Finals.
OKC, though, you haven't played Denver yet. Well,
I was going to say, you have to be the 2 seed.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yes.
2, maybe 3, but mostly
you are the 2 seed right now.
Yeah. But if you got Memphis, I mean, I know it's regular season basketball, but right now, to get to the Western Conference Finals, it would go through Memphis, who you've beaten 3 times this year.
Denver Thursday. Denver on Thursday. I think we'll learn a little more about them in that game.
I'm so curious who's guarding Jokic.
Thompson.
Thompson, probably.
Yes.
And then he's also guarding Russell Westbrook. And he's also guarding Aaron Gordon. And then he's going to take Minnesota. And then Colorado. Ah!
Oh, yeah. You're doing a little Howard Dean there. I like it. All right, let's just shift into the next topic. Who are the biggest winners of Wild Card Weekend? I'm going to tell you who's the biggest winner. He's the head coach of your Houston Texans. It's D'Amico Ryans. And a lot of people are going to say, oh, well, Paul, what about Sean McVay and all the things that the Rams had to do? They just played a home game in Phoenix. Los Angeles strong, bro. True. But once again, a D'Amico Ryans defense flustered a quarterback that the majority of the NFL cognoscenti believes to be very good. It was Josh Allen. It was also Jared Goff. It was Tua Tagovailoa. It was Justin Herbert. And yes, there's a little bit of help being at NRG Stadium, but they have 12 interceptions against those 4 quarterbacks this year.
That's incredible.
They have held all 3 of those quarterbacks to 50% or less passing. That's insane. Mm-hmm. But the defense, the talent on it deserves a lot of credit. But that defense is damn good, and everyone should be aware of all those things that D'Amico's doing. So while I do still have some questions about the buy-in on offense, the cleaning up of little things on offense, which I think D'Amico has to have some sort of role, and it can't be all on Bobby Slowick or the offensive line coach and the offensive lineman. I think you have to admit what he has done definitely puts him in the conversation of one of the biggest winners of Wild Card Weekend.
Absolutely. He's got to be towards the top. I mean, plus a lot of these other coaches, it doesn't really matter to them. This is not, when people talk about Justin Herbert and what he did this weekend and wanting to comp it to Lamar Jackson, this isn't a Lamar Jackson thing. Lamar Jackson it's the next round of the playoffs. For Josh Allen, it's the next round of the playoffs. So they're not winners because this is expected for them. I will say Derek Stingley Jr. because congratulations on being the highest paid cornerback in the NFL.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder about the Texans do this thing where they just don't give out more than 3-year contracts.
Oh, then
this should be the exception. But
I look forward to David Mulugeta getting Derek Stingley traded because that's what will happen.
Oh no, you don't look forward to it.
No, because that's what would happen. Derek Stingley Jr. is going to be the highest paid cornerback. He'll be the highest paid cornerback in the NFL.
Sounded like you're happy about
No.
it.
I don't like David Mulugeta. So that's why you have to pay Derek Stingley Jr. And they paid Watson. I think that he is continued to solidify himself as one of the top 3 cornerbacks in the NFL. It's a very close race, but to have that performance on that stage where Sauce Gardner's at home and Patrick Surtain's team is getting cooked by Josh Allen and the Bills. Derek Stingley Jr., huge winner this weekend.
Derrick Henry, winner.
Oh, yeah, and James Cook, but definitely Derrick Henry. Oh, loser, Tennessee Titans. Forgot about that one earlier. I'm sure that didn't feel great watching Derrick Henry do that in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Winner, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Winner, the Commanders.
Big time. I mean, that's their first playoff win since 2005.
And they played a playoff game where their quarterback didn't suffer a injury that potentially ruins his career.
That's true.
Sean McVay is a winner.
He
Sean
did get
McVay,
a cut on his face, though.
He did have a cut. Yeah, but it looks kind of cool.
Yeah.
I feel like it adds a little extra element to
Yeah.
him. Maybe we can do the Nelly Band-Aid on the face thing.
He did have that.
Yeah.
Winner, the internet for jokes. Stay away from Magic Johnson, Jaden.
Whoa. Jeez, Joe. Okay, I didn't see that coming. Sean McVay.
Definitely a winner, but also like expected. It's like Lamar.
I did not expect the Rams to kick the Vikings' ass. I thought the Rams had a chance to win, even with all the stuff they're dealing with. They killed them. Stafford played great.
Yeah. The grandson of Don Shula, winner. I mean, he was all over TV last night. He's their defensive coordinator. Chris Shula is for the Rams.
There's another Shula.
Yeah, there's another Shula. Yeah. I mean, they had the youngest defense in the NFL, and they were electric last night.
How about A.J. Brown and his book, Winner, Chicken Dinner? So, for those who did not watch Eagles-Packers, late in the game, there was a moment where A.J. Brown got caught reading a book on the sideline. Here is Tom Brady realizing that in real time on the Fox broadcast, along with Kevin Burkhardt.
So A.J. Brown, well, we're figuring that out. He, he's a little frustrated. Obviously, he hasn't seen too many balls today. He's going to read a little passage here.
I haven't seen too many people read books, but I've seen a quarterback eat a hot dog.
Damn, one of the greatest broadcasters of all time. Shout out to Tom Brady for giving us that joke. A.J. Brown's book, it's called Inner Excellence, $9.99 ebook, and it is at the top of the Amazon bestseller list after this game.
Yeah, because Eagles fans just went and just like 5 stars.
Yeah.
Which is very Eagles fans of them.
They probably bought it. James Palmer, who used to do Texans coverage here in town for Comcast Sportsnet Houston, and he now works over at Underdog, has apparently seen this book in action. There's highlighting and underlining. It's fantastic. But naturally, leave it to Eagles fans. Not Eagles fans. Eagles media after the game to ask A.J. Brown if this was a sign that he was upset, like he's Deontay Johnson.
Were you frustrated when you were reading the book?
No, I was not frustrated at all. I figured that's what y'all probably thought. I wasn't frustrated. Why y'all always think I'd be frustrated? Like, yeah, I read the book. I read the book. Yeah, I like to read. So.
I love how he got more worked up as he answered that question.
It's strange.
It is weird. I've never seen anyone read a book in a football.
No, and while it's a fun story now, the next time he is frustrated, Eagles fans will probably flip on the author of this book and they will crush him. Because I just feel like this is one of those moments where it's like, at some point, if things go bad, people will view it very differently in the future for A.J. Brown.
You think so?
Yeah. Like, it's a fun, good story now because they're winning. It just feels like this is the kind of thing that when you lose,
it'll be a meme. Yeah.
It kind of reverses the conversation.
A game where A.J. Brown gets very few targets. It'll say, like, A.J. Brown on the sideline, be like, and then it's him sitting on the sideline reading a book.
At least it looks like he actually reads the book.
He does read the book, clearly. It's beat up.
Yeah.
James Palmer said it's beat up because Brown has clearly thrown it multiple times on the sideline. So that's interesting. Maybe it helps him meditate.
Yeah, I'm almost like,
I've never seen that before. In sports, a guy who goes to the sideline and reads.
No, never seen that.
I've never seen that
anything like
ever.
that before.
Yeah. It's not a playbook. He's literally reading a book. Now, it's not, it would be something else if he was reading, those books that have Fabio on the cover, like the women's romance books and stuff, or if he was reading like Game of Thrones or something else like that, but a fiction. But no, he's reading like motivational books on the sideline.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll see it. Like, does he do this all the time and we've just never noticed?
Probably.
Like,
took a while for us to notice Colin Kaepernick taking a knee during the national anthem.
I
was thinking the same exact thing. I was like, I don't want to compare these two.
But like, we went like 3 preseason games without anyone noticing Colin Kaepernick wasn't standing for the anthem, and then so like, has A.J. Brown been reading books on the sidelines for years now? Like, does this go back to Tennessee when Ryan Tannehill was his quarterback and he was trying to stay calm?
I mean, that makes sense.
I don't know.
Mike Vrabel.
I can't see Mike Vrabel being like.
Mike Vrabel would hate this. I think like Vrabel would take the book and punt it.
Yeah,
I mean, how do
this
you know?
has to be an Eagles.
I mean, or what if next year is just like mandatory? Like you're all of a sudden you're gonna be watching a Patriots game and the whole offense instead of like preparing for the next drive is just
that's not happening next year.
Drake
Mays reading the
Drake
Hobbit.
Mays just like reading a book.
That's not happening next year. I hope not. At least things are pretty bad.
Look, man, people are trendsetters. You never know.
One last winner. Shout out to every NFL player who, after being eliminated, can do this. Did you see DJ Chark? His Instagram story. He posted a picture of him holding a blunt, and the caption reads, "Shout out my N-word bud. Been a long 3.5 months. If you've been eliminated, you can smoke some weed. Hell yeah, dude."
And they are changing the rules for that, so they'll be able to smoke more weed soon.
The captions underneath are hilarious. Like, clearly marijuana is addictive. But it can't be.
No, he's saying he's a rule follower. That's all he's saying. It's been 3 months. He's fine.
Puff, puff, puff.
I do say, yeah, that is the good spin zone of like, hey, I wasn't smoking during the season.
Yeah.
That's Joe. Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Up next, in case you missed it, everything you might have missed over the weekend, including maybe the best way to enjoy the Texans taking down the Chargers 32-12. Sean Mapes had a homework assignment for us. He'll share it with us next. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You get that promo code in there, they're going to double your initial deposit. Thursday, you want to play? Because on Thursday, every single bet in mybookie.ag, promo code BET975 on sports things is risk-free. So maybe you're taking a look at the Houston Rockets and their upcoming match against the Denver Nuggets, and you're thinking to yourself, I want to put some money on that game. And you can do it at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Maybe you're feeling the Rockets so much with what you saw from them. And now that they're leading the Southwestern Division by 2 games, and you think, yeah, the Rockets are going to win this, they're going to cover it. And I'm going to take the over too. You can do it at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975 right now, or you can wait till Thursday to place the bet. And guess what? It'll be risk-free. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag. Again, that promo code is BET975. Everything you might have missed in the world of sports over the weekend. Very quickly, shout out to our beloved 10th ranked Cougs. They have won their last 3 games by an average of 26 points a game. Hell yeah.
Pretty good.
Rockets Hawks got postponed due to inclement weather in Atlanta. Figure it out. Shouldn't be that hard. I get it. The South, just not tough like the North, but
not as tough as Texas.
Figure it out. Yeah, Texas figured it out.
Well,
Friday's game didn't get canceled.
Let's wait until it snows next week.
Yeah, that's true. I might be tempting ERCOT to.
I was going to say, let's
pants.
see if the state has energy or has electricity.
Has energy. Oh, that would suck. Anyway, Sean Mapes, our producer extraordinaire, watched Texans Chargers on an alternative broadcast on Saturday. They won 32-12. In case you missed the game, it was on Nickelodeon. And we wanted Sean, who was giving us little random clips from the game.
So great.
Including a picture of Cal McNair with slime on his head, which I tweeted out. Sorry, I stole it.
That's
blew
all right.
up. What happened on the Nickelodeon broadcast during Texans and Chargers that stood out to you, Sean?
Well, I have a lot of notes now that I realize. I have 3 hours worth of
Hell
notes.
yeah.
Oh, so okay, so
you did it. You did it
finish.
complete.
I know the entire game.
Awesome.
I was debating whether or not I would flip off when it was 6-0 Chargers and all Nate Burleson, SpongeBob, and Patrick were complaining about how many punts there were, which is basically the first quarter and a half where them going like, man, so many punts. That's basically all they did. But it was great. You had Mark Summers was there from Double Dare. You
Go back.
Yeah, they had Dora the Explorer was the rules analyst, which I really enjoyed. She did throw a shot at the Texans at one point about like, you're trying to get it into the end zone. Or no, it was, do these teams need a map to get the ball into the end zone? So
Can you say red zone?
Yeah.
Swiper, stop swiping.
Paw Patrol was on Skycam. Cat Dog. Cat Dog was the first down markers. They're the chain gang.
I love Cat Dog.
I miss Cat Dog.
Cat Dog was good. Swiper the Fox complimented the Chargers on their fumble early in their game and the interception.
Because they're giving away things for free.
Yep. On the takeaways. Nate Burleson. Nate Burleson taught SpongeBob and Patrick who Joe Mixon was.
Okay.
Skirted over some of the off the field stuff.
Oh yeah, there was that thing in Oklahoma.
He did the bioblast and left off some things. And that's future who turned out to be MVP and won the hearts and minds of children everywhere, Joe Mixon.
Said the offensive line played their ass off while also thanking God for the MVP trophy.
Yes.
He's a role model.
Probably the biggest thing that happened in this broadcast that I would say affected the outcome of the game was that the dirty bubble from SpongeBob abducted Jim Harbaugh sometime in the second quarter and floated around with him in there and then I guess spat him out. And then there's junk all over Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, no.
Yes. The Texans then outscored the Chargers 32-6 for the rest of the game post dirty bubbling.
So really, Kalen Bullock doesn't screw up on that touchdown pass to Ladd McConkey.
Could have been a shutout.
Could have been a shutout post dirty bubble.
Post dirty bubble. Patrick Scar did a lot of funny things. I think the voice actor for Patrick is either a gambler or just a football fan.
He's a DGen?
Yes, because he clocked Joe Mixon very early of like every time Joe Mixon got the ball, he was like, oh, Joe Mixon. I think he was on his over on the rushing yards or something. Because he was all over Mixon. They're all over McConkey, rightfully so, because McConkey was awesome. Just randomly, I just wrote down this quote that Patrick Starr asked Nate Burleson. Hey, Nate, how hard is it to be a rookie wide receiver? That was just something he teed up Nate Burleson to talk. For most of the time, they're in character. And then, I don't know, every 10 minutes, Patrick Starr would kind of break character. And the actor who plays him would just kind of ask Nate Burleson a question.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
You know what? It got more fun when the game turned around.
I'll tell you.
I thought it was going to be sad that I was going to have to watch this just to have anything to talk about on Monday. The fact we're getting to it on Tuesday, that makes me feel good.
I mean, I agree, but also sitting in the stands as this game was unfolding, and it's terrible so far for the Texans. You were the shining light of the game. Like
the first quarter and a half. Yeah.
Just like drinking my beer and
holding it up to your phone.
And then I was just like, no, I wasn't even watching. I was just reading your text. It was making me laugh. My dad was like, what are you laughing at? I was like, nothing.
I can't explain the Nickelodeon.
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob with the sky cam. They had the Nickelodeon blimp in there, and he made a passing joke about the he was like, in New Jersey, they would shoot down this drone or something.
That's good.
He just made a passing shot. The Patrick Star breaking character. When Deontay Johnson caught a pass, he goes, "Oh, Deontay Johnson." Everyone else, they need a bio for like CJ Stroud, but for whatever reason, he was all over Deontay Johnson. They can't get anything going with the running game is a direct quote from Patrick Star. And then Chargers should call a timeout now. Was at one point he was calling timeouts from the booth like he's Tom Brady.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, and the commercials.
The commercials were good?
First times I ever watched a Nickelodeon commercial in, 15 years.
Did they have any commercials for Skippy? Skippy, it's the Skippy you squeeze. And it comes from the folks who make peanut butter.
Oh.
It was those. You ever have a Skippy?
Yeah,
I know what you're talking
tube of peanut butter.
That.
Yeah.
As opposed to just peanut butter.
There's two commercials that stuck out to me.
Yeah.
One, there's a movie called Dog Man, and the trailer begins with, quote, "What if we sewed a dog's head on a man's body?" And Dog Man is also a cop for some reason.
I saw that.
I'll watch it.
That's just.
Are you going to go see it in theaters?
I don't know if we're ready for that yet.
Not
We
ready for
tried.
Joe
It
Jr.?
didn't go well.
Okay. And there's also something that was advertised that I think I saw the second time it stuck out to me. The first time I just didn't know what was going on. The second time, there's something called Uber Teen, where parents can call Ubers for their kids, and their kids just get in the Uber and get driven around.
So they like help the kidnapping of their own children.
I was gonna say this seems like a bad idea. This just seems like the second time I saw it, I was like, wait, that's what they're advertising. This what the hell are they doing? So yeah, overall, Nickelodeon, I won't say it's still got the sauce that it did when I was 8 years old. It's pretty good as a 28-year-old.
I appreciate the amount of notes that you took on this game.
Yeah, I edited down some of the notes too. I skipped over a couple of them.
In case you missed it, what else have we missed in the world of sports? So Jimmy Butler has told Pat Riley and the Miami Heat he wants out of Miami. And Pat Riley has apparently put together a 10-page letter with video evidence of why he suspended Jimmy Butler. I don't think it's been released yet, but it will be at some point.
It must be for the Players Association because they're probably trying to get Jimmy Butler's money back.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he told him again face to face today, right? That he wants out.
Yeah, that Shams Charania reported that they had a face-to-face meeting, and Butler was basically like, trade me. If you don't trade me at the deadline, I'm going to pick up my $55 million option at the end of the year, and then you'll have to trade me in the offseason.
What a savage move.
There are two guys that will take it to 100. So that's why I'm interested. Normally, I would say one of these sides is going to cave in. Jimmy Butler ain't caving in. Pat Riley ain't caving in either.
What's tough, too, is that like, is Jimmy going to guarantee that he won't pick up his player option to the team he's going to be traded to? Because the Rockets might be interested in Jimmy Butler if that's a guarantee, if the player option's wiped out.
Or what I would do if I was Jimmy Butler is try to opt in and extend off of that and get 2 years tacked on. Basically, like, get your $55 million next year and for 2 more years be signed on. I don't know who's going to do that because Jimmy Butler at this point of his career isn't quite at, swing a title for one of these teams. I was thinking maybe Memphis, but I think they've already said that Memphis isn't interested. But that's the kind of
Jimmy
team.
said,
yeah, Jimmy isn't interested in Memphis. That's the team that I saw that it's like maybe if they traded for Jimmy Butler, they could win a title.
Okay.
I wonder if Denver finds a way to.
Yeah, there's a Porter for Butler deal.
Yeah.
That you can see. I'm not sure if they're desperate enough to do that right now because they are winning some games right now. But we'll see. This is brinksmanship at its finest from both these guys. And yeah, shout out to Heat Culture.
One last one, in case you missed it over the weekend. We learned what the H is up ceremony is. We still really don't understand it. Arian Foster led the Texans sort of onto the field. He walked out onto the field with his family and our guy Cecil Shorts. He threw up the H, and then Cecil Shorts announced, "All right, it's time to fire the Thunder Cannon." And they fired the Thunder Cannon, and Arian Foster was scared of it. Gotta say, we're learning about this tradition, he said in quotation marks, very slowly. But for next year, I can't wait for who gets to do the H's up ceremony every single game. And I'm not saying this sarcastically.
Off-season priority, fix the H's up ceremony, because this stinks.
Number one,
he doesn't throw up the H. He just goes like this. He just like waves his arm.
Well, he didn't know what he was doing
because he didn't want to be there.
Like, number one, fix the offensive line. Number two, H's up ceremony.
Do you think they paid him? How much do you think you would get paid for that?
I bet you just got free tickets.
Yeah, for like the whole
I
family.
think there's a video of him in a suite.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, he got a free suite. That's
must be nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it must be nice. Anyway, guys, it's Gallant George. That's in case you missed it. Every Tuesday, 2:30, we go over everything we might have missed in the world of sports. Up next, a little garbage time before we get out of here. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We look ahead to the Kansas City Chiefs for your Houston Texans on Saturday. The line is Chiefs by 9 right now. The Texans put tight end Cade Stover on the injured list. I forget if it's injured reserve.
Injured reserve. Injured list is baseball.
Yeah, okay.
Because it was the disabled list, and that was offensive.
Right.
So they changed it to injured list.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. But Cade Stover on the injured reserve and Deontay Johnson released, and you heard from DJ in hour number 1. Deontay Johnson was pouting by his locker room after a playoff victory over what? Who knows? Probably lack of involvement. What a loser.
Yeah, total loser. I appreciate the Texans' effort, like trying to solve a problem, and it didn't work, so they got rid of him.
They waived him, and you go back to yesterday's D'Amico Ryan's press conference, Joe. There was a moment where D'Amico said, like, "Listen, if you don't buy into the swarm mentality, you're out.
Mm-hmm.
You either have it or you don't." And that Deontay Johnson experiment was very quick.
Yeah, I mean, to play in one meaningful football game for a team, I mean, in a Week 18 game, that doesn't matter. Like,
yeah,
good luck to him for like the rest of his career. But like, he's got a lot of growing up to do. He's going to be a minimum contract guy, and my guess is he's on a team next year and doesn't make it through the season. Like,
I just don't know how you don't learn after multiple teams that are good move on from you. I don't know how you don't realize I have to buy in, even if I'm faking it. Like, oh, I don't get the ball. Like, dude,
I mean, look what happened in this game. Like, John Mechie got 8 targets. That's got to be the most targets he had, I would imagine.
8 too many,
season.
probably.
Like Xavier Hutchinson only had 1, but like now Stover's hurt. You could have been a very vital part of this offense going forward if you just had your head on straight
For
and just
sure.
showed up and ran the routes. Like, instead he's pouting, and it's the reason why he's not in Baltimore. It's the reason why he's not in Houston. It's probably the reason why his career's over or close to over. So good luck to him, I guess.
Keyword, I guess.
Don't tweet you want OBJ, because I saw that. I pulled up Twitter and I saw that immediately.
Yes, because it's just
stop.
It's the people online. It's all about names you recognize.
Yeah.
You throw them out there.
This is the group. It's not going to change.
Probably not. At this point, it's too late. You want someone to come in here half knowing the playbook before playing the Chiefs?
Yeah.
You're crazy.
We didn't think Deontay Johnson would be a meaningful member of the team, and he got signed 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you could barely get on the field. I don't think anyone getting signed now could handle the Chiefs.
I totally agree. All right. 2:54. Time for a little garbage time. Khabib, the UFC fighter, on his way to UFC 311, was kicked off of a plane after a misunderstanding surrounding him sitting in the emergency exit row. Apparently, he didn't understand what the flight attendant was saying to him when he was asked if he was comfortable being in the emergency row in case of an emergency. This was on Frontier Airlines. I have a question. Why is Khabib flying Frontier Airlines? This is worse than Spirit. Frontier is the worst airline there is in the United States of America.
He didn't make that much money.
Yeah?
I mean, yeah, he's undefeated, 30-0, 31-0, or 40-0, whatever it was. But a lot of it were not big fights. The UFC doesn't pay that well all the time.
Clearly not.
Stuff, but and then he is very involved in like his own gym and where he's from, and was it Dagestan?
Yes.
Or however you say it?
Yes.
Not exactly a lot of money going around, so I feel like he probably put a lot of his money into that.
I was gonna say he probably is I would just guess supporting a lot of people.
Yeah. He's got a good group of fighters, but
$14 million, over $14 million looks like the career earnings from UFC.
Okay. You can fly better than Frontier.
Yes.
Like, I wouldn't fly Frontier, and I do not make anywhere close to that. I would not fly Frontier. That is the one airline I say no to. Every other airline, I would do it. Frontier is a dump. Terrible. And this is not surprising that happened on Frontier Airlines.
No.
Yeah, he got paid $2 million for the McGregor
Which
fight.
is brutal.
Which is also funny to do the math that he fought 30 times and get made $14 million, and 2 of them were from one fight.
He's pretty adamant that he understood what she was saying and agreed to help.
He would do like interviews in English.
Yeah, he tweeted that he said, even though I speak very decent English and can understand everything and agree to assist, she still insists on removing me from my seat.
Flight attendants are hardos from time to time. There are definitely some terrible passengers on planes, and I can understand how your patience would be tested if you're dealing with them every single day. But there are some flight attendants who will get on your case. Like I remember I had a bag in my hand, and we were up against a row that did not have anywhere to put a bag underneath it. I held it, and I didn't know where to put it. And the flight attendant started yelling at me for not putting it up. I was 14, and she also pulled a since 9/11 on me. And I'm like, my mom and I were like in an argument at the time, and then my mom was so pissed. My mom wanted to kill her. It was really funny. Shout out, Mom. I love you. Anyway,
I go to the airport for people. The flight attendants, some of them are great, some of them are not, and then the TSA people, the worst.
Again,
I get
thankless job.
I get it.
Yeah,
but
watch the movie Carry On if you want to.
Yeah,
is it good?
Get some sympathy. It is good.
It's not like a good movie, but it's an enjoyable one.
Okay. Yeah. I watched Interstellar for the first time last night.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
Carry On is worse than Interstellar.
Carry On is significantly worse than Interstellar. And on that note, with takes like that, why would you ever tune into any other show from noon to 3 here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5? Interstellar better than Carry On. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, for our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, callers, and every other listener, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees. I invented it. I hope everybody had their tacos today because it is Taco Tuesday. Lots happening today, which we'll get to all of it. Rockets playing a good game. We'll get to that in just a moment. We'll review all of the film after watching the All-22. What are the Dallas Cowboys doing? That's always fun to kind of look to see what Jerry Jones is up to. Cash him or trash him, because it is a Tuesday after all. And that game last night, little Monday Night Football playoff action. How about this news of Deontay Johnson getting waived? Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I just think it's like we had talked about. You know, you can kick the tires and bring in a guy and then find out if it was him or if it was them. And at a certain point, you don't have anything committed to him, to where if he's not doing what you're expecting him to do and he's not saying, you know, he said one thing and did another, then as much as we talked about yesterday, like he's a good route runner, he should be getting, you know, more looks based on the way Mechie played. Ain't got time for that. At this point in the season, you do not have the time to screw around with a guy that's blowing tantrums, as reported, while everybody else is celebrating in the locker room after a playoff victory because he didn't get the looks and the time that he wanted. Then take your happy ass home.
Yeah, I wouldn't this shouldn't be something that makes the Texans, and I don't think it will, reluctant to do this type of thing going forward, because what did this cost you?
Right.
It cost you nothing. It cost you a few bucks. And I don't care if they spend a few bucks. So, like, you continue to make these moves. It was low risk, and it was some reward. I wouldn't even say like medium reward. It was some reward. But the risk of this was very simple. If he acts out, you cut him. And you spend a few dollars. Oh, well, like, he didn't cost anybody else an opportunity. This was worth the try. And then, yes, on the Deontay Johnson front, like, okay, well, the guy doesn't care about being on a winning football team. It's very clear that all Deontay Johnson cares for is Deontay Johnson playing a lot and getting the football, because he did the same thing with Baltimore. Oh, I'm not going to check in the second half because my role is too small. They suspend him. They eventually waive him. The Texans, same thing. And, like, I went back and I looked at the tweets. Like, well, this is a fresh start. This team cares about the team, and I'm here for the team as well. His quote, in fact, was, "Team first. Everybody's about the team. I'm about the team too, so I'm doing whatever the coaches asked me to do." Well, they asked you to be a role player. Your team wins a playoff game, and then you're pouting in the locker room. I applaud the Houston Texans for cutting him. I applaud Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans not putting up with that attitude from wide receiver number 5.
I'm totally in agreement with that, because of the fact that, one, it's the time of the year, but two, it sends the message to your locker room that you're not just going to blow smoke at the media and everybody else to say that, you know, we'll handle things internally and we do this way and blah, blah, blah. And then you just don't know, and you'll never find out. This way, we know very clear cut, hey, we're a no BS franchise. Like, you know, for DeMeco to go out of his way and say, hey, look, I don't care what happened in Baltimore. I'm only going to give you I'm only caring about giving you a fresh start, a clean slate, and see what you can do since once you get here. There's a big playbook to learn. So he's limited in what he can do on the field anyway, because he's just learning as he goes. I think it's pretty egotistical to come in here and after just 2 weeks assume that he should be on the field a lot more and he should be doing a lot more. It's like, you've got another team to pay you. They're a playoff team, so you're going to get playoff money as well. And there's a chance for you, depending on how deep this team goes. And we talked about it yesterday, that you could actually get the kind of minutes that the snaps that you're seeking. But be a happy camper, be a good Samaritan, a good teammate. Instead, you do this and you're like, well, here's your pink slip. See you later. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. I like that they got rid of him. Like, there's no time for that. And it's also like a testament to, like, some people will be like, well, there's, we have the same rules for every player. No, that's not true. Deontay Johnson does this, he gets cut. If Nico Collins did this, you might bring him into the office and be like, hey, Nico, please stop doing that. All players are not treated the same. And this is an example of that. Nico Collins can pound the locker room. Not that he would, but your stars can do just about whatever they want. Whenever you're the 5th wide receiver, you can't do whatever you want. So I'm glad the Texans did this. Rockets yesterday. A nice come-from-behind victory for the Houston Rockets. I watched it early this morning. I didn't know the outcome. Thank goodness. I somehow made it to this morning without knowing the outcome.
Lucky you, because that was a hell of a finish.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was done. Like, entering the Rockets closed the third quarter on a run and like made it a game. It's like, okay, all right. Like they're in the battle here for the fourth quarter. And then they got off to such a terrible start in the fourth quarter where it's like, okay, well, they kind of, they ran out of gas. They're on fumes here. They're not going to be able to get this one, whatever. You split 2 games against Memphis, the road team winning each time. I had already conceded defeat. And then all of a sudden the Rockets make a run, still a victory. That was a really good win for them.
Really good win. Shows you that they're kind of evolving right in front of our eyes, that maybe in the past, all those feelings that you were having probably could have come to fruition. And instead you had a team that kind of tightened up their laces and dug in and said, we got another run in us. And then the way they finished. I mean, I've been harping on the way they close games. And I think that as much as and we'll talk about Jalen, but the fact that they closed as a team and they went bucket for bucket in a one possession game, in a 1-point game, and Jalen was matching Ja, and they were making the right plays, and they weren't freaking out when Alpi kind of juggled the ball in the lane, but then found a way to throw the alley-oop over the top to a man. And you're looking at all these plays that they're executing and they're making, and you're like, they're kind of just coming together right before our eyes as they still have a top 4 seed in the West. And again, that now they've, back-to-back victories against Memphis. They win the season series against a team that they are right there at the top of the West with. In a lot of ways, this was more than just the game itself, but the way they got it done.
Yeah, I didn't think they played their best either. Like the season high in turnovers, they're a really good defense. They gave up 118 points. Like I don't feel like they played very good, quite frankly.
The turnovers is something that surprised me too, because they've been better about managing the turnovers, and it just to get over 20, it just doesn't seem like that's a sign of the way this team has kind of, like when I was talking about evolved, I thought that that's something that they've kind of cut down on. But that was surprising to me, especially in a good game against a good team. What was even, as part of that evolution of that game within the game that they excelled at last night, that was great for me was Cam Whitmore was positive, both in the box score, but on the bench. Jalen was going to the basket, finishing, and actually doing what I've been begging him to do since he became a Rocket, which is you don't have to abandon the 3, and you can shoot the 3. I know you can shoot the 3. But when you go to the basket, you're elite, because guys on your first move can stop you and jump with you. You have the ability to hang in the air like John Morant does, way better than just about anybody in the league. And that second in the air move can finish over just about anybody. And they found a way to kind of ride the hot hand, execute the offense, and then get stops when they needed it.
Yeah, I think that he's been a lot better of that lately. Like, I don't think he was very good at that at the start of the year. He was good at getting to the rim, but he was struggling finishing at the rim. I feel like he's done more of it lately. I feel confident whenever he goes to the rim, and he's kind of vicious there too. Mm-hmm. Like he tried that dunk. Was it on Edey? Where he tried to. It was on Edey because Edey picked up the foul. I think it was a 6th and ended up fouling out. That was evil intentions for Jalen Green.
I love that. I love that aggressiveness. And he's not that big, strong guy, but he's trying to really, poke it on whoever he can. Did you think Brandon Clark traveled at the end?
I don't know.
Boy, I looked at it and I thought, when he was losing control, it looked like he shuffled his feet, but I wondered if they were going to call it, but it sure did look like a travel.
You want the players to play though, right?
Yeah, I do. You're right.
Yeah. I love what I saw from Jalen. Jalen was fantastic. 42 matches his career high. His last 10, because we've been looking at the last 10 pretty recently here. Mm-hmm. Like these are superstar numbers, I think. Like he's averaging 25 points a game, 3.5 rebounds, 2.5 assists, but they don't really ask him to be a playmaker. Like he's not bringing the ball up the floor and stuff. Like he usually gets the ball and does something with it. And he's shooting 48%, 42% from 3. Like, okay, like if this is who Jalen Green's going to be, 25-point game scorer, shooting 40% from 3, maybe you don't need to trade for that perimeter player like we've been talking about.
Yeah, I saw some of the trades that are being floated out there too, and it's like, you know what? The more I see this team play on a nightly basis, the more I don't want them to make any trades that cost them any pieces at all, whether it be draft picks or guys on this roster currently as it relates to the younger guys, because we still haven't seen the maximum potential of all these guys. We're seeing Jalen kind of get back to where he was when he was on that hot streak last year. Alpi's been really, really good for the most part, but we're talking about Cam Whitmore on a daily basis. Amen Thompson is getting better and better and better. Tari's been out. But we still don't know how good this team could be because we won't know that till all these guys are contributing like they're capable of. But man, it's exciting right now. And it's actually entertaining basketball, unlike the Silas era and when Ime first took over, when he just didn't have a lot to work with.
Yeah, I liked last year with Ime because you could tell that he was instilling a lot of what was going to make this team successful, and I like watching the ride. But yeah, I mean, it's way more entertaining of a team, especially when you have Jalen Green popping off for 25 a game in the last 10 and popping off for 42 like he did yesterday. And Amin Thompson's a freak. I love this guy so much. 19 points, 13 rebounds. I didn't think he played his best, but he still had 19 and 13, 5 blocks, 4 assists, 2 steals. He's, in my opinion, look, he can't shoot a lick. He tried yesterday. He took three threes, actually made one, but he can't shoot a lick. But he's unlike anybody else. Like he's a unicorn. He is so different than anybody we've ever seen. Like we've tried the comps and stuff. I'm not sure there is a comp to Amin Thompson. Like, is he Giannis light? Is he Dennis Rodman like Lance Erline said? Like I've seen some people say like Scottie Pippen-ish with more athleticism. I don't know. Like I've never seen anybody like him.
No, he's definitely kind of one-on-one. The biggest question is going to be, can he develop that shot? Even whether it's a 3-point shot as well or not, can he become a proficient enough shooter that teams aren't going to do what Memphis did a lot last night, which is dare him to shoot a la the Westbrook defense of, we know you can't, but we sure wish you would. So we're going to give you all the space in the world to say, hey, we dare you, take the jump shot. And the challenge too is if you're not going to be able to not shoot it and be able to keep just passing it up and pass the ball, because the ego of a lot of the guys in the league is, no, I can make that shot. That's embarrassing what they're doing. I got to shoot this. You don't have to shoot it, but it'd be nice if you could start making them consistently so they have to respect it.
Yeah, it would. I'm not sure he's ever going to be a good shooter, maybe serviceable. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully he proves me wrong and he can become a 35% three-point shooter and all of this. I don't think it's necessary, though. Like, I don't think that he has to be able to add that to his game to be a really good player. I already think he's a really good player, and I think he's the best player on the Rockets, all-around player. Maybe not the best scorer, but I think he's the best all-around player. I don't know if he needs to add it to be really good. It might be the difference of being, like, great, though.
I think the thing is then you just got to be able to be a good free throw shooter, because he's going to get to the line enough where that alone is going to probably put him close to double digits point-wise. Between easy baskets in transition and free throws, you're probably going to be, the 15-point scorer that he is right now. If he could do anything to maximize whatever he can do shooting the ball, facing the basket, there's no doubt from a points perspective he can get it closer to 20 points a game. But the way he fills up the rest of the box score, and we talked about it, and we talked about it from a Deontay Johnson standpoint of being selfish. This guy's the opposite. Like, he'll always, if you're open, he will pass you the basketball. He will get it to you on the break. And he doesn't care if a play's called for him or not, the way he attacks the glass and he defends. And those things are special in an NBA player, because a lot of guys are so ego driven. They don't want to play D and they don't want to give it up.
Yeah, it's his strength. And I love him, man. Cam Whitmore, my favorite Cam Whitmore play, you brought him up a moment ago, and I thought he played really well. He still had a little bit of questionable moments. Like, he had that heat check where he missed badly. It led to a transition 3 the other way, but he's growing. Like, it's not going to get better. It's not going to be perfect overnight. I understand that. Yesterday was highly efficient. My favorite play, I should say, Cam Whitmore yesterday, into the third quarter. Normally jacks up a shot, like the clock winding down. He finds a wide open Aaron Holiday, who buries the 3 at the buzzer at the end of the third quarter. I felt like a proud papa watching Cam Whitmore pass the ball and getting a very rare assist.
Yeah, that was definitely a raise your eyebrow shocked moment, because you're right. And remember at the end of the game that they won was it their last home game, when he was going to crank it up and Aaron Holiday was like, nah, give it to me. And he flipped the ball back, ripped his jersey out of his shorts, and stormed off the court. It was like, okay, those are the ones that he likes to kind of get the extra stats on his stat sheet for. The fact that he had an assist, and I think it was his only assist, that's worth talking about.
Yeah, it was his only assist. He doesn't get many, Blake.
No, he sure doesn't.
He doesn't get many assists. That was the only one. But hey, progress, Cam Whitmore. I thought he played a little more team-oriented yesterday. And, we talk a lot about Jalen and his development and being patient with him. We owe the same thing to Cam Whitmore. Like, he is a young player in his second year in the league. Like, it is going to take development. He has to be coached out of those bad habits. And whenever you get him with the 20th pick, you're happy to take on that challenge. And I think Ime likes the challenge. And I think that it's working. Like, you watch him last night versus even like early in the year. I think it's a big reason he went down to the G League. You're seeing a lot of development. He was buried on the bench. He was behind Reed Shepherd. And now he's giving you like legit minutes against the Memphises of the world, and you're seeing him become a little bit more team-oriented, far from perfect, but a little bit more team-oriented. I can see the Ime work that he's pulling off on Cam Whitmore.
Get ready for this one, Brian. I was talking to Dream this morning, and Dream was talking about the fact, and we were talking, he was like, he's so NBA body ready. He's so talented. I said, Dream, I've been preaching to you're preaching to the choir. I've been saying forever he's one of my favorite players because of his overall ability with that size to jump, to shoot the three ball, to finish, all those different things. But the problem is that there's an immaturity factor that he has to get a grip on, or he won't be able to get out of his own way, and he will be the main reason why he's not getting to higher levels as an NBA player. It won't be because he doesn't have all the tools and the skill set to get it done. It'll be because he's so self-centered on doing me stuff that no team's going to find a spot for him to be able to excel to the level that he's capable.
Yeah. Yesterday was different, and we have to keep in mind he's only 20. Like this isn't an overnight thing. Like this takes much like Jalen Green. Like we had to be patient with Jalen Green, and see he's not even a finished product, but we're starting to see that development.
And Jeremy, the one thing that's where the delicate balance is, and thankfully they have enough time, because a lot of times in these situations, what happens is you're waiting for the light to go on, for that moment when the kid just kind of realizes there's more to this and it's about the team. But when it doesn't sync up with his contract, kind of like in a different way, which you were almost facing with Jalen, where you're getting to a point, you don't want to get to a point where he's still immature, but you know how much talent he has, but you're getting to the point where you have to pay him. And you're like, now what? And the last thing you want to do is dump out on him and include him in a deal. And then the light goes on there and he flourishes and becomes what he could truly be.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good problem to have, though. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And even if you were to trade him, it's probably in a package for a really good player. Not saying that I want to trade him, but like I don't think that it's the worst thing in the world. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on this. We'll get your thoughts on Deontay, too. There's a guy in the YouTube chat that has some opinions on Deontay Johnson. We'll get to those. A Tuesday, busy. Jack Easterby. Jack Easterby's in the news. So anytime that Jack Easterby's in the news, we have to talk about that. First time that he's went on record since being fired by the Houston Texans. We'll discuss that later. We got game balls to hand out from the wild card round of the NFL playoffs as well. 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN 975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Beast, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Mike P on YouTube at ESPN Houston. I think he might be that texter that always uses emojis whenever he texts in. I don't know. He says the cutting of Deontay Johnson was stupid. Texans need Deontay versus the Chiefs. 2 exclamation points. Enjoy being home like the Steelers. Texans are not the Ravens. 2 exclamation points. 2 laughing face emojis and 2 clown emojis. Ravens are wide receiver loaded. Steeler dummies traded Deontay and was terrible on offense all seasons. Texans don't have Tanker Diggs. Totally different situation. Have no chance to beat the Chiefs now. 2 clown emoji faces.
Now give yourself all the emojis that you just gave out for putting something like that in writing and sending it, because of the fact that we're not talking about Nico Collins. We're not talking a guy that is a predominant player on this team that you can't live without. We're talking about a guy that you gave a chance to because you're a little thin on wide receiver, yes, but you're also talking about the culture in the locker room and the respect and reputation of the coaching staff and the organization to say, we're not going to deal with the BS. You're not going to get away with this. And you're not the type of player that we might consider trying to turn the other cheek to some degree and downplay it. So bye. Thanks for stopping by.
Look, you might get beat by the Chiefs and you might have no chance to beat the Chiefs, but it ain't because of Deontay Johnson.
Right. Right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I mean, even if this was one of your premier players, you would probably find a way to behind the scenes as much as possible, talk to that player, fine them, possibly say you're handling it internally. But it's a different conversation, and you're not going to just let them walk out the door and say, give them their walking papers. If you're Deontay Johnson, and this isn't the first time he's done this kind of thing, you're in the playoffs now, and you're one and done, and you got a better chance possibly to win without him because you don't need the extra distractions he could bring to the table if early in the game he's not in the game or getting the ball.
Deontay Johnson isn't going to be the game breaker. What would you have, Brian?
Yeah, no, it's something similar. I mean, right now the Chiefs are a 9-point home favorite. Deontay Johnson is going to help you make up 9 points. I mean, not that none of us think that the Texans have no chance, but Deontay Johnson, especially this version of him, is not someone that's going to be the difference maker and be the reason we say on Monday that the Texans beat the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the line went up to 9. It opened at what, 7.5?
7.5 is last I saw. It was a 9. Yeah,
maybe Mike P's onto something. Maybe the Deontay Johnson wave has cost the Texans 1.5 in Vegas's mind. /S, which of course hints sarcasm. All right, 713-780-3776. Few texters on the Rockets. What was up with that Tony Brothers call that spotted the Grizzlies 3 points? He's talking about the one, I think, where Amin Thompson inbounded to Whitmore, and the Whitmore tapped it back twice to Amin, and they called it over the back.
Yeah, I must have missed that. I must have been...
He botched the call, quite frankly, is what happened. Amin Thompson inbounded it, and then Cam Whitmore tapped it back to him, but it was a bad tap. So he went back and tapped it again, and then Amin picked it up. That's not a violation. Ryan Hollins thought that it was, but it's not. You can tap a ball twice. You just can't have possession. You can't double dribble.
Yeah, you can't possess it and then lose it and then...
Yeah, he never had possession. He was an inbound to Cam. Cam tapped it, and then it didn't have much mustard on it, so he went and tapped it again. And then, it's like a rebound. If you have a ball coming off the rim and you tap it and the ball hits the ground, you're allowed to tap it again. So Cam didn't break a rule. And then I think it was Daniel Lerner who took over for Fagan. She said that Tony Brothers told the scorers table that for some reason he thought that Whitmore had inbounded it. He thought that Whitmore inbounded it, and then Whitmore was the first one to touch it, and that's why he called it an over and back.
He can't ask the other. Can you not ask the other 2 officials for help?
He did, but I guess that they were up the floor and didn't see it. So I don't think it's a challengeable play either. So,
but it's correctable if you do it right away.
Not. I guess not.
I would think as soon as you blow the whistle, just like they say, when say a ball goes out of bounds, one of the officials says, stay here. And then all of a sudden the players start, getting emotional about it. And they're like, and they'll take a 5-second look at the other 2 guys and say, hey, did I miss one? They huddle quickly and say, you did or you didn't. And you're at least getting the call the right way.
Maybe they were looking at something else though. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, it was a straight inbound, and he was the guy that was triggering in the inbounds. That's his responsibility. So the other officials are probably up the floor. They're probably on the other side of the court.
Now, is that going to show
all
up
the
in
other players? I don't think so because it wasn't in the final 2 minutes.
That's right. Yeah.
So there's not even going to be a review. But I thought it was a botch call. So yeah, it hurt the Rockets that possession, but they still won the game. So nothing to really be that upset about. Another texter, he says that calling him in a 1 of 1 is funny. He's literally 1 of 2, which
he may be a better all around player and offensive player than his brother. So I'm gonna say he's a 1-1.
It's just funny,
Yeah.
a
No,
1
it was
of
very
1 when he
clever.
has an identical twin. He says he is a beast, though. My comp for Thompson is a combo between Westbrook and Ben Simmons. He has Westbrook type athleticism. I think their games are different. I don't think he has the stat lines of Ben Simmons, but I think he's a very different player than Ben Simmons. Simmons was like a massive, which Amin is too, but Amin has way more explosiveness than Ben Simmons in my mind.
Well, Amin's got a better attitude and ability to play on the court too and attack things, but unlike Ben Simmons. But yeah, I mean, Ben Simmons filled out early. I think Amin Thompson is still going to get stronger and fill out and get strong and get kind of more athletic from that perspective. But I think that the only thing you can say that's a comparable to me with Ben Simmons, maybe he's a little better ball handler, but and passing is something that you could go back and forth on. But overall, I think that's where it ends, because Ben Simmons can't shoot it all. If that's why the comparison's being made. The Russ one, I think the biggest reason why it's not is because Russ he came in like a halfback in the NFL already. I mean, he was jacked, he was strong, he was athletic, he could fly. And again, they both were challenged shooting the ball. I think the way they play the game is similar. I don't think that even with Russ, because he was so explosive going to the basket from the time he got in the league and just strong with it, that Amin's there yet from that standpoint.
Yeah, I think Russ is more ball dominant than Amin is.
Uh-huh.
And I think you're sleeping on Amin's muscles a little bit. Not to say that he's Russ, but I think Amin's pretty jacked now. I think he's added.
You can see even
muscle.
Şengün. I don't know if Jalen's lifting it all, but you can see that from year to year. Şengün and Thompson at least is in the weight room. And the one thing that, again, with the whole Ben Simmons comparison, which I would give towards a Russell Westbrook, is he plays the game the right way. That's one thing. But he loves the game enough that he's working on it constantly, which is another. Like Russ was a guy that didn't want anybody to know, but he had the keys to the gym, and he was going to come in at night, and he was going to get shots up, and he was going to be working on things. And everything you hear about from Amin is that he can't get enough of finding wherever the open court is so that he can work on his shot and work on things he's got to get better on. And so I just believe if there's anybody that's going to find a way to develop a shot and get better, it's going to be him.
Certainly they're all in the gym, right?
Nope.
Certainly they're all lifting weights.
Nope. Well, maybe now. I can tell you in my experiences, there's at least one very, very prominent player that wouldn't have any part of it. Maybe two.
Clyde?
He might be.
Yeah, I heard that about Clyde.
Well, there's another one you're sleeping on.
Vernon Maxwell.
No. Vernon would throw weights in the weight room while lifting at other
Hakeem?
players. No, Hakeem was good. It was James Harden.
Oh. I mean, you've seen Harden post on Instagram, him lifting weights and stuff.
Yeah, the one time he goes in the gym, it makes a good Instagram post. But in terms of skipping his workouts and the things he was supposed to do so that it was going to be consistent and he could develop it, was non-existent.
I'd be shocked if Jalen Green is not lifting weights. I'd be stunned, but I don't know. So maybe there's.
I don't think they can make it mandatory, but they're all supposed to do it.
Texter, isn't Şengün the Rockets' best player? I wouldn't put him as the Rockets' best player. I think Amin's the Rockets'
I've
best
been
player.
pretty adamant lately that I think Amin's the best player, and I think that the fact that if you can
I'm
say
offended that you're saying that too, because you trashed my cash him or trash him early in the year. Whenever I said Amin's going to be the best player by the end of the year.
I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it. But
I'll look for it. I'm not that confident, but I'm going to look for it.
I just think that and I'm not that energized to look for it, but I'll take your word for it.
I'm motivated. I'm jacked up.
I believe that the fact that we're talking like that about a guy that we're still talking about developing his shot tells you that that's why there is no ceiling right now. That's why, he's so the overall excitement around his game on a nightly basis is he can only get better, and he's already putting up doubles every night and doing things that make you go, wow. So, yeah, I mean, look, I think that I don't want to take anything away from Alpy, but we know athletically, Alpy's limited, and defensively, Alpy's limited. So I think that, the way that Amen is limited offensively just with his shot, Alpy's limited on that end of the floor.
You taking Jalen or Alpy?
Right now, I mean, I just don't think it's a big man's game anymore. I think that the translation is Jalen's game translates to the NBA on a nightly basis more than Alpy right now, because Alpy's like that slow, great footwork, but you're trying to find a way to run the offense off of him too, like that. If I had to take one or the other now, I might actually change from a year ago and say I'd take Jalen.
You might, or you gonna?
I will.
I'm a prisoner of the moment. Jalen had 42 last night. Give me Jalen. Alpi Shingu, next time they play, he drops 40, and then I'm waffling right back to Alpi. The bullpen was all in love with Deontay this weekend. Is that true, Brian? Was the bullpen all in love with Deontay Johnson this weekend?
No, that's not true.
Okay, texter's lying. Another texter, Russell averaged a triple-double and a first ballot Hall of Famer. Stop sign emoji, the blue cap emoji, grimace emoji.
Is this the same guy that was emojiing earlier?
No, this one's on the text line.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Joey's on the line, which, Joey, you be careful, Brian. Be careful on the dump button. We're cutting edge this year in 2025 on the Killer Bees. Before we segue off of this, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Joey, you're in the Hive. What's up, Joey?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Travis Kelce's going to have Taylor Swift there, so can we just bring Amber Rose and Black China to the sideline and distract the rest? A little twerk contest.
Joey, there's a lot of people that think that CJ had the less than season that he had because he was jinxed by Amber Rose. We don't want her anywhere near the building.
I wonder if Cal McNair is like, let's bring them out there. Let's bring them out there to distract the officials. Appreciate it, Joey. But you know the Kansas City.
Never quit.
Maybe Black China will be there because of that attitude from one Cal McNair. You might be onto something, Joey. I don't know. The referees in Kansas City, though, we know what colors they'll be wearing. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Playoff game from yesterday, wild card, Vikings and Rams. I have one takeaway from this one, Blankers. Okay. Sam Darnold's got to go. I'll tell you why next. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Good on the Rams winning that football game yesterday. I'm not a huge Rams fan, although I don't dislike the Rams, and I really like Sean McVay. I was happy that they won that game. Do it for the city of LA. They've been going through a tough time right now. Maybe they got a little bit of joy just for a brief period of time. Hopefully that's the case. And classy by Mr. Bidwell for opening up the stadium, flying all those people out there from the Rams. That was a good touch. But as it pertains to football, Blankers, if you're the Minnesota Vikings, you have to move on from Sam Darnold. It has to be J.J. McCarthy time because Sam Darnold had a fantastic year. I think Sam Darnold cemented himself as a top 35 quarterback in the NFL, maybe even top 30, maybe top 25 if you're a Sam Darnold, Homer, Stan, or family member. But this is kind of his ceiling. He probably had his career year. And how far can the Vikings go with Sam Darnold? I think this is about it. Maybe you could have won in the wild card round and you could go to the divisional round. But are the Vikings going to the conference championship game with Sam Darnold as their quarterback? Are they going to a Super Bowl or winning a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold as their quarterback? Probably not. And you have to pay him tons of money to keep him around. We always talk about quarterbacks on their rookie contracts because of what we've seen in the past, and of course having a quarterback on a rookie contract here in Houston with C.J. Stroud, and how it opens up so many other avenues for a team. The rest of the team can be better because you're not paying top quarterback money. So for me, the Vikings, obvious, easy decision. It's time to turn the team over to J.J. McCarthy.
See, I disagree because I think that there's ways where you don't have to come to that decision yet. I think that the fact that he just kind of priced himself a little bit closer to probably what you're willing to at least talk about paying him, I think you probably have a number in your head for the next year or two where I think as a bridge quarterback that kind of gets J.J. McCarthy ready while still keeping you as competitive as you were this year and then hope and maybe a little more, is bringing him back on a short-term deal in and around 20. Now, if you can get that done, and his agent isn't going to be as he should be out there trying to see if there's another team in this league that doesn't have a quarterback, that doesn't have a draft pick, that's looking at bringing in a veteran for a couple of years, and you get more years and more money, then you tip your cap and say thank you, thanks for the memories, thanks for what you did in this year that you were here. But it's crazy that the fact that after week 16, we were talking about a guy that might get $30 to $40 million a year because of the way he was playing. And now because of the, winner take all for the division, last game of the regular season, and now his first playoff game, that he lost himself millions and millions of dollars. And in the process, probably lost himself being the first option for the Vikings. I think the Vikings have to have a really, really serious internal conversation with their powers that be.
Don't you think they're going to do that, though?
I'm saying they have to
about their roster
because that's what I'm saying. Just let me finish. The fact that they need to have a conversation and look at the fact that are we willing to understand that if we're going to go J.J. McCarthy, that we're not going to be the team even that we were this year. We're not going to be a double-digit winning team because we're probably going to take some lumps and it's going to take some time to get him to where he's going to be. And you're also going to have to deal with the Justin Jeffersons of the world that probably aren't going to be happy that there's going to be some struggles in terms of the passing game as McCarthy gets comfortable.
What makes you think he's going to be worse?
I think Sam Darnold had a hell of a regular season, Jeremy.
Sure, he did.
And I think that, to say that in his rookie season that J.J. McCarthy is going to be the next version of Jaden Daniels and C.J. Stroud, I don't feel it. I don't see it.
What if he's Bo Nix?
Okay, or Bo Nix. I don't think he's that guy. And I don't think looking at him at Michigan, and they didn't pass the ball hardly enough. But when I look at that and say, do I think that he's capable of any one of those three guys as rookie seasons? I don't.
But do you know who thinks that he can be capable of that? The Minnesota Vikings and Kevin O'Connell. You know why I know that? Because they drafted him with the 10th pick ahead of Bo Nix. Like, if you're going to draft a quarterback with a top 10 pick, you're committing to playing that guy, and that guy's going to be your franchise QB. And look, I'm not arguing with you that Sam Darnold lost himself some money in the last 2 weeks. How much, I have no idea. And we know the teams that don't have quarterbacks are quarterback desperate. So I still think that Darnold can get a pretty significant contract. And even if it's $20 million, which I think is on the light side, I don't know what it's ultimately going to be. But $20 million for Darnold, or do you want to spend $20 million on the rest of your roster? I'd rather spend $20 million on the rest of my roster and have J.J. McCarthy and see how far he can take me. And look, it's very likely that Darnold this season is going to be better than J.J. McCarthy next season. But which of the two has the higher ceiling?
Sure,
I think it's J.J. McCarthy.
But that's two separate
I
conversations.
don't think that it is.
I think it is.
I think
because
it's all
I think if
baked into
Minnesota
one.
enjoys winning, they might want to continue to win while
But
they
winning to
develop
what
J.J.
level?
McCarthy.
Winning to what level, though?
You can draft. Well, that's what I'm saying. You're not going. I think that you're going to have a chance to compete in that division again if you play the way you played a year ago, this last year.
They're gonna surpass and take over the Detroit Lions.
I don't think that I'm not going to guarantee that they're surpassing them. I think they'll give them a hell of a fight. They beat Green Bay twice this year. The first game with Detroit, they battled Detroit, and if they can get better, at other positions, that they have a chance to battle with Detroit. That's what you want, as opposed to saying, okay, we're going to let J.J. McCarthy take the reins from day one now that he's healthy, and we're going to take. I think they're going to take some lumps along the way, but I don't think they're going to win 10 games. I don't think they're going to be the same kind of team.
The Vikings?
Yes.
So you don't think they're going to win 10 games?
I don't think they're going to win 10 games next year if J.J. McCarthy's a starting quarterback. Absolutely, I do not.
How many do they win with Darnold?
I think they'll win at least 10 games next year with Darnold.
That sounds like a bet.
And to your point on they might have drafted him at, top 10 because he's their quarterback of the future, but we saw Mahomes sit. We saw Rodgers
for a
sit.
year.
We saw, right, okay.
For a year.
But that's what I'm saying. For at least one more year, do you want to run this thing back? Or do you want to just admit that, hey, this was a good run, but we're going to take a half step back or however big of a step we're going to take back while we get our quarterback of the future ready?
I think that it's likely they take a step back too for a year while potentially taking, multiple steps forward in the future. But I don't think that you can guarantee nothing's a guarantee, obviously. Do you think that the Vikings can go to an NFC championship game next year with Sam Darnold as their quarterback?
I'm not going to bet on it, but I think that, I think they would be in the discussion. Finishing where they finished, and the fact that they had the season that they had, and they have, I think Addison might be a free agent, but the fact that they
he'll be going to his third year.
Okay, so if they, and I don't know if Aaron Jones might have 1 year left, but
I
think
he was a 1 year guy.
Regardless, I think they have enough talent on both sides of the ball that they can compete to be one of the top teams in the NFC again.
We have a different view of the Vikings, and maybe we've hit our impasse. We have a different view of the Vikings and their stature in the NFC. I don't think that they can contend for an NFC championship next year. I think that they won a bunch of games this season. There's no denying that. I think they had a fantastic regular season. They were in the mix for the number 1 seed going into week 18. But I think we saw their apex with Sam Darnold as their quarterback. And if you have to pay Sam Darnold $30 million, $25 million, even $20, which again I think is light, I'd much rather go with the rookie quarterback and use that money elsewhere and see if my future is brighter without Sam Darnold. It might cost you a game or two next season. I'm not denying that because it's a first year, it'd be a second year quarterback playing his first year versus a veteran guy. But Sam Darnold looked pretty bad yesterday. Sam Darnold looked pretty bad in Week 18 against Detroit. I think that they're very limited with Sam Darnold. I do not think they're an NFC Championship contender next season, and that's why I would play the young guy. And you mentioned a bridge contract for 2 years. If you do that, that's now used up 3 of the 4 years that J.J. McCarthy has on his rookie contract.
Okay, they did it with Love and Rodgers in Green Bay. Other teams have done it.
How did that work out for Love? How did that work out for Green Bay? They're overpaying a quarterback you hate.
All right, I hate it, but I'm giving you the example that it's been done, and that it would, you say stranger things have happened, but I could see Minnesota doing it for a year or two.
No, I could too, and I think it would be flawed logic. I think it'd be a terrible idea. Here was Kevin O'Connell yesterday on Sam Darnold, and let's try to take his temperature on where he stands with this.
A winning quarterback this year and the consistency at the times he had it throughout the year and what that meant for our team, because I think that can stay with him moving forward as he goes back to work. Proud of him, proud of, really everybody in that locker room, but Sam and the journey him and I went on this year will always, be something that's a special place in my heart for sure.
Yeah. You can't help but hear that and think that he's ready to turn the page.
A lot of past tense.
Yeah.
I think it's done there.
I think he was definitely kind of carefully managing how he positioned what he said. But I think that if you want to read between the lines, it sure sounds like, they're out of the Sam Darnold sweepstakes.
I just don't think you can pay maybe slightly above mediocre quarterback a substantial contract whenever you just drafted a rookie number 10. 713-780-ESPN. There's some thoughts on this on the text line. Would you keep Darnold if you were the Vikings? 713 at a significant contract. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter, no offense, but who cares about Darnold and the Vikings? Might be the most uninteresting quarterback in the NFL. Well, all of these texters care because it's a good conversation to have. 713-780-ESPN. And I think that the line of demarcation might be, hey, if you think that you can go to an NFC championship game with Darnold, by all means, see what he's going to cost. If you don't think that, that's probably where you move on. Texter, I would move off of Darnold. He's probably somewhere around quarterback 22 or worse. Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Like, where would you have Darnold in your top quarterback rankings?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the scary part of this is you if it's like for the existence of his career or just off of this last season, I'd say he's probably in the top 20-ish, probably right in that range, but maybe even a little higher, except for the last 2 games of the year, because he played extremely well throughout the season. But the scary thing is this just the anomaly of, is this like the Montero contract for the Astros? Is this the career year that he put together with the perfect storm of coach, talent around him, and everything going for him? And will he ever do it again? That's the big gamble now.
That Minnesota situation's pretty dang good for a quarterback. Like, you have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, you have Hawkinson, who wasn't completely healthy this year and missed, 2/3 of the season. And then you have Kevin O'Connell, who's probably a top 5 offensive mind currently in the NFL. Aaron Jones was solid. So, like, that's not a bad quarterback situation. Texter, if Lions lose Ben Johnson, they are going to take a step back next year. That's from a Lions fan. I am curious to see how big of a step back that they take. It'll be interesting to watch.
They could lose both coordinators, and both are damn good. So filling, see Nick Sirianni, I should say, when he lost both of his coordinators in 1 year, he didn't get the right guys in, and they didn't have the same kind of year. So it is a distinct possibility.
Herbert choked just like Darnold. Why is everyone attacking Darnold, but Herbert gets a pass? I mean, Herbert shouldn't get a pass for his performance, and I don't think that he has. But he also doesn't have a guy that was drafted in the top 10 behind him, and he's not going to be an impending free agent. Like, the situations are much different.
He's also proven it ever since he's gotten into the league that he has the talent and skill set and the age that teams are willing to take him and bet on him, as opposed to Sam Darnold, who failed more than he succeeded. How can I ask you, how much do you put on the offensive line last night? Because he was under pressure almost every play.
It was sacked 9 times.
Yeah.
It's like a playoff record, if memory serves. Look, I'm like Sean Payton. Sean Payton's a brilliant offensive mind. I think that the sacks are mostly a quarterback stat.
Speaking to that, I wish I had the stat right in front of me, but I saw it this morning, and you can hear it's funny hearing to the call from Paul Allen, their play-by-play guy, because he's just screaming, get rid of the ball after one of the sacks Darnold took. But like the quick, I can't remember the phrasing of this stat, but it's basically how quickly you get pressure, like quick pressure, where the quarterback has no chance to do anything with it because the guy's on him right away. Sam Darnold is actually 10th of 12 quarterbacks in the wild card round as far as facing quick pressure. So 9 sacks or whatever it was, I would say in this case is more on him than the offensive line.
Plus, you have Justin Jefferson. Like, throw him the ball. Like, if you have pressure, just throw it up to him. Like, let's go see if Justin Jefferson can make a play.
I think the one BMAC's talking about is the one where O'Connell did everything he could to not like mumble, where you could read lips, how ticked off he was that he hung onto the ball too long and got crushed.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a combination of the both. I do concede that. I think after the last 2 games that Minnesota has played, they will take a step backwards next year to the side effects of those 2 losses, potentially. It just might be their best season they have in a 5-6 year span. You got a point, Cheesehead. It's going to be a tough decision, but he's not going to get you to the big dance, not mobile enough, sacked 9 times. Yeah, he doesn't really have the mobility. Falcon said, hold my beer, and did exactly that this year at quarterback. There are similar situations. They're not exact situations. Like, Darnold was never going to be the starter. Like, he was going to be the backup, or he might have started early in the year until McCarthy was ready. But, like, this was McCarthy's team. And Sam Darnold wasn't paid $40 million like Kirk Cousins was. But some similar situations, because the Falcons are like, okay, we can't go very far with Kirk Cousins. Let's hand it over to our top 10 pick. Texter, I would move off Darnold. He is probably somewhere around quarterback 22 or worse. We read that one. I would keep him. We always blame the quarterback, but that team didn't look prepared to play last night. They won too many games to not give it another go. It's kind of like Keenum whenever he was at Minnesota. Like Keenum at Minnesota won a bunch of games. They had the Minneapolis Miracle, and then they signed Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that's a good call, because at a certain point, whether you can't make it just solely on the big picture in the long term, but it's pretty obvious that you look at it and say, could he do it again next year for the regular season? I think it's more than possible. It's just that when you have bigger fish to fry and, you're not in a market with a team that says, hey, just making the playoffs is good enough. And especially with the skill set, even Hawkinson and the guys that they have around the quarterback position, you probably have higher aspirations and you need someone that is capable year in, year out of taking you there.
Yeah, I think this is one of the more difficult things that coaches and general managers go through when you have a season like this, but you can look at yourself and go, and self-scout and go, okay, was this maybe a little bit of fool's gold, a little bit of luck? Is this repeatable? I would compare it to when the Texans went 12-4 in 2012, but you're looking at Schaub, you're looking at the pick sixes, a defense that really faded down in the second half. Like, teams are rarely willing, when they have that sort of big success, willing to be honest with themselves. Like, okay, I know we had a really good season, but maybe this isn't repeatable. I would say what Sam Darnold did, and certainly 14 wins, is not repeatable. I mean, especially when you're looking at a situation where Kevin O'Connell, as you guys have mentioned, such a brilliant offensive mind. If you're the type of coach and offensive system that could create a quarterback like Kyle Shanahan has done, obviously with Brock Purdy in San Francisco, I don't see the reason to pay a guy like Sam Darnold. Like, if you've got another option like they do with J.J. McCarthy, or you just trust your system that you can groom the next guy, I wouldn't pay what has been mostly a journeyman throughout his career, possibly like a Daniel Jones contract to keep him there, when you could just spend that money on the rest of the roster and get equal to or possibly even better production from someone else.
So he was on a 1-year, $10 million deal. If the Vikings, he's got an offer from a totally less than team, Giants or Raiders type, and he's got Minnesota saying, we'll bring you back for one more at 10.
He's going to laugh.
There's no way he'll take a 1-year 10.
I don't know.
He'd be screwing over his family taking that kind of contract.
Do you think, and like the Giants, the Raiders, the teams that are awful, right? Tennessee, are they going to pay Sam Darnold 20 plus still?
I think he gets at least 20. Yeah.
Just takes one.
We'll see. Like, I don't know. Like, the market on him is going to be weird because he's
really
been a journeyman who's had one really good year. Like, and he didn't look good the last two games. So, like, prisoner of the moment is real when you're giving out contracts. So, I don't know. I'm curious on it. Like, I'm kind of dumbfounded on the kind of contract he's going to be, but I think it'll be far more than 10.
I mean, Daniel Jones got 160.
It's weird. See, and Sam Darnold's
I'm just saying, like,
that.
It just takes one. There's always a group of teams that are like, I mean, what did the Colts do for like 4 years? They kept cycling through these journeymen, like, older
or
quarterbacks.
Over the hill,
Yeah, exactly. So there's always going to be a team that makes that move that would price him out of being willing to accept $10 million from the Vikings.
Brandon T says on the text line, I would move on from Darnold to McCarthy. I believe he hit his ceiling this year. He's not a big game quarterback. Another texter, it's crazy to me that a quarterback like Darnold is even considered a $20 million plus quarterback today. Too bad I blew out my knee. Okay, Nathan. Little Al Bundy from Mount Bellevue. I don't understand how you can discredit Sam Darnold over the last two games. Stroud looked horrible his last four before the wild card, but now you're behind him. Sam had a much better year stat-wise.
Stroud!
It's a totally different scenario. Stroud's on a rookie deal. Sam Darnold's going to be a free agent, and the Texans didn't draft another quarterback with the 10th pick in this past draft. It's an apples to orange comparison. Darnold is Geno Smith 2.0. Tag Darnold, see if he can do it again, gives McCarthy another year to develop. So you want to, if you tag him, it's going to be somewhere between $41 and $42 million.
No, thanks.
That's maybe the worst decision of all the different scenarios.
That's bad take Boulevard-esque right there.
Yeah, so if you tag him at 41, that means the rest of your team is going to be deprived of $41 million.
That's 3 starters at least.
That is not happening.
Like that is not good. Super Bowl window is all about quarterback rookie contract. You have to go with the young guy or you have no window. That was part of my point too. Like you look at all these Super Bowl winners and like these young quarterbacks, with the exception of Mahomes, usually you're on your rookie contract. Like it's tough to win whenever you don't have that quarterback on a rookie deal because they take up so much of the salary cap. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to Film Don't Lie. Watching the All-22, what stood out to me, it's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. One thing that stands out to me about HRP is the greatness that they are. Mike Hall, a U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. He and HRP have been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 25 years, going on 3 decades here pretty soon. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Look, we're about to be in tax season. You're going to wish that you had HRP in your life, so don't make that mistake going forward. Let 2025 be the year you get HRP to help you. They're going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little bit of help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP is going to work with you to create a plan for whatever you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. We use them here at Gal. I email lots of questions because I always have lots of questions, but they're quick to respond, very easy to understand, very thankful to have HRP on our side. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online, hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Film don't lie. What stood out watching the All-22? Well, we mentioned the Deontay Johnson news. Also, Kate Stover was placed on IR today. He broke his clavicle.
Oh, man.
How much does that move the needle?
I mean, they used him a little bit last week, but more on Schultz, which doesn't overwhelm me, but okay.
I like Irv Smith, especially mostly he's a blocker.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think it's a huge drop-off, quite frankly. And maybe I'm underselling Kate Stover, but I think it's kind of a wash. I don't think that you lose a whole lot with Irv Smith, especially in the run game. Irv Smith is a veteran blocker. And you don't really use Stover much in the pass game anyways. All right, here's some things that stood out to me watching the All-22. I don't feel like we praised D'Amico Ryans enough for his game plan against the Chargers. He was fantastic in that game. He had a great game plan for the start. He was getting eaten a little bit early with the running attack. Like, they were running the ball a little bit on that first drive especially. Makes a quick adjustment, drops the 4-3, goes to mostly nickel, and the Chargers did not have a good game on the ground. He was doing a bunch of stuff. He played a little bit of 5-2. He was playing a little bit of 5-down lineman at times. So he was deep in his bag, played the 4-3 a little bit early, and then went to nickel really for most of the game, which Christian Harris was not involved in the nickel package at all. Remember Azeez Al-Shire got hit where the sun don't shine by that cleat, and he came off for a play. They brought in Neville Hewitt to play the nickel linebacker spot, one of the two nickel linebacker spots, and not Christian Harris. He didn't play a single snap in the nickel. The only time he played, which was only 7 snaps, was whenever it was a 4-3 formation.
I don't know maybe we'll never know again, but I don't expect him that he's hurt. It's just perplexing to me why he wasn't on the field more.
Yeah, maybe they haven't liked what they've seen on film. Like, because I was watching to see if he got nicked up or was like limping around or whatever, and he was not. Like, he looked fresh. He was even on special teams like late in the game. So like, he's not playing special teams pretty late in the game if he's dinged up. So yeah. I think we can rule out injury. Actually,
Is there any reason to hope that that's going to change then this week and 202 or other people are maybe going to not be on the field as much because he's going to be on the field more against Kansas City?
I don't think that they would be holding him back. Maybe it changes. I don't think it's an injury because he's playing special teams in the second half. Like, to me, you're not playing a guy with an injury that's dinged up on special teams in the second half. Maybe you are because of the postseason, but why is he on the roster at that point? Mm-hmm. I think that they prefer Henry To'oTo'o right now over him. I think Christian Harris is linebacker number 3 currently. I really do.
That's crazy.
It is. It sounds weird. It sounds very weird. Like, maybe he's on the field more this week because of the personnel for Kansas City, and he's better in pass coverage. So maybe it was game plan specific. Maybe they weren't worried as much about the Chargers tight ends, which they were terrible. I mean, Will Dissly basically gave Derek Stingley an interception. He dropped another one early in the first quarter. So like, maybe that's what it was, and maybe we'll see Harris more because the Chiefs are a better passing team than the Chargers. Maybe, I don't know, but it was pretty curious. Right now, the snap count for Christian Harris. Bobby Slowick called a good game, man. Like, he called a good game. Like, people were criticizing him, run, pass, too predictable, all of this stuff. I thought he mixed it up nicely. You didn't see the Texans in a ton of 3rd and longs, like more 3rd and manageable situations, which we've been clamoring for all year. Like, we saw more of that. He was running a lot of, eye candy before the snap, like even like 2 guys in motion. Like, he was motioning Schultz. Okay, you stop. Okay, John Mechie, you go in motion a little bit too. So I thought that Slowick was pretty good in this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I know that Brian even put it on the rundown yesterday, but when you look at it, overall, I would agree with that. I mean, people were saying, well, don't throw the screen pass. Don't throw the screen pass. Screen passes didn't work. But I thought that overall, the way he attacked, and even once they had the lead and they needed another drive, and the fact that he was able to mix up the run with the short pass, he got the short pass going in the first half too, which kind of got them a little momentum going. I would agree with you that he called a good game.
Yeah, I thought he was good yesterday or Saturday. A lot of talk about CJ Stroud getting his groove back, and I agree. Like, he found some confidence in that game. I'm not denying that, but I also feel like we saw kind of the same CJ Stroud. Like, there were some times where he was putting the ball in jeopardy. I counted 3 balls that could have easily been picked off. He had 1 interception. It could have easily been 3 more. And most of this was like in the first half, but I didn't think CJ Stroud was like way different than the quarterback we've seen this year. I think he had some magical moments, like the botch snap. Him running the ball was better. Like, that was refreshing, seeing him run the ball a little bit more. But in terms of him in the passing game, I thought he was pretty similar to who he's been all year.
I would agree with that. I when I watched it the second time and just looking at the fact that much like last year when we were talking about picks that he got away with because he got lucky to some degree, I'm looking at the game yesterday going, he got away with a couple of throws that, not that they would have been definitively game changers, they definitely would have been changing the entire momentum of the game, some of the bad throws that he made. So I thought the defense, that's why when everybody was saying, the Texans are back, baby, and their defense did a ton. The offense did just enough, and like guys like Mixon did enough for them to do their part on offense. But CJ, for some of the good moments he had, he also had some really stinkers.
Yeah, he did. Like, to me, it was pretty similar to who he's been, with the exception of he had some critical plays. Which, look, you can win a lot of games in the playoffs that way. Have a really good defense, have a quarterback that doesn't lose it for you, and make a critical play when the team has to have it. So it's not really a knock; it's just an observation. Danico Autry's a beast. He's unbelievable. Like, he has a combination too. Like, there was two specific pressures, which I think only one ended up in a sack. One might have hit Herbert's arm, which like caused the ball to float in the air. But he had one rush where he grabbed the right guard by the neck and just drove him back. Like, just bully ball. Like, it was vicious. Like, it was my kind of play because I love violence. He grabbed him by the neck and drove him back. And then later in the game, he has this little swim finesse move. It's like, okay, Autry, you're not only this physical beast and this mountain of a man, but you got a little bit of quickness to your game too.
Oh, there's no doubt.
I love Danico.
The way that he got home, the pressure that he was able to put mostly from the inside on Herbert, and the guys that I mentioned yesterday too should also get some credit because of the fact that Mario Edwards was still able to do what he's been doing all season long, and Foley was getting and creating havoc in the backfield. Those internal guys played their tails off, the entire group. But you're right. I mean, we've heard all of this about what they've always seen in Autry and what he brought from when he came from Tennessee, then the unfortunate suspension. But you're seeing right now, yeah, he can wreak havoc on any play.
And he blocked the extra point. Like, he was the one that blocked the extra point.
Was it him?
It sure was. That guy's good. He's a good football player. I really like him. That's why I love this Texans defensive line. Like, you got Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Danico Autry, and then you mentioned some of the guys like Foley's good against the run. Mario Edwards has been really good. Yeah, like this defensive line, it's pretty legit. It's one of the best in the NFL. Joe Mixon, super heads up. There were two plays on that 7-minute drive where he made sure to stay in bounds. I think one of them actually was overturned because like his heel hit, but still, like, the presence of mind. Like, I have the first down. I just stiff-armed this guy into Bolivian, but I'm going to stay in bounds to keep the clock rolling. Super high football IQ for Joe Mixon.
Completely agree. The one thing that I would say, though, that's the personal foul when the interception was overturned, but then they still lost the 15. He should be better than that, but overall, he is a very headsy football player.
Well, he's got an angry streak, Joe Mixon. We know that when he gets mad, that he's willing to do something. I kind of
thought that was going to, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's true. It happened again on Saturday. He should have done that. He was frustrated with that play, and he committed a personal foul that he should not have done.
Yeah, the bar thing didn't happen again. Yeah, the play on the field, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't mention the bar.
Just the way you set it up with it happened again, I was like, oh, geez, he didn't go out after the game, did he?
No, hopefully not. I mean, I think we would know. The offensive line played well for the most part. Like, the penalties, you got to get rid of those, and it's been an issue all year, so I don't think they're going to. But this offensive line played good. Like, they ran the ball in the second half. And what's promising about doing it in the second half especially, you know who knows you're going to run the ball? The Chargers know you're going to run the ball. So, like, everybody in the stadium knows that you want to run the ball, and you were still able to run the ball. And this offensive line was opening up some holes, some gaping holes for Joe Mixon to run through. I think that was my most impressive thing about the offense, Blankers. And Stroud had some big moments. I get that. But the thing that I feel the best about going into Kansas City, not to say that it's going to translate, but the thing that I was most encouraged by watching this offense was the running game in the second half.
I think that's great. I think that's kind of goes back to what I'd said too, I just pointed out Mixon, but the fact that he wasn't just getting first contact behind the line of scrimmage or close to it is a win in itself. But the fact that he got off to a little bit of a slow start, but then once he got going, and like you mentioned in the second half, when he was able to sustain drives and keep the clock rolling and do everything they needed him to do, and then start really soaking up yards too, is a huge feather in the cap of the entire unit, and that's something you hope translates, because as much as we can say, look, the Chiefs have a great defense. The Chargers defensive line is revered as one of the better defensive lines in the league this year too. So the fact that you were able to open up holes against the Chargers defensive line and be successful running the football, that's a big thing.
To be fair, Chargers middle of the pack when it comes to their rush defense. Like, I went and looked at this morning to see where they ranked, and they're middle of the pack in their rushing defense. So, like, this isn't a top 5 rushing D, but still, the Texans have struggled with that against everybody. So it's still encouraging.
And I think it's one of the things that we brought up going into the game, which was, as it relates to just as you saying that the offensive line played pretty well. The bigger thing than even the run part of it is the fact that with Mac and with Bosa, you were expecting, we were talking about, whichever defense is able to get home more and create more pressures. And we would, we thought that, hey, it was going to be a competitive battle because of the fact that you got those two guys on the edge on the other side. And the defense for the Texans was just dominant over what the Chargers were able to do.
I actually had a Deontay Johnson note. I thought that he was getting some separation on the few snaps that he had, but I actually had here, I don't think he will cut into Mechie's snaps. Texans seem to be loyal to their horses that got them there. And there was also a scramble drill where it looked like Stroud and Deontay Johnson were not on the same page. So, I didn't think that Deontay Johnson, after watching the film, it changed my view a little bit. Because after the game, I was like, yeah, Johnson should cut into some of these Mechie snaps because Mechie didn't play well. But after watching the film, I was like, whatever on that. Aaron wants to know, do y'all have any details on why Deontay Johnson was waived today? Reports from the reporters say that Deontay Johnson was pouting after the game, after the Texans won. So it sounds to me, if we're reading the tea leaves and putting two and two together, it sounds like Deontay Johnson does not like a role where he doesn't play much football.
Yeah, well, like you said, from the reports, I don't know if it was coaches and or players. The one report said he was kind of sounding off to multiple players, but another one said he basically had a tantrum while everybody else was celebrating the victory. At this time of the year or any time of the year, no NFL team has time for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy that they got rid of him. Do you notice that the holes the offensive line was opening up were on outside runs? I didn't see a whole lot of inside runs. Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot through the B gap. I saw some through the C gap and further outside runs too. So yeah, maybe not, the traditional halfback dives or the wham plays or things like that. But yeah, I mean, they were getting some, especially to the left side of the line. I noticed that they had more success running to the left, which, look, your highest paid offensive linemen are on that side.
I was going to say, those are the two guys you would think they should be able to run behind. And then Joe's so good too about bouncing it. When he is his feel for, finding the right hole has been phenomenal this year for the Texans.
Yeah, he's good at that. They could have, but they didn't. That's all what count. Did you factor in his running and other big plays? CJ, lead the team to the W. The rest doesn't matter. There is never going to be a perfect game. The criticizing is squiggly eye emoji. Look, I think CJ's played good. He was a little careless with the ball at times. I hope that gets cleaned up a little bit ahead of Saturday's game at Arrowhead. All right, the Dallas Cowboy job is open. We'll discuss that a little bit later. Cash 'em or trash 'em coming up later as well. We're going to get out of here at 5:30 today. Aggie basketball. They're at Rupp taking on a good Kentucky team. But when we come back, Jack Easterby went on the record for the first time since being
One
let
fish,
go.
two fish, red fish, blue fish.
I forgot we had that in the system. Yeah, Jack Easterby, what he had to say. And is he taking credit for the Texans' success? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter says, I want the Texans to hit Patrick Mahomes this time like they hit Trevor Lawrence. Where do you stand on that, Blankers?
I mean, is it a legal hit or is it just the Aziz type hit?
I stand on business. Todd the Show.
I'm a dog.
He says that he wants all his players to look like Jack Lambert. I'm with him. I want all my guys to play like Jack Lambert, too. It was funny. I was listening to D'Amico on the Coffee with the Coach thing, and he was praising, was it Hewitt that hit the Dicker, the kicker, on that blocked extra point? And he was like, he was so turned on by the big hit on the kicker. And it's like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It's a football coach that likes his football players hitting other football players violently. All football coaches do.
How does Dicker not know the rule in that situation?
Well, he's a kicker. He's not a real football player.
I guess,
that's why.
But man, I mean, I'm going to bury a Longhorn here, but I mean, that's one rule that's one of the few rules that kicker has to know, and he treated it like it was like a Hail Mary in the end zone where he was just batting it down, not realizing the ball was live.
So it was a double whammy because then he got popped in the face mask as well.
Yeah,
he's a kicker. He's not a real football player. That's why. Jack Easterby, first public comments.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
This is some interesting stuff here because this is the first time that we've heard Jack Easterby. And this is not a video. This is not like a video. It's not audio. This is all print journalism. So it's all just an article from the Sports Business Journal, which is weird because, it talks about where Jack Easterby is at now, and he's living in Charlotte. So I went to the Sports Business Journal Twitter, and guess where they're located? Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
So like this is kind of like I was already kind of smelling a little fish. One fish, two fish. I'm not sure if it was red or if it was blue.
One fish, two
but
fish,
it smelled
red fish,
fishy
blue
to
fish.
me. It smelled fishy to me right out of the gate. And then you start to read some of this article. It's like, okay, well, here are some of the things that he did well. It's got like these old quotes from Bill Belichick. It's got how he was out at Aggie basketball last year with a buzz because he was there. I was there with him. I was shoulder to shoulder with Jack Easterby at the NCAA tournament because they played. They played against each other. And then it also talks about how they reached out to, I think the number they used was 6, that they reached out to 6 members of the Texans organization, which they all refused comment. They all refused comment. It's got quotes from Romeo Crennel, which is kind of interesting. That is a quote from Romeo Crennel, but they go way back. And then you see some of he told the Sports Business Journal to reach out to David Culley for quotes. Okay, that's weird. Like you're kind of,
I know analytics has those things out there.
You're picking out your witnesses here a little bit, but here are some of the quotes from this. Speaking for himself, Easterby said, I've been incredibly blessed through all my different stops to see the inner workings of organization and what makes the best ones. And so I would say I feel uniquely qualified now having tons of different experiences to help lead well and even better than I ever have because of all the different things I've seen. That reads like a cover letter to me. That's like a CV.
What do they call that? The opening statement on your resume?
I think it's a CV.
Is that it? There was another term for it, but yeah, I mean,
cover letter?
No, not on the cover letter. On the top of your resume, you just have that one kind of bio sentence or two before you get into the actual where you've been and where you worked and the years. But looking at it and hearing that, I'm like, is that the football side or is that the business side? Because he dabbled in both, but I don't think that any football operations is going to be knocking down his door going, yeah, because you're taking credit there. I can talk to people in the league that tell me I'm not hiring you on my football side.
No, this reads like he's pitching for a job, and it later talks about that. Here's the quote from Romeo Crennel. He tried to be professional about the jobs he was assigned and what he had to do. Evidently, he rubbed some people the wrong way. Unless Cal gave him authority to do what he was doing, I don't see how he could be making those decisions in an organization with somebody's knowledge or somebody's okay. So this is kind of like, I think, giving clearance for some of the mistakes that he made. It's like, well, he had a boss that could have said no.
Yeah, and if anybody's going to stick up for him, it's going to be, like you said, the old Patriot guys, because Belichick was the guy to talk about, the character guy and great guy and, one of our guys. But at the end, he was very clear to say it wasn't in our football operations like that, about football decisions. So the whole thing, and like you said, it might be just a targeted piece to find the right people to say the right things to try and pump him up. But haven't read it yet, but I would say that most people that know ball and have worked in football say, yeah, I don't want any part of Jack Easterby on my football side.
Here's another one from This one's from David Culley, which this is funny. I enjoyed having Jack Easterby around in that building and all the stuff he was responsible for. He did it first class, said Culley, who SBJ, the Sports Business Journal, who SBJ contacted at Easterby's suggestion. Like, how is this legit journalism whenever you're asking the subject to get people to give quotes on you? Like, this is slanted.
It's a marketing piece is what it is.
Yeah, it's propaganda even.
Yeah.
It's even propaganda. Another one from Easterby. The primary misunderstanding is that my communication with leaders was in any way centered in or as a result of manipulation. In each building I entered at the request of the leadership, and I entered in a role that I earned, and over time I was given more roles.
This is him completely trying to explain his way how the hell he got to the top of the food chart on the football side with no experience.
Yeah, this one's funny too. He was talking about like the criticisms and stuff and like why he wasn't liked basically from like people in the city in Houston. Not spending time on public reputation probably cost me a little bit. Looking back on it, I do feel like I'm aware of those misses, the PR misses. So Easterby's not saying that he like wasn't liked in Houston because of all the things that he did. He's saying he wasn't liked in Houston because he didn't handle the PR well.
That's just ridiculous. I mean,
like that's some gaslighting there, I feel like.
Yeah, that's just completely outlandish.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, we talk about what Bill O'Brien completely making sure that he wasn't going down without an accomplice by always pointing out Jack and I on the, I think it was the Hopkins trade. We worked the whole thing out in my backyard on my picnic table, and Jack was with me the whole time. The draft where they were supposedly drafting every player, and then O'Brien lost his mind and was spiking his glasses over one of the picks, which I think was it Grenard.
Yeah, it was actually turned out to be pretty good.
Yeah, it turned out to be Grenard. Yeah,
it turned out to be all right.
But at the same time, he was associated with so much. He did it to himself, and going out and shaking hands and kissing babies wasn't going to change the reason why people hated him.
Here's my favorite one, where this reads to me like Jack Easterby is giving himself credit for laying the foundation of the Texans now having success. Easterby, I can understand that sometimes when you're changing out workflows or reporting structures or how an organization may function to try to improve it, that can be hard on people. But that does not mean it's not worth it, right? It is worth it because what we saw is that an improved workflow in the building and an improved communication structure and an infusion of continued high character, smart, tough, dependable. He went smart, tough, dependable. People increases the sustainability of the long-term vision. The more you bring in those types of people and the more you fill the building with people that can perform their task at an elite level, the more you give the building an opportunity for sustained success. He's saying that he's responsible for the Texans being a good organization now.
Just shut up, Jack Easterby. Just shut your mouth. Because the funny thing is the people that I knew that were in the building during his time there on both sides, football and in business operations, could not stand the guy. And we talk about the word culture. He was constantly driving home and making decisions on people and having the authority to get rid of people on both sides if he didn't feel like they fit into the culture, the new culture that they were building. And I know that Jamie Roots was really oil and water with him. I know that there are an RIP to Jamie Roots. There have been so many people over in that building that said that it was as much as everybody celebrated when Bill O'Brien was fired and JJ had the tweet and all those things. There were so many people that celebrated when Jack was finally getting either reeled in and then eventually let go.
Yeah, Hopkins has been critical of Easterby. J.J. Watt's been super critical of Easterby as well. Roots was mentioned in this article about how he was they butted heads and how he eventually left the organization. Easterby, I feel called to leadership and I feel called to sports. My goal has always been to lead people and organizations in a way that helps them achieve their best in whatever they're trying to do. So yes, my goal is to lead and to lead people in sports and lead well. So again, reads like he's applying for a job. It says not in a quote, but it says in the article, Easterby believes his skills are well suited for high-level roles at major university athletic departments and NFL teams, both football operations and the business side. When asked what kind of roles he's pursuing, he says athletic director, COO, CEO, executive VP. At least he's setting his bar high, you know?
Well, I mean, I guess you got to aim high to get the job that you truly want, but I just don't see it. I know that, kind of when we get off the air sometimes and we hear Aggie pregames or postgames or the Buzz Williams show, I know Buzz loved him and Buzz loved having him around. If there's a university that wants to find the budget to have him be the motivational speaker and the guy that travels in basketball operations, motivating a team, that's one thing. I don't think any football program should want Jack Easterby and trust Jack Easterby to be in charge of it.
No, I think that he would have a job if he was coveted. I think this is a buddy doing him a solid, trying to get his name back out there because he's desperate for a job in sports. Like, he has Belichick quotes and all of this stuff. Why didn't Belichick hire him in North Carolina? Like, why didn't that happen?
Yeah, I mean,
if
look,
Belichick thinks so highly of him.
That's a good point because Belichick went and made sure Michael Lombardi, who is one of his guys, was on his staff at UNC almost immediately, right? Almost as quick as getting his son there. He got Michael Lombardi there. And if Easterby was, one of those inner circle guys like Michael Lombardi, he'd already have a job. You're right.
Easterby says he's been in contact with professional and collegiate teams about multiple opportunities, both at their request and because of my interest. But as of press time, he was still waiting his next opportunity in sports. If this guy was offered a job, he would have taken it a month ago. He would have, you're not going to these places and turning them down. If they've requested your employment, you would have been there. In the meantime, he has stayed close to key figures in sports, preparing detailed breakdowns and analysis of the NFL action each week for Bill Belichick, and occasionally traveling to visit friends like Williams at Texas A&M. He also acts as a consultant to Washington women's basketball coach Tina Langley, who he knows from whenever she was the coach at Rice. Like, what is he doing with Belichick? It says that he prepares detailed breakdowns and analysis of the NFL action each week for Belichick. Like, is he writing up a game report and sending it to Bill?
Let's just use our resume language decipher to understand what that means. That means I'm going to do all the work and break down games, and I'm going to ask Coach to do me a solid if I send it to him and see if he has the time to review it and see if he agrees with it and critiques it and tell me where I'm right, wrong, or how I can do better. Because there's no way in hell Bill Belichick, who's still watching games and talking about how he's watching every game, there's no way he needs or wants Jack Easterby's opinion.
I think it's Jack. Hey, Bill, can I say that I'm putting these reports and sending them to you so it looks good on my resume / this little article that's coming out about me in the Sports Business Journal, preparing detailed breakdowns and analysis of NFL action. Bill Belichick, who might like Easterby, was famous for saying that Jack Easterby is not a football guy.
Yep.
He's not a personnel guy, yet he's relying on you for the detailed breakdowns and analysis. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Well,
you might be doing it, but he's not reading it.
Right, exactly. He's not going through with his side of it. I'm sure Jack's doing everything that he said he's doing, and he's sending them to Bill Belichick FedEx. I'm sure Bill Belichick's like, yeah, all right, throw that over here. I got to move into my new office. He's not. There's no way Belichick's taking the time.
Yeah, this was some propaganda, man.
He's better off trying to work on his stand-up game and try to do some comedy where people might laugh at what he's done in his career and the one fish two fish blue and all the freaking sound bites we had from him, because that was
shout out ridiculous. To the fish.
Oh, and that laugh, that was always the worst part of it. Was like he did the awkward laugh because no one was laughing.
Shout out to the fish.
Oh man. And I think that some of like Easterby stuff in Houston might be like oversold a little bit, not knowing everything that went on. But then you hear like this stuff where he's trying to talk himself up, and it's like, okay, I guess I can't even defend him at all.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
why must we continue to hear of the snake of the garden, Eric the driver? Easterby is such a clown, says another texter. Is he timing this to try to get hired by Vrabel? I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it past him.
I mean, if there's one place where there's at least people willing, without being forced to speak positively of him, maybe just from a character perspective, it's New England.
There's no way Vrabel, though. Vrabel's too smart for that. Like, Vrabel's a football dude. Like, Vrabel's not bringing in Jack Easterby. His best chance is North Carolina with Belichick. And if Belichick ain't doing it, no one's going to do it. Buzz didn't even do it. Buzz had him around but didn't hire him. Will the Titans hire Easterby as their GM? No. Jack Easterby equals snaky oil salesman. I find it hilarious that Easterby is talking. Wasn't there a famous quote about taking credit for the success and not the credit for the failures? Josh from Seabrook. Well, I mean, Jack's going to say whatever Jack thinks sounds good in the moment. Y'all have to get the writer on the show and ask him about this garbage, Keith. That's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
Good idea, Keith. We're nothing but, we're just the mouthpiece for the listeners. We'll reach out to Ben Fisher, who wrote this for Sports Business Journal, and see if he'll come on with the kid. We're efforting to get him on. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Hey, maybe he can be the head coach of the Cowboys. There's an opening there. How attractive is this Cowboys job? And Brian's got a take about Dion. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're going to love.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
All right, Cowboys' job is open. Reports from Schefter, I think, and others. I think even Jordan Schultz, that Dion's listening. Dion's listening about the Dallas head coaching post. Brian, where do you stand on this?
I hope Jerry offers it and Dion takes it because, I mean, one, the drama is just going to be outstanding. Like, if you're someone who finds the entertainment through the drama of sports, then Dion paired with Jerry Jones and this mess of a Cowboys roster getting older, I don't think could get any sweeter, especially when you think about the personalities of the two people involved. You have both guys that are kind of the same person, which sometimes you might think would work, but I think in this scenario, it's going to drive them apart because you have two guys who have been very successful, so they're never going to hear the other side of the story as to why their way doesn't work. They're delusional. They're loud. They run their mouth off at basically any opportunity that a microphone shoved in their face. I think this has the chance to either be completely brilliant and lead the Cowboys back to where they haven't been since 1995, a conference championship game and beyond, or it has the possibility to completely blow up the Cowboys to the bottom of the league before Jerry Jones fades into the background as he continues to get older and older. I don't see the middle ground here. This is either Cowboys or Super Bowl contenders because Dion's brilliant and he revitalizes the organization, brings the energy and juice that they've been missing, or this just fails spectacularly. And I'm here for either one.
See, I don't think there's any chance, just even with their roster and their contracts and some of the stuff that they're locked into, that no matter who the coach is, that you're going to get them to a conference championship game. But you're right. I just think that this is the ultimate car wreck waiting to happen because Jerry wants to be the first voice heard after games and has his press conference right outside the locker room doors. Dion loves every bit of attention he can get. They both want to be on TV and get as much attention every single day. And if you're coaching that team and the way that he coaches Colorado is the fact that I am the commander-in-chief of all and everything and everybody else can fall in line, and Jerry owns and runs his team like he is, and I just think the clash would get to be too much.
The other key piece of this is both are very, very thin-skinned and entirely incapable of taking criticism. And you're going to stick them together where they're going to, blame's going to be thrown around if this doesn't work, and neither one of them is going to accept responsibility. Neither one's going to accept that their own line of thinking had anything to do with something backfiring, and you're going to throw them in the same room together.
How many media people are going to lose their credentials, and how many radio guys are going to be in jeopardy of losing their jobs because of their sensitivity?
I want to see it, too, for the entertainment aspect. I think it'd be high entertainment.
It's pro wrestling.
Yeah, and look, I think that's kind of what Jerry likes. Now, I also think that Jerry likes a head coach that he can control, so I don't know about the likelihood of this. I know that the odds are pretty high for Dion, but it's probably because it's getting bet up a whole lot. I don't think it's going to happen. Now, to be Buzzkill Branham here, I really don't think it's going to happen. Shireen Williams, who's covered Dallas for longer than any of us have been alive, I think, she's talked about how Jerry Jones hates buying out coaches, whether it's buying them out, firing them, or then also paying somebody else's buyout to get them to Dallas. And Deion Sanders, while for Jerry Jones, $8 million ain't a whole lot, but if Jerry Jones' history is he doesn't believe in buying out coaches, I don't think he's going to pay the $8 million. So I think that's going to be the hang-up here. I think he wants a head coach that he can control. I actually think there are two options. I think one's Kellen Moore. I think he's the obvious one. Was the offensive coordinator that Jerry Jones forced Mike McCarthy to keep, by the way. And he's also the offensive coordinator from Philadelphia. So, you're taking an OC away from a rival in division. I think Jerry Jones would get his jollies off on that. And then the other candidate, I think, would be Jason Witten.
I've heard that name. Witten. I just think that would be a complete just bleep show.
Sure, but that's Jerry. Everything Jerry does is a bleep show. Let's not forget that Jerry Jones hired Dave Campo and Chan Gailey and got rid of Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, that would be almost
clashing with him.
Cully-esque hire. They thrust Witten into the Monday Night Football booth, and that was a complete disaster. Yeah, that would be unbelievably stupid, but it would be very Jerry. But I think that the Jerry is kind of like when we've talked about, the owners like Mark Davis that want that marquee, sexy name that you got to have that makes everybody go, whoa, you got so-and-so.
Do we know that's true, though? Because Mike McCarthy wasn't that name. Jason Garrett wasn't that name.
But Bill Parcells was.
But that's
about it.
That's 25 years ago.
I mean, Jimmy Johnson was big. I mean, Switcher.
That's 30 years ago.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't think that he likes the splash anymore. I think he wants a
maybe
controllable
it's shifted
coach.
Because he was supposedly interested on Belichick, but he was going to ride out McCarthy's contract. But he was supposedly interested in Belichick had he had an opening a year ago. But maybe that's true. Maybe he does. Maybe he has moved on to because he learned his lesson with coaches that are willing to demand and fight back and push.
But I mean, how many have there been? There's only been 2. Like, if you go through, like, didn't he push out Landry for Jimmy Johnson to begin with?
He did.
So he brought in Jimmy Johnson, which was splashy. I mean, Jimmy Johnson was a very respected college coach. He won back-to-back Super Bowls. He got rid of him after winning the second Super Bowl
Because of the clash. Because he pushed back. Parcells pushed back.
Yeah, I know. I'm going through him here. And I know that Barry Switzer, Switzer was still a really good college coach. So, that's kind of splashy, but the splash there is that you're moving on for Jimmy Johnson. Then you go Chan Gailey, Dave Campo, and it's like, okay, well, those guys stunk. I can't win with them. That's when he brings in Parcells, the biggest splash. But then since then, Wade Phillips, he brought in Jason Garrett, and then McCarthy when nobody wanted him.
Mm-hmm. I was shocked that McCarthy was on anybody's radar. I was the first one to say, wait, you're going to give him a head job?
Yeah, so it's been 18 years since he's hired anybody of splash.
Well, maybe but
longer.
But again, now he's
years.
looking because people are questioning him and they're criticizing him and they're pointing fingers at him for mishandling. But I'm saying the reason why he's at least talking to Dion is because regardless whether he hires him or not, at least he's getting the splash of.
I think he wants the headlines, but he doesn't actually want to make
maybe
the hire.
Maybe you're right.
That. With that same thing. Like, we like Belichick. Did he ever interview him? No. So
he didn't have an opening.
Right, but he could have.
That was his choice to have an opening or not.
He could have had an opening very easily. Just like he very easily had an opening when Jimmy Johnson got a little loud with him after winning back-to-back Super Bowls.
But you just said that he doesn't like giving out free money and paying the end of contracts.
No, he doesn't like that.
So that's why he didn't do it.
I mean, Jerry had a quote.
But he could have. He could have.
Jerry had a quote just recently saying when he bought the Cowboys, he didn't buy, a team. He bought an occupation. Like, he sees general manager.
He said he's not giving that up.
Yeah, exactly. And that's part of it, though. Like, if you hire a Bill Belichick, he's going to want to have a say. If you hire, I think, even with Dion. I think
that.
Dion's going to try to obviously, maneuver, maybe bring in Shador, or, do whatever he's going to want to have a say in the roster of this team. And I don't think Jerry's ever going to give that up.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go to the HRP listener line. Sneak Wes in here. Wes, what's up?
Hey guys, enjoy the show. As a diehard Cowboy fan, I don't see Jerry hiring Dion. I mean, I would take anything right now, but the first thing that they have to address is Dak. I don't know if they can get rid of that contract or not, but I don't blame Dak. He's a below average quarterback with a huge salary, and he's in the group with Darnold, and I don't think Allen will ever win a Super Bowl, but, I think Jones is just going to slide that defensive coordinator in there as head coach. It's going to be a very, non-splash move, and it just makes, I don't, maybe we could get together and try to do a write-in vote and get him on that Laying Man show.
He wasn't bad on there, actually.
He's fired GM, I don't know.
You think that was scripted? You think a lot of that was scripted or off the cuff?
Scripted. It was TV.
Yeah, but they said that there's a lot of people that think that they just said Jerry be Jerry. They gave him kind of the overview and let him just kind of be him.
Mm-hmm. That's curious. I don't know. I mean, I think TV's all produced, so I have a hard time believing it was off the cuff. But he did pretty good. Like, I thought he did better than I thought he was going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not going to hire Zimmer, though. Like, Zimmer's contemplating retirement.
Yeah, I don't think so either. They said the name is the guy that used to be there. That was Quinn's DC that came with him from Dallas. Is a guy that knows Dallas, that really knows defense, but he's probably not going to hire a defensive coach.
Who's that?
I have to look it up. Quinn brought him with him to Washington from Dallas. He was the assistant DC in Dallas, and I think he's now the DC in Washington.
Interesting. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Terry, you're in the Hive. What's up, Terry?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Real quick about Jera and the Cowboys here. Not a Cowboys fan. Grew up a Redskins fan, Commanders, whatever you want to call them, and now Texans fan too. But I thought, if I remember correctly when this was going on, I was living in Dallas, and I really, Jimmy Johnson was a hot commodity, just won the national championship in Miami. I thought he really hired him because he was his buddy from football. I'd be interested to know how much of it played into that. And then I think the reason he hired Barry Switzer was to show the world, hey, I don't need Jimmy Johnson. I can win with anybody, and I'm going to show you. I'll bring another Arkansas Razorback in here. And I think until recently, those two were the only two coaches to ever win both the national championship in college and a championship in the Super Bowl. But however, if he hires Deion, I'm here for it, man. I'm here for the train wreck. I hope he hires him. It'll be awesome.
I think we all are.
Yeah, it would be a lot of fun. There's no doubt about that. It would be a lot of fun. I think Pete Carroll's the third one that's done that. NCAA championship and then the Super Bowl. He did that, right?
Yeah,
he did it at USC, and then of course he did it with the Seahawks.
Yeah,
I think there's been 3 because I think Harbaugh is trying to be the 4th.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Travis, you're in the. We're going to have to do more Cowboys segments. Travis, you're in the Hive. What's up, Travis?
Hey guys, I'm a huge fan. Hopefully, I get to meet y'all one day. I haven't. So my take is. So I was born in 87, so I followed the Cowboys when I was in elementary school. I remember having a Michael Irvin poster, when he's doing, he found out he was doing stuff. I remember ripping it down. And so Jerry Jones is on me dislike the Cowboys. He's never going to give up the power. It doesn't matter who he hires. He talks. He's the one that he's a narcissist, he's never going to give the power. I have no confidence in him being able to pick a coach that will be able to do the job right and actually do it the way he wants to do it. So the point is, why doesn't he just make himself the coach? He's never going to give up power. He should be the coach then. It's just the Cowboys are going nowhere, and it stinks because I followed them when I was a kid in elementary school, and it just kills you when you follow them and you remember Deion Sanders, you remember Moose, the fullback, you remember all these guys that as a kid I worshipped, I idolized them. And then to see him, what he's done to this, what he's turned the Cowboys into, since he's owned it, it's just been decline in my opinion. And that's all I got to say. It's disappointing. You remember how good the Cowboys were when you were a kid and how you look at it, and it's just sad, to be honest. It's sad.
Appreciate the call, Travis. Look, I think that you throw in Aikman's comments last night prior to the game, and he basically unloaded on the organization and on Jerry. And I think that if you polled, we've got Dustin and Dr. Dre and a lot of our loyals that are Cowboys fans. I think if you polled a majority of the fans, that's why Jerry had to address the question. The biggest thing that bothers them is that it's fine that Jerry owns the team. They don't want him to be the general manager anymore, and that's why he came out and said, it's my team and it's my occupation, and I'm going to do it. And that's what pisses everybody off that are Cowboys fans. It's like, no, that's exactly what we don't want, but that's what we're forced to deal with, and that's why he might be the biggest obstacle to the Cowboys trying to actually succeed.
And he doesn't care. He rather
doesn't
have which I kind of get. Like you own a team, you're going to do with that team what you want. Let's go out to the HRP listener line again. Josh, you're in the Hive. What's up, Josh?
Hey guys, Josh calling from Philly as usual. Love your show. Hey, with everything that's going good on here in Philly, we talk about the Cowboys just as much as we do talk about the Eagles, and a lot of controversy and conspiracy around here says that Jerry goes ahead and trades Dak to the Titans for the first overall with the Deion hire.
Stop. That's not realistic. That's possible. Appreciate it, Josh. No, that's not possible. Tennessee's roster is not going to trade the first overall pick for Dak Prescott, who might be an upside down contract. Like they're going to give up the number 1 overall pick. I don't know what that was.
I don't either.
That was CJ Stroud calling Michael Parsons delusional because he's a Cowboy.
Yeah, they're not going to trade the number 1 pick for Dak Prescott.
Plus, if you're Tennessee, you got a new general manager coming in, and the first thing that you want to be on the record for is that you're going to go and take on the $60 million contract of Dak Prescott as the guy that's going to turn your franchise around. No chance.
No. Plus, their roster needs a bit of a rebuild. Like, it's not just a mediocre quarterback away from being, a contender or even a playoff team. Brandon T., my friend who is a Cowboys fan, said he's out on them if they hire Sanders. I have a lot of Cowboy fans that say they're out of them until the Jones sell the team. They don't like Stephen Jones either. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Alan, you're in the Hive. What's up, Alan?
What's going on, guys? Long-time listener, fan of the show. Also, Florida State University alumni. And just curious, how bad do you think they're feeling right now, or how stupid do you think they're feeling right now for just, 4 or 5 years ago, they weren't willing to offer Deion Sanders the head coaching position at that school because it was too big of a job. And now he's getting calls from the Dallas freaking Cowboys.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it, hang up and listen.
Yeah, it's true because remember at that point, I think Miami was interested and he was like, I don't have any loyalty to FSU anymore. And that rubbed people the wrong way. And it was like, well, if FSU wanted loyalty, they maybe should at least interview him for the job.
Yeah, Norvell, though, did take them to an undefeated regular season. Like, it's not like he didn't, and he's still the coach. So, like, I don't know when they would have hired him.
Well, he was up for it at the same time as Norville, right?
Yeah, but I don't think he was ready for it yet.
Okay.
Maybe he was, but he didn't have the resume yet that most coaches have whenever they get that type of job. So I can understand Florida State passing on him then. But if they were to move on from him, from Norvell, I think that Sanders should be the first call and try to fix that relationship.
See, Jeremy, I think the point you bring up, too, is the one where Cowboys fans just have to face it. It's a family affair, kind of like Tillman with the Rockets, but on a much more negative light in the fact that Jerry's starting to show signs of, like, slipping. And from the comments that he makes and the way he's handling things, there's a whole lot of people worried about, like, his cognitive ability on a daily basis. But it doesn't mean that just if Jerry decides to step back, it doesn't mean that it's going anywhere because Steven's the next in line. It's staying in the family. It's not like some guy's going to come in and buy the Cowboys.
No. Yeah, I think Stephen Jones might be even worse than Jerry. Listening to some of the comments whenever they played the Texans, like, I think he's just as delusional as his old man. I don't think it's going to change much.
Never quit.
Give me that kind of leadership over the Jones family. And to Deion, like, I think the Cowboys would be lucky to have Deion for what it's worth. I think Deion has earned every bit of this interest from NFL teams. Like, he went to Jackson State, was winning big time there. He completely turned around a Colorado program that was not doing well and turned them over quick. I mean, this is his second year at Colorado. They were in contention to win the Big 12 and make the playoffs up until the final week. I think Deion's done a fantastic job. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the Hive. What's up, Pete?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Pete?
Hey, long-time Cowboys fan, been one since the Staubach days. I think bottom line, this team will not go anywhere as long as Jerry Jones is in charge. It doesn't matter who he brings in. He could bring in Deion. He could get Parcells out of cobwebs, out of retirement. He can beg Jimmy Johnson at age 82 to try and do something for him. Bottom line, until he relinquishes power and gets a real general manager in place, they're not going anywhere. I've been waiting for 29 plus years, and the way things are going now, I'm going to be waiting on year 30, 31, 32, etc. Anyway, that's all I've got. Hey, by the way, go Texans. Hope you guys beat the Chiefs this weekend. Thanks.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate it. Good call.
Rack 'em.
Yeah, I just think that that's the hard truth. We saw it here locally with Jim Crane and the fact that, he fired a very, very good general manager and then thought he could do it. But owners and egos, and the stories go throughout all different sports, they feel like because they have the money, it's their team, they can do whatever they want, and they start feeling like they know it all too. And Jerry definitely feels like he knows it all. And give Jerry credit, what he did on the business side, some of the like landmark deals that he made from Pepsi and some of the Nike and some of the deals that he made when he built Jerry World and the way he built Jerry World financially and business wise, he has been huge for the Dallas franchise. But he doesn't belong as the general manager of the team. He's just never going to relinquish that.
He said on Landman that he bought 25 pieces of property in California and then they struck oil. Is that not true?
I don't know.
That didn't happen? All right, 713-780-ESPN. We're the Dallas Cowboy flagship in Houston. That's actually true. We might have to do more Dallas Cowboy radio, right? I guess. Yeah, it was. All right, cash them or trash them? What are you cashing? What are you trashing? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Cash them or trash them with the bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
Well, we talked about this the other day, and I think it's going to come to fruition. I think Alex Bregman is going to have to sign. He's going to end up signing a deal for a much shorter, lesser money deal than what the Astros initially offered him. He's probably going to sign a prove-it deal, as we talked about, and I don't think he's going to be able to prove it, and it's going to cost himself a whole lot of money.
Oh, I cash most of that. I kind of trash the end.
Trash the end?
Kind of. Like I think it's on the table. I think it's possible you're right, but I think he could prove it. I think he could go the Matt Chapman route. I think the Matt Chapman route is in play for Alex Bregman. So I cash most of it. I hedge on the final part. I think that Bregman's going to sign like a $90 million 3-year deal with opt-outs after year 1, year 2. So I'm on that side of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he could possibly go somewhere, have that good first year, opt out, and then sign a deal where he ends up making more money than what that Astro offer was.
I'm trying to think of like the one place where he could actually like get power numbers up. Is it Fenway? Because of
I don't think his power. Yeah, I mean, probably yes, but I don't think his power numbers are ever going to be great.
Right,
again.
that's
like
what I'm
maybe
saying.
20, 25 homers, but Fenway probably. He's got the short porch.
Yep.
I mean, if he just really wants to go for numbers, he could always go to Coors, but he's not going to go to a team that's not winning. So I would.
I don't know about that. I actually trashed that part. Like, I think he would go to a team that's not winning.
Okay.
If he gets $200 million.
Let me rephrase this. It won't be the Rockies. The Rockies are a poverty franchise. They don't pay anybody, so it won't be
Chris
the Rockies.
Bryant.
Sorry,
Chris Bryant.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
Arenado, but they wanted out of that.
Then Arenado
Daryl
got
Kyle.
moved. It's just the Rockies. This is not even my cash or trash, but they might be the worst run organization in sports. But I'm going to cash it on Joel's Bregman take because I definitely think he's not getting the 156 or even more than that. He's going to have to settle for kind of what Correa did with the 3-year deal with the opt out after 1.
I think he's going to ultimately make more than 156 in these next 6 years, though. That's my
possibly,
hang-up.
but not on this deal.
No, I'm with that. But that's why it's my hang-up. Like I think he's going to sign.
You and I went back and forth on this, and it's going to be fun to watch it play out because I just don't think. I think it's going to be more Keuchel-esque, maybe not as drastic, but I don't think at the end of the day when he looks back at his contracts, I don't think he's going to make what he could have if he'd have stayed put.
Yeah, it will be fun to watch because I think it's going to be tight. I think it's going to be close. After Inner Excellence became an overnight bestseller, publishing companies should pay players to read more books on the sideline.
God, trash the hell out of this because
I
cannot believe,
Jeremy,
you're
anti-reading. You don't care about literacy.
That's not true because I read plenty. I cannot believe.
What was the last book you read?
The Dream Book.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I cannot believe the fact that you have some even like Sirianni's trying to justify this. Like, and there's other coaches losing their mind going, no, I don't want, never in a million years do I want one of my players with a novel or a book on the sidelines during a game. If you want to do that at practice or in your locker or other times, maybe. But the fact that it became like, it went from like, what is in the hundreds or thousands on the bestseller list to like top.
I think it's number 1.
I think that's right. That's absolutely ridiculous.
He should be getting royalties.
You just can't put a good book down. AJ couldn't put it down.
No, I think that. Look, I think that he should be allowed to read a book, though.
Not on the sidelines, Jeremy. I'm sorry, I don't think so.
It's for. I had your same opinion until I heard his explanation. It's a self-motivation book. Like he goes to it for like his mental game.
Great, write the ones that you like the most on the tape job on your wrists or something, but don't bring the book on the sidelines.
I'm surprised you're so hardo about the book. It's on the sideline. It's just a book.
It doesn't belong
Mark
there.
Sanchez ate a hot dog on the sideline. It's not worse than the book.
Would it make you feel better if he? Would it make you feel better if he put it on one of those tablets that they can look at plays on?
The Microsoft Surface?
As long as he's not drawing attention to it and they feel like it's something that he truly needs just for the motivational quotes, that's one thing. But yeah, don't be flashing the book out there on the sideline and then have people questioning even more. Are you happy? What are you trying to tell us?
Well, we know he wants out. I mean, that's pretty public.
Put the Nook app on that tablet, so that way the hardos that don't like literacy aren't coming at you. It is crazy how it went to number 1.
Yeah, and it was like from where he was to where he got to, or the author. That's amazing.
He should get some royalties. Alex says that does Fromber read that book? Probably not. All right, Brian, what do you got? Cash him or trash him?
I have two, and one. I'm going to go with the one here that actually backs up Jeremy, and I'm just get it out of the way and tell Jeremy he was right from a conversation we had this last week.
Ooh, tell me more.
Mike Tomlin is about to coach his last season as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think the Steelers, I believe the what we're hearing about, they're going to turn down the trade offers. Tomlin's going to be back there this year, but the quarterback situation isn't going to drastically improve, which means the postseason result is not going to improve. He probably goes, 9-8, 10-7, makes the playoffs next year. First round exit, and then we're starting to hear it feels like the Steelers fans are starting to grumble. Like I've heard that through the national media. There is some unhappiness there. I think Mike Tomlin gets the 2025 season and he's out.
Yeah, I think that as much as we went back and forth on this, I mean, he came out today and said that there's going to be, I don't know how exactly he phrased it, but something like major changes across the board in this offseason.
That feels like the last desperation heave, like fire your assistant coaches, it's on them, but then if the results don't improve,
and almost implied like it's going to be above him or other people up in the football operations. Regardless, like you said, Russell wants to come back, and I don't think Russell Wilson's going to be the answer again next year. He's come out and said that he really believes that Justin Fields has a ton of potential.
He's not the
answer. It's like, yeesh, boy, I don't know how they solve what they got going for him.
You can't when you're constantly drafting like 24th. I mean, that's where they or wherever they took Kenny Pickett a few years ago. You can't. Or at least the odds of finding that next quarterback are never going to be there if you're never hitting the hard reset button.
Will Levis is at their doorstep.
So that's not going to help.
No.
Brian, you stop it. You stop it with all these compliments. You stop giving me these compliments and tell me how right I am.
You're right.
I mean, it's the Chuck Hayes Rockets.
I still think he's a good coach.
I do too. I think he's a good coach.
I think he'll get another job pretty quick.
His time is done. His time is done in Pittsburgh.
Oh,
after this next year.
I think they should trade him. If you're going to fire him in a year,
I agree. I don't think they will, though.
I'm with you. I don't. I saw this. I saw somebody put this stat out. Marcus Mosher on Twitter. Most playoff wins since 2017 for head coaches. The coaches that are ahead of Mike Tomlin, like that you would never think of: Bill O'Brien, Pete Carroll, Dan Quinn, Todd Bowles, Kevin Stefanski has more playoff wins than Mike Tomlin. Frank Reich has more playoff wins. Anthony Lynn has one. Mike Mularkey has one. Brian Daboll has one. Doug Marrone has two. Mike Zimmer has 2 playoff wins since Mike Tomlin's last playoff win. Bruce Arians has 5. Yeah.
I mean, not rookie head coach.
D'Amico has 2.
Right, exactly.
D'Amico has 2. Cash or trash, the Rockets will win 54 games this year. Texter.
That's really a question for Joel.
I know it. And as much as I predicted the opposite, winning these big games right now has got me a little. I think 54 is too much. I think at a certain point they're going to hit a little bit of a rut. I'll say that they're still going to finish with less than 54 wins.
Yeah, I'll cash it. 56 win pace, and you're giving me 54. I'm going to cash it. You trashed it already, Brian?
No, I had misheard you. I thought you said you were trashing it. I'll cash it as well.
Did you cash it or trash it, Jerry?
I cashed it.
Okay.
Is Jerry Jones the worst GM in the NFL? Cash or trash?
Yes.
I can't think of a worse one.
Well, Cleveland comes to mind a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah,
they're being force-fed by the ownership.
You know what? I'm going to trash this.
Trash.
Like, Dallas has had some recent success. Like, I know it's not the bar that they want to have. I mean, Dallas last year was in the playoffs. They had been in the playoffs 3 years in a row prior to this year. Like, how is that worse than the Browns? Like, how is that worse than the Giants who let Saquon Barkley go to the Eagles?
Oh, yeah.
How is that worse? How is that worse than Trent Baalke? How is that worse than whatever the Raiders have been running out there? How is that worse than the Bears? Like, I don't think he's the worst. I don't think he's the worst.
You could have had Derrick Henry and you thought he wasn't the fit.
Everybody could have, though. Like, there was only one team that got him.
Everybody could have, but Derrick Henry said his number one choice was the Cowboys, and Jerry said that he wasn't a good system fit.
Yeah, I mean, every GM has misses, though. Does that make him the worst? Like, 3 playoff appearances in the last 4 years, and he's actually drafted well. Like, Micah Parsons went, 8? CeeDee Lamb went 17. He got Dak Prescott in the 4th. These offensive linemen that he drafts late first round have been pretty good. I wouldn't call him the worst.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's the worst. I'm trashing Tony Brothers' call last night. Yeah, that's fair. That was a terrible call. Awful call.
If the fact that after the game he admitted that he thought that Cam inbounded the ball, you need to correct that as soon as you can.
Isn't that why NBA should have like what the football does with the replay assist?
I've
where
been begging for it.
It's so easy. I mean, how many things in football are just quickly fixed? Like, oh, replay assist, buzz down, and actually, especially for black and white things like that, it's different on a judgment call, like a block charge. But if something black or white, inbounds, out of bounds, why can't we have replay assist just quickly fix it?
Or just go watch it real quick.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like, I hate the fact that coaches can and their coaching staff can be crystal clear, know that the call was completely wrong, but don't want to waste it in the first half, their little challenge and green light, because then they might run the risk of losing it for the rest of the game, not knowing how the game's going to play out. Just get the call right.
Yeah.
If the guys on the bench can review it that quickly, so can some version of the governing body of the NBA to say, no, it's out of bounds off of this team instead of that. Just fix it real quick.
Cool. Yeah, cash that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Texture coaches matter not. They're ICANNly only. Okay, that you just made the list.
Yeah,
That's
that not in football.
Trash. Worst text.
You just made the list.
Worst text in the day. All right, let's get to our game balls. Game balls, who are you giving a game ball to from this wild card weekend in the NFL? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I'm giving my first game ball to Pro Dunk Hoops. That's because they make the best basketball goals that exist. Way better than anything you find in the big box store. They're way better than anything you find, period. They are elite. They are top of the class when it comes to basketball goals. Highest quality that you will find. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, authentic feel you see in the college gyms, the pro gyms. It's got a breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, a must-have in Houston, and it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. And their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's their lightning adjust feature, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, and it's fun to do. Their accessories, the best in the game. LED light kits for night play. Look, it's already getting dark. You already need these LED lights so you can shoot some hoops when you get home. Well, get them. They got them at Pro Dunk. Backstop nets because you don't want to chase the basketball around. That's no fun. Pole pad lettering and lots more. Great customization with Pro Dunk. Also, you can order everything, including professional installation. That's right. You can order that online. No one likes to assemble their own goal. It's too much work. Let the pros from Pro Dunk do that work for you. They'll install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call, 281-351-9822. Visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We got to get out of here in like 3 minutes, so we're going to rip through these game balls from Wild Card Weekend. We're leaving here. Aggie basketball against Kentucky coming up later tonight. Should be a good one. Both teams playing really well.
That's a good matchup.
What's your first game ball, Blankers?
Derrick Henry, 26 carries, 186 yards, 2 touchdowns. I mean, easiest pie. What'd you say?
You say he's not a fit.
He's not a fit.
Yeah, just not a fit. But boy, oh boy, can he run the football. And he was dominant yet again. That team is very hot at the right time.
I never cease to amaze myself, and I'm really proud of the moment that Brian said that, and I told Brian he was an idiot. I said, it's 1 week, Brian. It's going to be fine.
It was,
it's going to be fine.
In hindsight, a little reactionary.
I said it's going to be fine, and it was fine. My next game ball, there's no way I'm giving it to Josh Allen. Josh Allen got carried by his teammates in the 31-7 win over Denver. He got carried by James Cook, who ran for 120 yards and a touchdown. Without James Cook, Josh Allen is nothing.
My game ball goes to Josh Allen because I don't have take lock on him. 272 yards passing. A lot of his passing yards are actually unnecessary. They just kept piling it on.
There you go.
But 46 rushing yards also and 2 touchdowns. And most importantly, Jeremy, no turnovers.
I've never heard the word take lock.
Oh, well, you're welcome. I'm introducing it. I think I've said it on the show before.
To your take?
It's exactly what it sounds like. When you have a take, and even though evidence is proving it to go the other way, you stay on that in hopes that opinion will eventually be right.
Hasn't yet.
What is the term?
Take lock.
Take lock. Okay.
I've never heard of that. You have another game ball, Blankers?
Yeah, last night. I think that Matthew Stafford showed that he can still throw the football, and with the receivers they got, the offense they got, and a back like Kyron Williams, the Rams are no joke. That defense surprised the hell out of me, and I know that they got some young talent on it, but when that offense has all those weapons clicking, they are scary, and Stafford was on his game last night.
Yeah, I thought their defense was a story of that one. Like, their offensive numbers weren't crazy, but they didn't have to be because they were in control of the game. Like, but no one defensively stood out. Like, it was just collective team effort. That was an impressive win. Win for the Rams.
What's the kid that's going to be the defensive rookie of the year, they think?
I don't know.
The outside rusher, 0?
Byron Young?
No. Oh, God.
Jared Verse.
Verse.
Yes.
God, he's tough.
Yeah, he's good. Byron Young does wear 0, though. I think you got
is that right? Okay, then I got that crossed out. It's definitely Jared Verse.
Yeah, they have a couple of really good young players because I believe Byron Young's in year 2.
Verse wears 8. Like, they kind of look the same.
Yeah.
My next game ball goes to Jordan Love for single-handedly losing the game for Green Bay and eliminating the Packers from the playoffs. He was atrocious.
Yeah, Joel might be right about Jordan Love.
3 picks. I saw some, and I started to fade off of Love because Blankers impressed me to do that, and then I didn't like him in the playoffs last year. But my goodness,
Neither did
he is
I.
awful in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah,
it's
stinkers.
You should see the fodder. The one that's ridiculous. The fodder back home is that Love and LaFleur should go. LaFleur should not be getting any criticism. Love is going to be a problem.
LaFleur won multiple games this year with Malik Willis. I don't have any questions about him.
They were clamoring at halftime for Malik Willis to play the second half.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
That's
but
awful too.
I think LaFleur put lipstick on a pig with Love.
I think
there was somebody showed me a stat in my group chat with acquaintances. They showed me a stat where like Jordan Love in true dropbacks is like one of the worst in the NFL.
I've been harping on
What's
all
that?
this and throwing into double coverage and doing all of the just. God, he's awful.
Plus, their receivers got hurt. Like,
well, that is part, and their right guard.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, unlike the very first series.
That's
all pro right guard.
Well, I guess we should give one to a commander. Let's see. Who had a good game for the Commanders?
Yeah, McLaurin had at least
7
one
for
touch.
89.
Yeah, 7 for 89 and a touch.
Diami Brown had 589 and a touch. If you go to Daniels, he just had 2 touchdowns. All right, we'll give it to Scary Terry. Congratulations, Scary Terry. Those are our game balls this week. All right, we're going to cut out of here early. Aggies, Kentucky coming up. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for all the hard, diligent work teaching us what take lock meant. For Blankers, I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Houston Aggie basketball coming up right now. ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.